Hello once again, welcome to Campione and the first ever PokerStars Open. It's the final day of a record-breaking 1K main event, day 4 of a 4-day tournament. The day that the final 26 from a starting field of 2,423 play down to a champion. who'll lift the inaugural PokerStars Open trophy and claim a first prize of €363,000. I am James Hartigan. Alongside me are Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Mr. Nicholas Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me, guys.
So guys, a long day of poker yesterday, another long day today. Hope everyone is in with us for the long haul. Woo. Say hello if you're watching on Twitch. Say hello if you're watching on YouTube. We will meet the lineup at our feature table in just a moment. I can tell you that rather excitingly, we have the players who are 1 and 2 in chips on the main stage for the start of play today. And of course, being the final day, we are going to get to the big cash money. We are going to get to those 6-figure scores for the top 4. The better part of $250,000 for the runner-up and 363 grand for the winner of the first ever PokerStars Open. And just to give you that number one more time, 2,423 total entries. So this was a €1 million guaranteed event. That would have required 1,000 runners. So we more than 2x'd the guarantee. Prize pool actually 2.3 million, which is absurd. But it has created what I like to call first world problems. Because when you have too many players and a 4-day tournament, getting it done in that time frame ain't easy. So we have been advised by the tournament staff that they may have to make some adjustments today just to ensure that we can get this done in the allotted time. We can't come back tomorrow. It has to conclude today.
It has to. It's simply too good.
And these are the players we're going to be watching for the start of play today. Now, I believe that we're kicking off today at the start of level 30. I believe blinds will actually be 30,000, 60,000 with a 60k big blind ante. So just ignore that middle column, the big blinds. But the chip stacks, they are correct. Manal Montalban from Spain is coming in as chip leader today with 5.9 million. And Salvatore Russo, a player we were watching yesterday, the guy in the purple hoodie, he's second in chips with 5.6 million.
Look at all this gesticulating, living up to the stereotype. I mean, come on, that is talking with your hands if I've ever seen it.
I think it's beautiful. I love that.
So basically, we have got probably a fair few levels, a fair few hours to play before we can get down to the final 9, before we can get down to a final table. And then, of course, the objective, play down from 9 to a winner.
Joe, have you ever been out on a night out where you're hanging out with somebody who speaks no English, but you're drinking and you're really vibing and you could have sworn you had a great conversation, and then the next day you're like, hey, man, yeah, it was great last night. And they're like, okay. That's the kind of conversation they were having just then. I feel like we can communicate fluently on a night out.
I don't remember almost anything that ever happens on a night out, Nick, unfortunately.
So a truly international turnout here in Campione. Yes, a lot of locals, which means Italian players and Swiss players, but a decent contingent from Romania.
You're Romania.
Plus, of course, many of the circuit regs we would expect to be at a PokerStars event, especially with the launch of the Live League. This, the first chance for players to earn points in that league, which is going to run throughout 2025. 3 tiers. Low buy-ins, medium buy-ins, high buy-ins, and of course leaderboard prizes for all 3 tiers. And then that ridiculous cherry on top, the top 10 finishers in each of those individual leaderboards going through to a wider competition at the end of the year to become the next member of Team Pro and effectively play all live events in 2026 gratis.
That's really cool.
That is really fun. I like that a lot.
Ain't nothing better than a free roll.
And looks like we're about ready to get action underway. Yep, confirmation. Blinds are indeed 30k, 60k with a 60k big blind ante. And this is level 30 of the Campione main event. And I hope you've got your DMs on today, Joe, because we might need to reboot that graphics machine again.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
So we can follow the action, but we cannot see the hold cards. A raise from Russo to 120,000 and a 3-bet from Niago to 330,000. Action back on Russo.
You know, we can just dust off the nuts at PokerStars.tv email address if we're going to have cards down all day.
I'm just trying to think, when was the last time we did a final table cards down? Because I know there was a long period of time where we were doing like preliminary day coverage cards down, but then we switched to a situation where the final table was always cards up.
I think it was during the Clinton administration.
It was certainly during the Obama administration. We're going back several presidents.
I don't know how you guys did it, honestly. It's so foreign to me. I got in it such a nice time when we could enjoy the cards up.
Yeah, for sure. And that was a switch that happened in 2018 when we went to being cards up every single day. Yeah. To be honest with you, I didn't have too much of a problem when we were doing kind of like preliminary day coverage, cards down, and final tables, cards up. But cards down, final tables were weird. So I think it was in around 2012, actually, that we started doing final tables, cards up. I can't believe that SCART lead is broken already. Do we have someone who can get to Tandy? Oh no, it's closed on a Sunday. What are we going to do?
You guys actually had Tandy stores?
Yeah.
Yep.
Tandy was the brand of Radio Shack.
Yes. Same parent company, but they branded their stores in Europe Tandy rather than Radio Shack.
Fantastic. I mean, Radio Shack, it sounds bad.
I'll be honest with you, I miss it. And then it was succeeded by Maplin's. That was the go-to place for all of your audio-visual cable needs. That then went under as well. Do you know why? Because everyone buys everything from Bezos.com.
Bezos.com. It's just so darn convenient. That Prime subscription, man. Oh, next day, everything, anything?
I know. It kills me. I'm racked with guilt every time I do it, and I do it every single day. So, we have a 3-bet from the chip leader here. Spazzato's button raised, re-raised by Montalban. How many? I was going to say, how many Fantasy Island references are we going to get today? How many Wrath of Khan references are we going to get today?
You see the... I don't know.
I hope there's a good opportunity for, with my dying breath, I spit at the...
Show me a 5. Of course, 5.
Oh, and of course, I'm missing the third part of the Montalban trilogy, the Naked Gun.
Of course.
You showed?
You?
Me?
Yeah, I saw on stream against the guy.
Is he still with us, Ricardo Montalban?
I don't think so.
Queen 8.
Oh! That wasn't for... Nah.
They're just discussing that Queen 8 of Hearts hand that we saw Sorel bluff turn and convince the King Jack to fold. If you guys were watching yesterday, if you were paying attention, it was a really spicy one. Flush draw, all in on the turn, convinced top pair to fold.
And just to be clear, you should have been here yesterday. And if you were here yesterday, you should have been paying attention. Because there will be questions later.
There will be. I mean, if we keep getting cards down, guys, we're going to be doing pub quiz before you know it.
100%. The great thing is, Joe, you can just dust off some of the material from like back in the day. Probably a mostly different audience, and even the ones who were watching back then will have forgotten.
Are you saying all those bits are forgettable?
No, I'm just commenting more on the goldfish nature of people's brains rather than...
Hey, Joe, tell them the one about the towels in the hotel rooms.
Sounds pretty gross.
Spazzato raising from the cutoff. And I swear this guy had a different name yesterday.
Same.
His name was Sorel yesterday.
So apparently his name is Adrian Sorel State.
Ah.
It's that classic, they've got 3 names and we're not sure which one is the last name.
Okay, but also that makes a lot more sense because I was absolutely certain I've seen this guy play cards on stream before, and I was absolutely certain his name was not Sorel, so story checks out.
Just going to highlight, guys, that we have got a couple of live streams coming up very soon, which will be full PokerStars productions with our team and our graphics. The Irish Open coming up in April, and of course EPT Monte Carlo main event coverage in May.
I will try my best, okay? I cannot promise, but I will try my best.
It's a small request, okay?
Okay.
No ace, king, queen flop.
But I don't like to promise if I cannot keep it, so
Of
I will
course,
try my best,
of course, of
right?
course. Yeah, keep in mind.
Honest dealers, I like that.
It's kind of essential.
I don't like to promise unless I can keep my promise. Oh, best dealers in the world.
So I'm guessing no redraw overnight. This looks like the same lineup we had yesterday, but obviously with additional players from the table that broke. And I think that's what happens now, right? When we get below 40 players, when we get below 5 tables, they just select a random table to break, and then everyone just gets reassigned. There will, however, be a redraw when we get to 9 for the unofficial final table.
It can't be random which table redraws at that point.
There is only one.
There can
Just
be
like
only
in
one.
Highlander. Yeah.
Sit to raise 100.
James, did you see the Starship Trooper news?
No,
Oh, I saw
what's
that.
happening?
Neil Blomkamp's going to do Starship Troopers, but he's going back to the novel, so it's going to be a totally new reimagining of the Highlander novel.
I would be interested to see that, but I have so much affection for the superbly camp, over-the-top Verhoeven interpretation.
Yeah.
There was a bunch of spin-off films that nobody's seen, right? As well, there was like 4 like very, very low budget ones,
There's been a bunch of sequels.
and like it was an animated one as well.
There's at least one animated one.
I just love Paul Verhoeven. I mean, I believe he is still the only director in cinema history to actually show up to the Razzies to collect all of the awards that he won for Showgirls.
You understand?
Speaking of showgirls, there was that new, the last showgirl in Las Vegas or something like that coming out with.
The last showgirl is Pamela Anderson, yeah.
Yeah, Pamela Anderson. That looks pretty. That was pretty interesting.
Yeah, she was in contention for awards during awards season. Didn't get the nod for an Oscar, but was up for a Golden Globe and several other awards during the last few months.
Yeah, it looks pretty compelling. I saw a trailer for it the other day.
That's a good one.
Actually went to go see that Mickey 17 or whatever. Not the best film, I'm afraid.
It looked like a knockoff of Moon, which I really enjoyed. And then I heard that if you've seen Moon and you like it, don't bother seeing Mickey 17.
So here's the update, guys.
Yeah.
With Tandy closed, we can't get a replacement SCART lead, but we think that someone has some coaxial cable out the back.
Okay.
It's a possibility that we can dig out some old phono leads, the yellow, white, and red. So we're going to find some way of getting that graphics machine reconnected to the Matrix. In the meantime, a good opportunity to talk about some of the stuff that is actually coming up in the coming weeks, because we alluded to this yesterday. It's been not quiet, but there's been less going on in the first quarter of the year than maybe in most years, especially with the unfortunate cancellation of EPT Paris. But it's all kicking off now. It's all coming at once. You've had Campione. You've got the Sunday Million Anniversary coming up. It's the must-play tournament of the year. And we're going to be streaming the final day of that tournament on the PokerStars Twitch channel. We got the Irish Open just around the corner as well. The 45th anniversary of the longest-running Hold'em tournament in Europe is taking place in mid-April at the Royal Dublin Society. And again, we're doing a live stream, a 4-day live stream, as we've done for the last 2 years. We are mixing things up, though, this year. You may remember previously we did day 1 coverage of the main event. We're not doing that this year. On the Friday, which is Good Friday, the first day of the Easter weekend, we're going to bring you the final table of the Ladies' Championship. And then Saturday, Sunday, Monday, we're going to bring you the last 3 days of the main event, including the final table.
Looking forward. It's almost
so was mine.
as if we're frozen in time.
Yeah. Frozen in space.
While we look ahead. There we go.
Ah, we go. There we go. I guess someone managed to get that aerial cable just in time. And leading up to, finally, after pretty much 4 full months of the year, the first EPT of 2025, the PokerStars and the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino, back in Monaco.
One day, guys, I'm actually going to see that darn ceiling open one time in my life. I've only been there like 5 times.
So here's a trick, Nick. Here's a trick. You need to be there like a good 2 to 3 hours before play starts.
Right.
So like 10 a.m. is a good time to get in, or 11 a.m. is a good time to get in.
Yeah, I'll have to.
I was disappointed. I did video it last year, but it was I screwed up. I screwed it up.
What's it called again, James? The Salle des Étoiles.
The Salle des Étoiles, which translates as the Room of the Stars, which, let's be honest, is the perfect name for a tournament room for a PokerStars tournament.
It is.
And I say it, and I know it sounds like a cliche, and I know it sounds like a marketing line, but I believe it. It is the most beautiful poker room in the world. Not only do you have the roof open, but when the curtains open and you get an amazing view over Monte Carlo Bay, it is just an awesome, awesome setting.
I absolutely agree.
I just wish they would open it at nighttime so we actually can have it be the Room of the Stars.
I agree.
know that why they wouldn't, but just once. If I just lean up against the button.
Yeah, plausible deniability, Joe. I'll be like, I was there. He didn't even know what he was doing.
Lean up against the button, and then 15 minutes later, the roof was open.
I'm sure nobody will notice. I'm sure the high rollers won't notice. They'll be too locked in.
And I'm sure that everyone who is watching, who is eligible to play on PokerStars, knows already, but I do just want to highlight that PowerPath runs every single day. Remember, the objective of PowerPath is to work your way through the 4 steps to win a Power Pass. A silver Power Pass could take you to the Irish Open or a future PokerStars Open, and a gold pass could be redeemed for an EPT Monte Carlo package.
I spy with my little eye Liam Black, poker reporter, prowling, looking for action, looking for moments to capture for news outlets.
So again, just to highlight, we do have a slight technical problem with the stream. They have a technical problem with the stream, and they are trying to get that resolved as soon as possible and restore hand graphics so we can follow the action at the feature table as we play down from 26 to 9 down to the final table, and then down from 9 to a winner. This is the last day of the tournament, and it does need to conclude today. We are going to see someone lift that trophy. We are going to present someone with that first prize of €363,000.
Also spot Manuel there, famous photographer, follows the tours.
He does.
Shooting photography for PokerStars for many, many years. Lovely human being, very supportive. And also, check him out on Instagram. He does some really good work.
I'm glad you shouted out Manuel there, because I want to shout out the whole photography team. I think we've got a really good team now. As far as like stills photography is concerned, led by Danny Maxwell, who's a recent guest on the Poker in the Years podcast. All those guys doing sterling work. And I love the fact that you've just got that Flickr gallery, which is just collating all of the images taken by the team, whether those are images of like the certain day of a tournament or days of behind the scenes stuff or some of the activities like the party. And anyone who's been at a PokerStars event can just go to that gallery for free and download those images.
Absolutely. If you guys want to check him out, Manuel Kovska on Instagram. And, of course, as you said, James, we have that Flickr gallery. That's the collation of all of our poker events as well, which you guys should check out. And like you said, it's so easy, right? You go, I was in day 2 of the 550, or I was on day 2 of the 5K or whatever. You know, you can just go straight there and just have a quick scan through the sort of gallery and find what you need, get it on your socials. Danny Maxwell as well, James, of course. Let's not forget award-winning Danny Maxwell.
Absolutely. And it was interesting, Joe, to talk to Danny on the podcast and realize how much that award meant to him. And I think what I was not surprised at, but kind of like, oh, wow. The previous year, Danny had been nominated. I think he's been nominated multiple times. And he was actually heartbroken when we were in Paris last year and the awards were announced that he didn't win. And therefore, a year later, the fact that the photo he took in Paris of Barney Boatman with that trophy was the one that won him the award just meant so much more.
I mean, it's quite the payoff, right? That's like a Hollywood ending to that particular story. And I noticed that the chip race, once again, following in our footsteps, having Danny on their most recent episode.
That's how you win awards.
We got the scoop.
Yeah, no, absolutely fantastic stuff. If you guys want to follow Danny as well, another fantastic photographer on his Instagram, Danny Maxwell Photography. And at the very top, you'll see that award-winning photo. That was the GPI award photo for Photo of the Year 2024. And it is a beautiful black and white of Barney Boatman winning EPT Paris. And as I said yesterday, guys, one of my favorite EPT moments right there. Made me cry. I thought it was fantastic.
So, ironically, the photo that Danny took in 2024 that I thought would be in the running for Global Poker Award was that amazing image he took of Nicholas Udstedt, Lena 900, at the final table of the World Series main event. That slightly psychedelic shot of Lena, but I think that just speaks to how many great photos Danny takes in a calendar year.
I mean, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. The photo category is extremely competitive,
Yes, it is.
not just because of the talent of the people involved, but it's right there in front of your face. It's easiest to vote on.
Yes, that is very true. And so people who maybe don't say, I don't have any knowledge of this, may skip voting in a particular category. You've got no excuse when you can actually see all of the nominees. And it's not like video, for example, we have to sit down and watch several pieces of short form content. You literally just look at it and say, does this speak to me? And like anything, it's hugely subjective.
Right, exactly.
So just perusing the players in the field as we aim to resolve the issue we have with hand graphics at the feature table. We'll get you back there as soon as possible as we continue to play through level 30 of the PokerStars Open Campione main event, starting the day with 26 players. And I think I heard the floor say that we were on the cusp of breaking a table, which would imply that we're down to 25, and with one more elimination at 24, a table would break and we'd be down to the final 3 tables. Of course, we are in a situation now, and this was a rule change that came in just before Barcelona last year, where there's no longer a redraw at 24, no longer a redraw at 16. And it's not a case of breaking high to low. They just randomly select a table, which has put us in an awkward spot because it could be the feature table that breaks. And that is really inconvenient when it means then getting a new lineup of players to come in to reload the information in the graphics system, get a new bunch of players remiked. It just slows everything down a little bit.
Don't these people realize that television is the most important thing that anyone has ever done or will ever do?
Yeah. It is amazing, by the way, and this is, and I'm not saying I want it this way, but when you play poker in the US and you see how some other events are completely subservient to the needs of the production team, completely subservient to the needs of TV, I'm glad that Toby's like, this is how the tournament's running, make it work. Because that's how it should be.
Yeah.
Not only is it how it should be, but it's a source of pride that I get to go when people ask these accusatory questions. Oh, yesterday, right, when TJ ended up at the feature table, and he's probably one of the players we most wanted to see at the feature table. I get to go, I know with 100% certainty that is just the luck of the draw, because that is how we run tournaments at PokerStars. That's how the EPT team and, PokerStars Open teams and live events run everything. Integrity first, everything else second.
And I would highlight that for every time we get lucky like that TJ comes to the feature table, I can list you 10 occasions when we've been like, oh, come on. Do you remember EPT London when Jake Cody was chasing a second EPT title, and we started with Jake Cody on the feature table at the start of the day? 2 hands in, they balance him off. We're trying to build an entire TV show around this guy's story arc, and he gets balanced off after 2 hands.
And ever since then, we've had a secondary feature table. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically I can hear in the background there they are talking about breaking table 1. So that would imply that we are down to the final 24. That would imply that we have reached the final 3 tables.
It's Papo MC. Just kidding. It really does look like him with the glasses on, I have to say.
Talking of Global Poker Award winners, Nick, the winner of Most Entertaining Player, which I think was a public vote.
Yeah, I mean, look,
he's got big shoes. He's got big shoes to fill if you want to compare him to Papo.
Yeah, he does indeed. I mean, look, he's an incredibly entertaining player to watch, but also, I mean, isn't he literally the most entertaining player as well, being a literal entertainer? Like, how is anyone else supposed to win that? He entertains millions with his rapping.
And that's the key, right? It was a public vote. So you've basically got a guy who's got millions of fans and millions of followers saying, hey, I'm up for an award. No one else stands a chance at that point.
Yeah, right. I mean, I think all of South America may have put in a single vote there. How many is that? How many millions in South America? How many billions?
But again, this is something that, you know, just to touch on the Global Poker Awards for 1 second, that we've talked about over the years, is making them truly global, making them truly an international series of awards, and acknowledging the huge poker scene in Latin America. And seeing the BSOP win, seeing Papo win is great. I know there are some Americans who have a different view on how the Global Poker Awards have evolved, but hey.
It's kind of the same thing all of society is going through right now, is that when you have had all of the attention and all of the privilege, that when other people start getting some attention and some privilege, it can feel like you are losing yours.
And the world's tiniest violin is playing just for you. We're back, guys. Hand 4 of the day, blind still 30-60. And at the feature table, we have Spazzato folding Jack 9, Montalban throwing Jack 6 in the muck. Round 2, Salvatore Russo in the small blind. It's a walk. We come back for a walk. I'm so glad we came back for that inconsequential hand.
Sorry, but walks are rare. We should not look at that like it's inconsequential. We should be like, oh my God, we got a walk.
Speaking of rare moments, Joe, have you pulled any cool cards recently? You ripping any packs, buddy?
I have not done much recently. I did enter a Super Bowl pool, like a square contest, on one of the big box breaking sites that I go to, and I won a $500 credit when one of my squares hit. So I got to pick something out soon.
And every time you talk about cards, it does remind me that at some point Joe and I need to do a stream together where I open those poker cards that Gold Pass winner gave to me at NAPT Las Vegas, which are like from 2006.
Yeah.
Like famous poker players from the boom. I mean, that'll be a fun one. We'll be like, who's this person?
I love a good show and tell.
Absolutely. So we have a raise from State in the cutoff with Queen 9. 3-bet by Salvatore Russo on the button with Ace 10, and Demidenko with the ladles, with the jacks in the big blind.
You know how everybody hates jacks?
Yeah.
I love jacks because you can play them pretty fast. And when you go broke with them, you're like, yeah, well, it's jacks. It's not like when you go broke with aces. And you're like, I was supposed to win that. With jacks, you're like, yeah, well, it's fine.
Nice little opportunity for the cold 4 here. Demidenko had about 73 bigs to start the hands. It's going to get it done here pre-flop. Not really too much drama, but nice little moment there.
I don't know, there might be something magical about this town of Campione that we've seen several correct ways to play jacks.
Yeah. Like discovering the fountain of youth. It's the one casino where jacks are just well played at all times.
Right,
It's just a really good hand.
It's a magical valley where jacks actually hold the correct percentage of the time.
It's a magical place. We're on our way there.
Hey, Joe, what was the highest value card that you ripped open?
Ever?
Yeah.
I thought you were going to ask. Sorry, I thought Nick was going to ask what's the most valuable card that you ripped up. Say, I know Joe has moments in his life where he lights money on fire, but he's not that dumb.
So what got me started in all of this was during the pandemic. Tana hits me up. He's like, send me $75. You could be in a box break. And I watch the break, and I draw the Los Angeles Lakers. And as a joke, as a piece of dark comedy, I say, I sure hope I pull a Kobe, knowing that Kobe had passed away more than a year ago.
Right.
Turns out that I did pull a Kobe,
Wow.
and it was an autographed Kobe, and it was an on-card autographed Kobe, and we think it might be the last card that Kobe ever signed,
Wow.
literally. And that card is not out of the realm of being worth $1 million one day.
Wow.
That is my most expensive card.
That's exciting. That's kind of what you. I mean, look, we'd prefer Kobe not to have died, obviously, but I think that's kind of what increases things in value on occasion, doesn't it?
Correct.
You know,
You
the
got
rarity.
a guy like LeBron James that's going to live to be 70 and is going to sign basketballs and cards for the rest of his life.
Right.
But the scarcity of the Kobe card is what is going to make it so expensive.
Do you have that card in like a safety deposit box somewhere?
I do, yes. It is
Yeah.
not on the premises.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is not here in my house.
Yeah, and as you know, James, I'm happy to say that none of Manig Loiser's huge trophy collection exists in my premises either anymore, which is good.
No
to
disrespect to Manig, but I don't think his trophies are worth anywhere near to what that card is worth.
It's quite the collection.
I don't think anyone is breaking into your property, Nick, to steal a Manig Loiser trophy.
I mean, look, I've worn a World Series of Poker bracelet. I can say that in my life. I've actually put it on my wrist, but now no longer here, unfortunately.
Okay, so this is the table break. This is the moment we're down to 24, and that means we're going to be getting a new player at the feature table, a new player on the main stage. The players just receiving their seat assignments, and we'll see very shortly who is stepping up to the plate.
Nick, I did buy a bunch of divorced dad cards for us to open.
Oh, mate, 100%. Joey, should we just do some ripping content, buddy? Do you want to do a ripping channel? Does that interest you? You can say no.
No, of course I do, but here's the thing is I'm moving out of my house, and so I can't accumulate any more stuff at the moment.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to get rid of all of my stuff, but once I settle in a new place, yes, absolutely.
So the thing is, I don't know if no disrespect to the Pokemon community whatsoever, I don't know if I can get excited about Pokemon cards. And that's not because I don't think the TCG thing is cool. It's because there's something about that artwork that doesn't do it for me. Like, doing Magic cards I think would be really cool. I think doing Divorced Dads would be really funny. How do you feel, Joey?
I bought a rather expensive box of Marvel cards, and as I left the store, the guy says, hey, I hope you pull a Jambalaya. That's like the top thing you can hit. And I pulled a Thanos Jambalaya.
Wow.
I pulled, in another box of Marvel cards, I pulled a 1-of-1, like a hand-drawn rogue card.
That's cool, though.
So there's some really fun pop culture cards you can open also.
Oh, no, I love that. I would be into that kind of thing for sure.
Marvel, Star Wars.
I think the thing about Pokemon for me as well now is it's kind of watered down in the sense there's so many generations and different, so many versions and all this stuff.
Fun to buy one of those real old packs that are like $100.
That's 100%, and that's OG, and I can get behind that 100%. Yeah. I missed an opportunity to get some really good content, by the way, Joe. I was in Nottingham, and next to the hotel was a TCG place that was next to a Warhammer shop. And I was thinking about going into the 1K again. And I said, I'm not sure if I'm in the mood. What if I just walked in there and bought £1,000 worth of TCG cards? And I went up to the front desk and I said, what are the chances of me recovering £1,000 if I were to invest that in cards right now? And he's like, yeah, probably not.
Not good.
But it would have been good. It would have been good for the gram. People would have enjoyed that.
So the new player at the feature table, it's one of the Italian contingent. It's Giorgio Sossino, who's taken the 8 seats. It's our Papo lookalike. Meanwhile, we've got Luca on YouTube asking if today is the final day. Yes, this will conclude today, possibly tomorrow if it goes past midnight, which is officially Monday.
Hopefully it not only concludes today, but at some point it should start today.
We want to conclude that.
Yeah, I mean, Joe, we've been on for like 35 minutes and we played 3 hands. Come on, be fair.
Pairing the prize pool. 9, not 8. 9.
How on earth are you supposed to rectify technical issues when Tandy is closed on a Sunday?
Dude, I got a whole box of RCA cables here. I could have shipped them over.
Oh, okay.
You know, there's that meme about like every man has a box of cables in his house. I've got one.
Yep.
Oh, I've got several. Jeez.
Pin cables and RCA cables. And
So one of my objectives when I get back to London is to declutter. That means a lot of books are going, a lot of discs are going, and yes, the box of cables is going to have to go. I've still got iDock cables, lightning cables. I don't have any devices anymore that take any of that stuff.
James, I think I've got 3 generations of DJI Osmo Pockets now I need to find somewhere to put. Probably shot a grand total of about an hour's worth of actual video. I mean, to be fair, James, probably millions of hours of time-lapse footage, but we won't talk about that.
here we go. Poker's happening.
1 pass, 2 pass, 3 pass.
Suffice to say, blind still 30,000, 60,000 with a 60k big blind ante. An action folded to the button. 8-7 of diamonds for Niago. Goose on the loose.
120.
Goose will break your arm.
Raksha
Demidenko in the small blind with king queen.
Raksha says you can't get rid of the box of cables. You'll never know when they might come in handy. That's the problem, Raksha. That's how they accumulate.
Correct. It's like I haven't needed any of these for 10 years. And guess what? If I suddenly realize I need a cable, I'll buy another one.
As soon as you throw it away, you know it is the day you go, where is that one specific for the... I'm sure I got an old phone that's got some crypto on it that'll require some very specific leads to get it off. 1,000%. I absolutely guarantee you.
So Demidenko has 3-bet from the small blind, re-raising to 425,000. And there is a fold from Niago. On to the next hand. So yeah, 2 eliminations so far in the first few hands. We said this. Now, granted, we said it would happen in the first 10 minutes. To be fair, there has been around 10 minutes of actual play, so we were accurate. Down to 24, a table breaks, final 3 tables, and we're away again.
This is great. Pop Kizzle. My girlfriend and I are moving in together. How do we keep the cable boxes separate? Consolidate them, go through and make sure we don't have duplicates. I recommend keeping them separate.
I don't want to fall into gender stereotypes, but isn't the box of cables very much a bloke thing, particularly a nerdy, geeky bloke thing?
Well, I think as we reach equality, James, that hopefully more women will also have a useless box of cables.
I'm just a bit
I know.
of a...
I would.
Sorry, Joe.
I would see it as a green flag if I was starting to date some girl and I went over her place and I was like, "Oh, you have one of these too?" I would be like,
Just to be clear, like charging cables don't count.
No.
I'm talking about like proper connecting cables for devices that you're never going to use again. I was joking earlier on about the old phono cables, right? The red and white and yellow. When was the last time anyone used one of those?
I've
if
realized...
you're a retro gamer, you use them. Like I still have them to connect. Like I have a legit GameCube and a Dreamcast. So
wow, Dreamcast, great platform. All right, we got a domination situation.
We do indeed. Starte 3-betting with King Jack of Diamonds. Action back on Montalban, who opened under the gun with Ace Jack of Strawberries. And gets a better hand to fold.
Yeah, nice work. So, guys, I've realized that, like, I thought I was a bit into gadgets because, James, you know I like to, we looked at buying cameras and stuff a little bit together when we were doing our Osmos. I like having these little like pocket things going on for like when we're traveling if I want to do some vlogging. I've realized I actually don't like gadgets. I just like buying any gear of any variety.
Right.
You just like spending money.
So James, I think I might have mentioned to you, I'm kind of investing in my friend's company. He's going to create a Bloody Mary company. I was excited when we went to Nisbets just to buy him stuff to make Bloody Marys. And I was like, are you sure you don't need a spice grinder? Are you sure you don't need an additional sieve? That's going to be too thick. What if you have something you need to strain more finely? Spent 300 pounds in Nisbets.
There was a show, Nick, called John Glazer Loves Gear.
Yeah.
Where he would pick a different hobby every week and then would just go get totally outfitted in all of the gear. And that's actually where the Marius Gears comes from, because he screams gear every time he sees gear he likes.
I love going down the rabbit hole. I love it.
Of course, we all do. Niago's open with ace-king. We're round to the blinds, and it's round to the big blind. Montalban with jack-8. And he's going to defend.
When else do you get to play jack-8 offsuit?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Not the worst flop in the world for jack-8, is it? Has the gut shot.
The double gutter?
It's a double gutty.
Oh, double belly buster. Bust that belly.
I had to say something. It's so rare I spot them. I see the one gut. I stop counting.
Hello to Lone Star Fox, who's joined us. Where is this tournament? And good morning from Southern Texas. Good morning, Southern Texas. This tournament is taking place in Campione, Italy.
I'd like to see a lead of 60% here. Oh, that's bigger.
225,000. Yeah, that is sizable. And ace-king folds. Bar Charlie asked, what time is it at the game? The time in Europe right now is 1:42 p.m. So they started play in delay world, because bear in mind we are showing you the action on a 30-minute delay. They actually started 42 minutes ago. So play's just started. We're down from 26 to 24, and we're going to keep going today until we're down to a champion. The Campione. And yes, Zumafin, the Irish Open is coming up soon. We have mentioned it a fair few times. It'll be our next live event stream. We've got the Sunday Million anniversary coming up on the 8th of April. That's when we're streaming it, by the way. The tournament itself starts Sunday the 6th. And then we go to Dublin and we will stream the last 4 days of the Irish Open, the Ladies Championship final table, and 3 days of the main event. Sevens for Starte. And Sosino with 9s on the button.
120.
We are about 38 big blinds effective to start the hand, guys. Against under the gun, I think maybe we flat the 9s a little bit more often. I think 3-betting is going to be in there on occasion, though. That looks like a call.
I'm guessing someone just won a hand?
I'm guessing someone also just lost a hand. Kind of how it works.
We'll tell you who that was in just a moment as we follow the action at the feature table.
Oh, now I'm trying to think of, what if there was a player at the table who wasn't really a player, but you could just win chips off of them? Then sometimes someone could win without someone losing.
Well, this is trouble for Sosino. He has an overpair to the board, but Starte has flop top set.
Oh, I love unprotected sets. Feels so good. I'm a sets maniac.
Is he going to try and go for some protection? Nope.
The 7 is always coming. And this has worked out perfectly for Starte. Checks to Sosino, who with 9s will bet 175,000. Montalban with 2 overs to the board. No other backdoor draws. Nah.
Are we supposed to believe that the guy named State is from Romania and the guy named Socianu is from Italy?
Yes. Thank you for your question. I guess the question here, Nick, is to check raise or to call, right?
Yeah, and at this stack depth, I think we can really go either direction. Looks like he's playing it cool.
Makes the call. Okay, board gets a little bit straightier on the turn with the 8 of diamonds.
Yeah, I think this is one of the spots, though, James, when you think about how ranges are constructed, it's going to be very rare that Socianu's ever going to have, you know, a straight here. Okay, playing it cool. I actually thought we might have seen another barrel there, but 3 of clubs on the river.
So can you legitimately check this a third time, or do you kind of have to take the betting lead now?
No, I think when your opponent checks the turn, now I think we probably need to put chips in ourselves, because if they are going to sort of bluff the flop and give up on the turn, they're probably going to have some king high, ace high showdown, or, you know, perhaps they have just sort of given up on the bluff already. It's a tricky one, though, because if they did have the flush draw, you would imagine it would be often a flush draw with 2 over cards, at least on the flop, if not the turn. And therefore, they probably would have continued to barrel. Does check. Okay, fair enough. And actually, this is perfectly timed. State showing a lot of awareness here. And, you know, perhaps that's what's playing into it, guys. You know, like I said, when there's a check on the turn, maybe he thinks he doesn't have enough hand to bet. And, wow, loses the minimum there with the 9s, guys.
Okay, so during that hand, we heard an exclamation of joy from one of the outer tables. I can confirm that there was a double up. No elimination, but yes, it was this guy who doubled up, Christopher Day. He was super short and now has more chips.
I know him. Yeah, that's Chris Day from a long time ago. Do you remember him? American guy, moved to the UK.
Yeah, yeah.
We were Facebook friends. Let's see if we still are.
No, avrei sbagliato. Sei stato più bravo tu. Avrei perso di più.
Wife Paulina.
Ace king for Salvatore Russo.
120. 120.
Raises to 120,000. Demidenko folding 5-4 hearts. Spazzato ace deuce. No. Sosano 5-4 of diamonds.
I'd say this is probably a little bit on the wide side, but if the table dynamics are just so, you know, playing a suited connector in position seems like a cool prospect, assuming you're not going to get squeezed too often.
That's the key word in the sentence, though, Nick. Assume.
Yeah, or hope, perhaps, is more apt. On the wrong table, this is probably just burning chips.
It's a nice way of putting it.
Well, this is not an ideal flop for 5-4 of diamonds, is it?
It's not, and now I wonder if playing in position, he's going to try and represent. I think he probably just goes small here and hopes that his opponent has, you know, maybe pocket 6s or something and just has to give up right away. Yeah, maybe even a hand like ace-5 of, you know, clubs or something is a hand that might feel bad about continuing. Ace-king of clubs, probably not going to fold yet, though. 2 over cards, gut shot, backdoor clubs seems like a little bit too much to give up at this point. And, yeah, nice turn there for the additional outs.
Wow. Real nice turn.
I guess you could say Socianu probably will have more 8x combos than the under the gun open. You know, maybe some 8-9 suited, maybe some ace-8 suited. I guess that will still be in the initial under the gun openers range as well. But if you start betting turn, we really have to consider continuing river, and I don't know if you want to put yourself in that situation.
I mean, you might want to put yourself in that situation, no, so you're not showing down 5 high. You don't really have a draw.
Well, it's more, I guess, Joe, it's just kind of, it's important we say to ourselves on the turn, if I bet this turn, I'm going to probably have to follow through again, and is that something that I'm interested in doing?
Well, with Barry Greenstein making an appearance, Russo improved, didn't need to improve, but that pair of aces is going to win him the pot. By the way, we are down to 23. Should highlight the 3 players we have lost today have all been Italians. Michael Desiderio was our 26th place finisher. Luca Bartolacci went out in 25th, and the most recent elimination going out in 24th place, Vincenzo D'Agostino, taking us to the final 23. So just going back quickly to the conversation of buying stuff.
Yeah.
Especially gear. My greatest purchase in recent weeks, which I'm using right now, is one of those adjustable desks that goes from sitting mode to standing mode.
Yeah, the standing desks.
Oh, amazing.
It's really cool. I like those.
I'm picturing it right now, and speaking of cables to go along with it, I'm picturing that I wouldn't have long enough cables, so as soon as I lift it up, it just yanks everything out.
So the trick is you get like a kind of, what do you call it, like power thing?
Brick.
A strip, power strip, which you then stick to the underside of the desk.
Yeah.
So and then you just have a single cable going into the power port, which you know is long enough, because then there is no change in the height of any of the other cabling, which is.
If you want to upgrade it further, you get one of those twined, sort of springy power cables that follows it up and down.
Oh.
Yeah. Manig actually left a standing desk in my house. That was one of the things I finally managed to get out, and it had a sling along the bottom that held the power brick underneath the desk along with any other cables. It was quite clever.
Let's make an agreement. It's legal only Italian and English.
Yeah, back in 2003 when I started doing shows on LBC, I was surprised that they had these modern studios where all the desks were standing, and I was very kind of like, huh? But trust me, if you're doing like a 4-hour radio show, you just have more energy if you're standing up.
How about a 12-hour poker stream, James?
That's why it's good to have a variable desk, Nick, because there are moments when I want to and need to sit down.
No, I need to do more standing. My posture is suffering in my current career, so I need to sort that out myself.
Oh, and the other thing, it's on wheels, so I can move it from where I, for example, do the podcast into a more quiet space when I have to do live streams at unsociable hours of the day.
This hand has the potential to get quite unsociable.
It does indeed. Demidenko's open, 3-bet by Montalban. Demidenko calls with 10s, does not improve on the flop.
Unsociable for both players. Nobody's happy. Perfect.
No one. That is, again, this happened yesterday, right? The classic Queen's flop. An ace, a king, and another card.
It's actually so good that even if you happen to turn your set, you still don't like it.
No.
Just a small bet.
Montalban. Yeah, bets 175k, gets the call from Demidenko. Deuce of diamonds. Who has a diamond? Demidenko.
He's got showdown with the 10. I think his hand's too strong to lead. There are some random diamonds that we can turn into a bluff here as a lead to represent the turn flush. I mean, if you have like a gut shot with the ace and the 5 that contains a diamond, I think we do a lot of leading because we want to try and do the same thing when we have, 8-7 of diamonds and stuff like that. Otherwise, our opponents get off too light. They get to check back the turn too often. We don't get to build the pot. And that means we can sneak in some really fun sort of one diamond bluffs here as a lead turn, lead river if needs be. When it goes check on the turn, I think both players are happy to try and get to showdown. Demidenko might go for a blocker bet, though.
Okay. I was going to say, it doesn't matter which player I am in this situation. I have no idea where I'm at.
7 bets. 425.
Okay, that's probably a bit bigger than a blocker bet. That's about 1/3 pot. And
Is this him turning it into a bluff, do you think?
I actually think it might be, James, but the size again is a bit of a. It's difficult to know because I don't think it's small enough to be a block bet, and I don't feel like it's big enough to be a bluff. But we've seen this once before, right? It was Demidenko, you guys remember, who turned that 4 deuce of diamonds into that sort of amazing 3-bet triple situation that was so well played. And we saw in that river as well. He used that 1/3 sizing, which actually convinced his opponent to fold the jack high flush. So whatever he's doing, it's working, and I got a lot of respect for it. And just there, that's another opportunity well taken.
It's a strange bet that we can't quite explain, but it achieved its objective. It got a better hand to fold. He wins the pot. On to the next hand, and it's ace queen for Casinò. Raises to 120,000. Ace Jack for Giordano, who's been relatively quiet so far today.
And this is not the time to come out of hibernation.
Well, he elects to 3-bet with a worse ace.
I mean, maybe his image will help here. I mean, it got ace jack suited to fold in absolute position.
Yesterday.
Well, we've seen Casinò make some, what do we call it, optimistic calls. I don't see him being pushed off ace-queen here.
Yep, and, I think that's an interesting conversation to have as well, James. It's like very often, when I'm taking notes and I'm talking about this on stream, people will say, that's really specific. Why would you write that down? That's like, when is that going to happen again? And you go, well, a lot of times this kind of play indicates other styles of play that we see in other situations that are similar, or perhaps the overall arching sort of player profile. And I think that that's a good note there, James, because often players who like to sort of have speculative calls pre-flop versus a single raise might also be prone to calling 3-bets as well for the same reason.
Well, they've traded outs, but crucially, ace-queen is still ahead on this king-10-4 flop.
But does not have the betting lead.
And I think he has checked to Giordano. He has indeed.
I mean, Giordano doesn't even have 2x pop behind.
175. 175.
Sit 2 bet 175.
That's 175,000.
A raise?
5 seconds. Sit 9 raise. 375.
Interesting.
I mean, Giordano's bet didn't indicate to me that he wanted to get the rest of his chips in.
No.
Seemed like I mean, I know that the C-bet sizing is smaller these days. Wow. Giordano called.
I was not expecting that. So he's got, what, 900K left and this 1.5 million in the pot?
The only thing I would say is that Sociano's raise wasn't very much, guys. So the C-bet was 175, and then the raise was to 375. It's almost like I can call purely for the gut shot at that point.
This is one of those occasions where I feel you got to look into your opponent's eyes and then put him to a decision for all of his chips. And
Yeah.
that's exactly what is happening.
Bluffing with the best hand. I love it.
Poor Giordano. Real short now.
Yeah, left with 900K. We still have around 40 minutes to play at the 30-60 blind level. We will then roll straight into level 31. Blinds going up to 40-80. So 2 back-to-back 75-minute levels before we take the first break of the day. And yes, we are still at 23 players, and at some point we need to get to a champion. We need to introduce Joe's concept of rolling the dice to decide the next blind level. Guys, we're going up to 100, 200. The 2 tables out in the field. And of course, other side events being played here in Campione. The final day of this festival, the first of the PokerStars Opens. I believe the next standalone Open is in Namur in Belgium, and that's going to happen in May. But of course, there will be an Open, a 1K event at EPT Monte Carlo. Monte Carlo Open, if you like.
Does it conflict with anything we have to do? Should I be saving my nickels and dimes to play the 1K Open in Monte Carlo?
I thought you'd be in a different continent at that time, Joe.
Will I be in Japan then?
Yes.
Joe, you're going to Japan?
There's a run good stop in Japan in Tokyo coming up
What?
at the end of April. Yeah.
You want some company?
Yeah, if you want, I'm sure we could get you in there, buddy.
Woo! We have a 9 high flop, which is great news for Spossato's Jack 9. Queen on the turn, and Spozzato now a 94% favorite.
I think, not sure about the bet with the King-7 on this flop, guys. I think it's more sort of conventional to see the King-7 just... Oh, never mind. It was a check and a bet. Excuse me, Demidenko. Okay, never mind. I take it back.
Check, bet, call, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I misread the action because it was blind be blind. My apologies. Nope.
That's fine, Nick. Just don't let it happen again.
Yeah, sorry, guys. I apologize, chat. I let you all down.
Don't worry, guys. Next time we'll break his thumbs.
What's worse is I let myself down as well. That's the thing. That's what really hurts.
All right, we can focus on the positive. Rugged Wizard from Indiana. Good luck today in your 3 p.m. tournament. Go get him.
Take it down. Own souls.
I played poker in Indiana on the road trip last summer. Something wins casino, some kind of wind.
I actually spent some of my childhood in Indiana. We had family there. And you ever done any river tubing, Joe? You just get a couple tubes and you just head down the river?
I don't have a lot of things on my bucket list, but I would like to do some river tubing at some point. So I know I never have.
Here's the thing. It's actually a really, really nice childhood memory of mine, and it is exactly the way you imagine it, just going down a little river, down like a little sleepy river. The only thing is I also kind of now, I'm not sure if I can deal with all the crawfish that live in these rivers now as you're just floating down a wild river.
So we have gone all in here. Demidenko deciding what to do with 9s. It was a hijack raise from Russo with King 10. Niago shoved from the cutoff with Ace Queen. And with action still behind, this is a tough decision.
Plenty of action still behind. You still got the original razor and the blinds. And the original razor doesn't have you covered, but can more or less knock you out of this tournament.
An understandable fold from Demidenko as the action is back around to Russo. And Russo ain't calling an all-in with King 10. What kind of lunatic calls an all-in with King 10?
Yeah, exactly.
I've never seen it.
Danksley in Twitch chat says, sounds like something a treasure hunter would do as a kid. Danksley, it came true. That's why I play poker now. I'm a treasure hunter. It's all come true.
Do the crawdads bite you?
No. I think as a kid, though, I kind of was like, what, tubing down the river? Let's get in. Woo. Now, as an adult, you're like, what's in that water? I'm not entirely...
I'd be more concerned about industrial pollutants than I would be about the nature
actually
that lives in the river.
Exactly right. Yeah, I don't know about the water quality in Indiana, but I don't want to cast any dispersions. If you're if you're watching this and you're on the sort of the water safety team in Indiana, I apologize. I don't actually know.
There are still water safety teams?
Speaking of water safety, guys, I jumped in the ocean this morning. I did a classic.
Oh, wow.
I know. Went for a little swim.
Good for you.
8 degrees C today, guys. It was glorious.
Woo!
Would you say 8C?
8 degrees. Yeah, it's about as cold as it gets in Brighton in March.
The water, 8 degrees Celsius.
Yeah.
I would guess that the water here in California is probably colder than that right now.
Oh, really?
So, Niago opened with ace-5. Spazzato is flatted on the button with the Grafton. And Sosiano with ace-queen in the small. I think it's going to make this bigger.
Yeah, and actually this is a really nice moment to do it as well. These are squeeze spots that you're quite happy to take, I think.
I was wrong, by the way. It's telling me it's probably about 13 today.
Yeah, just looked it up.
390, one pass.
So it's a 3-bet to 300,000.
6 pass.
Niago's folded. Spazzato, you got position. You got the Grafton. Get your chips in.
Oh, are we going to see a flop?
Yes! This is what I
Hell
wanted.
yes.
You call, you see a flop, you outflop him, you stack him, you fist pump the air, and you go on to win. That's not guaranteed, by the way.
Oh, baby.
Oh, yes. You can't fold now.
Can't fold now. Man, even off spade, though, you feel a lot better about this.
150.
This is a tiny c-bet, right?
Yeah.
Yes, there you go. One more. One more card.
Just a call, I think.
8 call.
Yeah.
I don't see any value in raising at this stage. Oh.
Well, that's annoying.
Flop a straight draw, turn a pair. He's 88% favorite. What's not
Yeah,
to
I know,
like?
but he doesn't know that.
He's got a 10 blocker. He's happy.
This is actually one of the spots, guys, where having position is so glorious because on the turn it's so hard for them to just put in another bet with ace-queen or ace. I mean, even ace-10 probably wants to slow it down and try and see a river.
Oh, wow.
I had a straight once.
Second pair top kicker for Sosiano. The straight for Spazzato.
You were right, James. 10-9 suited.
Well, Sam Grafton was right, to be fair. I'm just jumping on his bandwagon.
So at this point, guys, your opponents will have queens. They will have ace-queen. They might have some king-queen even. They might even have some queen-jack once in a while. They might even have some pocket nines, believe it or not, although they probably like to bet the turn. That's probably out of range once we see the check on the turn. So I think we're allowed to go quite big here.
1.32 million in the pot. What was the bet size? 425,000. Snap called, by the way.
Whoa.
And that is going to be a pot shipped in the direction of Alessandro Sposato. Sorry, Gaspare Sposato.
Yeah, the snap call there as well, guys. No, that's such a dangerous board. I'm surprised to see the snap. I mean, the call, I think, is very reasonable. But nice hand there for Sposato.
Yeah. So, guys, we've highlighted this a few times, but I do want to mention again that in 3 weeks' time, the must-play tournament of the year is taking place on PokerStars. Right now, Sunday Million season is running, and it concludes on Sunday, April 6th with the Sunday Million anniversary, the 19th anniversary of the flagship weekly tournament on PokerStars. It's going to be a $215 buy-in, a $6 million guarantee, and it's going to run over 3 days. The final day, the Tuesday, will be streamed live by the 3 people you're listening to now, with the addition of Griffin Benja on the PokerStars Twitch channel.
Yeah, Joe, just to echo what you said yesterday, I really like the 215 price point. Feels like an accessible shot take size if you're going, I'm going to save up and play this one. I'm looking forward to this one. It's actually a nice level if you're trying to qualify as well, like the qualifiers. You know, you feel like there's a couple price points where jumping into a 215 after playing 1 Saturday or even 2 is pretty doable. Such an exciting time of year, guys, and something that you guys definitely should be involved with if it's possible.
Russo raising with 5s. Round 2, Giordano in the big blind with Jack 10 of hearts.
I know we had some delays today, in game,
Yeah.
but this field ticker is not moving.
Correct. We are still at 23 players, so 3 eliminations today, but just the 1 bust out since we got down to 3 tables, and we still have quite a lot of players to lose before we can even get to the final table. I would also highlight the average stack is still pretty deep. We're still close to a 50 big blind average, and we know it's going to get shallower as we get closer to the FT, as we see the pay jumps increase, not just in frequency, but also in the size of prize money that's up for grabs.
I'm hoping maybe there'll be like an 18-way deal.
And then just flip for it, right? Flip for the trophy?
Well, I mean, I'm happy for people to play it out after that. It's just so much money. Like, how great would it be if they could just somehow all lock up a huge score right now?
Yeah.
I do think that in a 1K of this size, that there's a good chance we'll see some deals done, even you know,
6-7 handed.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to guess, you know, I don't want to say 9, but the multiplier on first place is so ginormous. I mean, it's so rare you have a tournament, especially live, that is this big. And, you know, I think, honestly, most players would be very, very keen to try and lock up that opportunity and not gamble for such huge sums. But we'll see how we go. It's going to come down to who's on the final, right? If it's a seasoned reg, probably doesn't want to do any dealing. But even once we get to 3 or 4, I can't help but feel like we're going to talk something.
I would like to see that. What's up, Phil Razor? Hey, buddy.
Is that Philip the Razor?
That's right, but he said he's taking a break from poker, so he's just Philip Razor right now.
Hope you are well too, Phil. Sposato with kings has raised to 120,000. Round to the blinds, round to the big blinds specifically. The Spraggy. Don't do it. Don't do it. Lift that little pyramid, slide your cards forward, move on to the next one. Ooh. Oh no, he's 3-betting.
Now, let's take the lore of this hand aside, Nick.
Yeah.
It feels like there's better 3-bet candidates than ace-7. Am I crazy for thinking like your ace-3s and 4s and 5s are better?
I'm not 100% certain, but I do think that, yeah, probably wheel aces are going to be 3-bet more frequently because obviously if we get called, we have more opportunity, but also probably more suited hands as well. More of our suited aces, but would be interested to look that one up. We're at such an awkward stack depth as well, right? So the effective stack depth here is State, who has about 44 bigs. And obviously, the deeper we are, it's slightly easy for our opponents to make calls with, you know, suited connectors and other hands that are a bit more speculative because we know if we do get lucky, we win more at post flops. There's more implied value to getting lucky with those kinds of combinations. I think probably just a small 4-bet is what we do most of the time with kings now. Yeah.
By the way,
Sorry,
the
Joe.
ace-7 3-bet does make sense in some ways, right? Where like you're like, oh, I don't really love it's not a great visibility post flop, right? With ace-7,
Yeah.
so maybe
and
just try to.
Like, aside from the fact I don't know exactly what the most frequent sort of ace-x combo is that we bluff here, you're right in the sense that most often GTO likes to take combinations that just don't play particularly well but have blocker potential as 3-bets, right? Because if we can win pots at non-showdown with the combinations that just don't play well post, then we're doing well, and it's nice that we have, you know, the opportunity to sort of say, yeah, okay, it's a little bit less likely they have ace-king or aces or something with the ace in our hand. You know who we haven't heard from yet, guys, who I think would be a great addition to the stream? DJ Funnybone. Where's DJ Funnybone when you need him?
I forgot about DJ Funnybone.
He was a one-time only deal, right? There was just the one event, and then he vanished forever.
I think we maybe ended his career.
So this is one of 3 tables in action in this 1K buy-in tournament. Across the various starting flights, 2,423 total entries, huge field, and still trying to whittle our way through it on this final day.
Ace-5, a little sourdough, a little artisanal, a little num.
And a raise to 120,000. Ed, are you going to get him or am I going to do it?
I got it.
Ed beat you to it.
Oh.
Russo calls with ace-3 of hearts. Let's have a flop. And it is domination rotation as Russo pairs his 3. Bottom pair, backdoor hearts. Backdoor straight draw. Yes, please. Picks up the flush draw on the turn to go with a pair of 3s, which is still the best hand. And Sociano firing a second barrel with 3% equity. Snap called by Russo.
Oh, wow.
Hello, flush.
Nice.
Do not empty the clip.
No, keep
Sociano,
checking.
check it back.
Gotta check again. Gotta check again. Don't make that face, just check. Nope.
Floor. Floor.
Does not give Sociano an opportunity to make the mistake of betting a third time. Takes over the betting lead, 425,000. I mean, not being funny, Nick, if this gets an ace-high hero call, I guess it's a genius play.
Absolutely. No, and I understand why Russo's leading here. I'm making funny noises for stream. Wait a second.
What's he doing?
Wait a second.
Oh, I'm just going to bluff into the nuts. Oh, wow. I think appropriate expression. What?
I mean, the other thing here, guys, was it's not like Russo blocker bet the river, which is more inducey, right? That's more of a that would be a cool line to have here, because I think you do actually inspire these combinations to rep. He actually bet about a third pot. In fact, it was even more than that.
It's funny because we can see that he's bluffing into the nuts, though, right? Against an unknown hand, it's not as bad.
I think there's only one move here, because Sociano is trying to say he has a monster, and this is an opportunity to cold deck the hell out of him. Yeah, it's going to be a snap fold, but wow, that was a pretty big misstep from Sociano. And look, I really like the gumption. I like the aggression, but Sociano has a combination that probably isn't supposed to be doing this, right? We don't have any of those blocker sort of combinations that we can say it's unlikely our opponent has backdoored into hearts, therefore it's likely that we can have it, right?
Let's put it this way, Nick. I think we've seen some things over the course of a few hands where I would go so far as to say that Sociano has some leaks in his game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to use the word leak, because often, going off piste here is gonna work, but definitely some more unconventional lines, and yeah, it really runs into it there, unfortunately. Let's take a look at Sociano now. After that hand, how many big blinds is that? We'll get an update on the chip stack in just a moment, but yeah, I mean, really spicy play there and lovely situation for Russo. I feel like Russo's been playing very solid, but I don't think we've seen him get particularly out of line, right, guys? He's just kind of been in good situations, been patient, and he seems to be finding some really good opportunities to chip up.
But I would say that is a solid strategy, because there are a lot of people at the table who are getting out of line.
Yeah.
So if you're just playing strong hands, you can exploit them.
Yeah, so with the update here, Sociano now about 36 big blinds, Russo above 7 million. Stack of about 120-ish bigs.
So we have had the open from Demidenko with sevens, the 3-bet from Montalban with queens. Action back on Demidenko.
Super deep. Let's go. Let's go fishing.
Oh, wow.
Oh. Even though it's always coming, he is going to fold. Yeah, correct.
I mean, Joe, I think you had it right. I don't know if we're just allowed to give up there. I mean, you can purely set mine at this stack depth quite easily, and that would be totally cool. But yeah, there you go. Demidenko showing a little bit of, he's been, I think yesterday they called him the silent assassin. That was after he showed down the 4 deuce of diamonds, but there you go.
Just over to one of the outer tables where there has been a double up there.
You know, this tournament has to end at some point. Montalban, who Willow shared some information on. We'll give you some background on Montalban next time he plays a hand. Right now, it's pocket jacks for Giordano.
By the way, a little bit of background information on the tournament chip leader, Manal Montalban, courtesy of our Spanish commentator, Willow. Montalban is an OG grinder, coming from a sit-and-goes background. He was Supernova Elite back in 2012, 2013. Has been playing under the radar in recent years.
Not anymore.
And this is his first live event in many, many years.
Well, that's solid news for the PokerStars Open. Did this go in? This is in.
Yeah, Giordano pretty short with jacks, gets called by Demidenko with king jack. Only has the one overcard against his opponent.
Giordano relatively quiet today. Lost a bunch with the ace-jack versus the ace-queen.
7-7 deuce, one heart.
Campione, as we know, has fared well for pocket jacks.
Yeah, and Giordano now an 85% favorite. Oh, there's a heart on the turn. We have to have a sweat. Demidenko picks up the flush draw. River card is a king.
Wow.
Not the flush, but a pair of kings for Demidenko. And that will see Alessandro Giordano eliminated in 22nd place. So we did lose a player from one of the outer tables. It was Andrei Nikitin, who was eliminated in 23rd place for 8,600 euros. Alessandro Giordano cashes out in 22nd for 10,320 euros.
Dice almeno fai il portabandiera, porti in alto i nostri colori. Dica un K ce l'ho io.
Well, we just had 2 eliminations in rapid succession after not having any for a while.
Yeah. So down to 21, 3 tables of 7. And we've got about 15 minutes left on this level. Under the gun raise from ace-jack. Demidenko up over 6 million now. 10-9 in the small blind. It's folded. And Spazzato, king-5 in the big.
Just going to have a quick count here. Wow, look at this.
Is this targeting a guy who's probably on tilt right now? Is that the strategy?
I'm actually not sure here, James. Based on the way we've seen Sociano play, if we're trying to inspire fold from a player that's been quite sticky, I don't know if that's the player that you want to tempt now, but I think it's just because it's a good combination to use in a spot that looks very strong. And, you know, James, maybe he's thinking Sociano being on tilt is playing a wider range and therefore we inspire more folds, but he's also a player that's quite sticky, as we've seen throughout the start of our second day of broadcast here. So we'll see. I think ace-jack probably is supposed to open and then fold here quite often. So it's well-timed, but Sociano without a suited ace-jack, I think probably just wants to give it up now. Nice play there. Very cute from Spazzato. As we mentioned yesterday during broadcast, a player that's had a lot of success in the last couple of years. And since we've been watching, I don't think we've seen him make, you know, barely any mistakes. Very, very measured. Very, very finesse.
Well, that is the moment that Andrei Nikitin was eliminated in 23rd, off to collect his prize money of 8,600 euros. A reminder that Giordano, who we saw eliminated at the feature table, got the pay jump. We are now paying out 5-figure scores.
I asked the floor if they can put one screen here.
È impossibile, io non vedo da lì. Poi chiamo un floor e lo rido.
Glielo detto.
Ma come se io come faccio a giocare?
Poi c'è la gente, non si vede niente.
Allora lì fa
Starte raising with ace-king. Dimidenko, ace-3 on the button. Decides to get frisky. That classic wheel ace blocker move. 3-betting to 365,000. Action back on Starte, who's one of the shortest stacks, right, Nick? Has less than 2 mil behind.
Yeah, so 35, I think-ish. 35 big blinds, something like that. I think we're supposed to still have a 4-bet non-all-in at the stack depth. You know, the idea is that we're still trying to get more chips in the middle, but we're doing it in a way that allows the button to still put it all in with ace-queen suited, or, you know, maybe even the old ace-5 suited, the old sourdough maneuver. Yep.
Very active end of the table.
Yeah, we've had no shortage of opportunities here. Demidenko is going to make it look good, but I think probably giving up this combo often. Let's see how he feels. He has come out with some really, really cool, interesting play thus far.
Yep.
No bluff. No bluff. What can I show? No bluff on that. I just told you. What's that? The rule, no? The rule. The rule. The rule.
Old Soldier on YouTube pointing out that for a 1K buy-in, even the current payout is a good ROI. How good is the ROI for first, though? 363 times the buy-in?
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
It's like an average slots hit for me.
If ever the poker cliche of asking, yeah, but how much did you lose, was appropriate, it would be for your slots play. Russo starts the hand with 7 million chips, raises with 8-7 suited. And 8-7 offsuit for Siciano in the small blind. That's folded. Montalban. King 5 of diamonds. So actually, Russo has reclaimed the chip lead. Montalban was the start of day chip leader. Russo #1 right now. King. High flop, 2 diamonds.
There was an 8 out there too. There
Sorry, you're right.
No, I know. I saw you like being like, I think I know what I saw there, but.
So yeah, the pair of 8s for Russo, backdoor spades working for him, but Montalban with this diamond draw.
Some potential for some pretty sick runouts here.
But Nicole.
Well, that's
Yeah,
the
this
start
is
of one.
looking better now for Russo, who becomes almost a 4-1 favorite. And Montalban fires again, gets called by Russo.
Quick call.
Very quick.
335,000 apiece.
Yeah, and an opportunity to potentially raise there, but maybe wants to allow Montalban to keep sort of bluffing, not punishing diamonds, however.
The diamond does not get there. Russo straight improves.
Does
Not really
Montalban.
the way you want it to, though, honestly.
Yeah. There you go.
Did he just check back the straight?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the queen now you got to worry about.
I guess.
Yeah, I struggle to imagine a queen would lead the flop, lead the turn, and then miss another bet on the river, though. So again, that kind of quick action might be hurting Russo just a smidge.
I was going to say, I can understand if you think about it and then start considering the prospect of a queen, you might end up checking it back. It was the fact that he snap-checked it back that was a little bit like, huh.
Yeah. And I think there's upsides and downsides to raising the turn, but when your opponent is leading into you like that,
yeah,
and then they lead the turn when you make that sort of straight with the gutter ball, I wonder if there's an opportunity there to start punishing diamonds, start punishing two pairs. But then to snap check the river there, I think maybe we just want to give it another 30 seconds. I think the check is still something that we need to consider for sure because of the queen being the straight now too. But yeah, I think perhaps a little bit of nerves there from Russo. I mean, look, he's been so composed. I don't want to be critical of Russo. I think he's played a really, really good game so far. But I fall in that trap as well. That's why I'm cognizant of that, right?
Yeah.
Just kind of going, it feels good just to avoid that opportunity for the queen to trap me here and just check.
He also took a significant pot away from one of the other big stacks, right? And he's just consolidated his chip lead. I think he's closing in on the 7.8 million mark now.
Yeah.
Blinds are still 30-60, although in 4 minutes' time, they are going up to 40-80. Let's raise and take it for Darius Niago, one of the Romanian players still in the tournament. Adrian Sorel State, the other Romanian at this table.
Ed asking if the insta call of the straight there is a bit of a tell. Ed, obviously, I'm not as well versed in this stuff as many people who play professionally, but I will say that for me, it's indicative of some kind of combo draw a lot of the time, a pair and a straight draw.
Right.
Yeah.
Even if it's not the straight right away, then a straight card hits and you're not, it's still a good read. It's usually someone that's in a hurry to see the next card, right? Which is typically indicative of a draw.
Round to Montalban on the button, who's got sevens. Raises to 125,000.
Which, by the way, if you guys end up, you should all do it in a couple of months when the first episode of Big Game on Tour Season 2 comes out. I get worked pretty hard by a reverse tell. I'm not sure if it'll make the final edit or not, but I got worked real hard by a reverse tell in the loose cannon audition process.
I would say, Joe, even if that doesn't make the edit of the actual TV show, I imagine that we'll do the same we did last time around, where there'll be a YouTube show where we show the loose cannon auditions and we see why and how the loose cannons were chosen.
Those guys are staying right over there.
I agree. At any point, we can display the clock here
We
temporarily.
cannot see the clock, cannot see nothing.
And we are in the process of bringing a screen down
Thank you.
here. Follow up on it.
So Captain Daniel on YouTube claims that Sosiano is Romanian as well. Not according to the information we have. For the last 2 days, we have had Giorgio Sosiano as Italian.
Yes, I was joking earlier about it being a Romanian-sounding name. We're not interested in like really what people's heritage is and stuff like that. We just want to know where their passport's from, where they claim to live, whatever it is. You get all kinds of people all over the world. So, Miss Bum Bum, to answer your question, a reverse tell is like when I go on the air and I say, oh, when someone calls real quick, it's usually indicative they have a draw. A reverse tell will be someone doing that on purpose to make me think that, now that they know that's what I think.
This could be dangerous for Niago, who defended his big blind with Jack 10, has paired his 10, and is way behind Demidenko's aces.
Yeah, also worth noting here as well, we are playing 7-handed, so that open from under the gun here is actually going to be a little bit wider than it would be if we were playing 8s or more. Ooh.
Board gets straightier on the turn. Niago checks.
Yeah, I think probably 2 barrels, but okay, fine, decides to check. The queen is somewhat connected to this board.
Oh! Oh! 10 on the river.
Dangerous for the 10?
Yeah, but the flop dangerous. The river, not so much.
Delicious.
Ace is cracked.
400,000. Ah, 420, nice one.
Smoke him if you got him.
Man, this is a nightmare for
Time
the
bank
aces. So
understandably, using those time bank cards.
let's think about this, right? If he has a deuce, he probably doesn't bluff. If he has a queen, he probably checks the river. If he has a king, he might value bet or might do what he thinks is a perceived value bet. But again, I think a lot of players playing versus under the gun might be a little bit, hesitant to put in a big bet here with a hand like, king 8 suited or king 5 suited, right? Which is a combination we defend from the big blind often versus that open. So suddenly it starts to feel a little bit gross.
He said call.
Yeah, understandable
Pays
call.
off the value bet. And yeah, nothing you can do there other than just kind of.
You can fold.
Yeah, I mean it's just a river that's going to get paid by the aces a lot, and it's,
Yeah, of course.
It's a tough one. If you want to be super critical, you can sort of start to eliminate some combinations, but you never know. In a live setting as well, a lot of players maybe perhaps overvaluing a king in that spot and maybe value betting that at a higher frequency. So it's difficult. That should be a pretty safe river most of the time.
If you want to be super critical, you can remind yourself that you have access to all the hold cards and you know exactly where you're at.
Yeah, exactly.
Kicking off a new blind level. We're now into level 31. Blinds going up to 40,000, 80,000 with an 80K big blind ante. And this will be the level taking us into the first break of the day. That is 1 hour and 15 minutes away. Susan, I'm not trying to be obtuse, but I genuinely am not sure what you're asking here. We won't see any personal cards the entire day. I think Ed's figured it out. Susan might have joined late, be watching the stream from the start when we had graphics issues that weren't showing the hold cards. Susan, once you join us in the live world, you will see that, yes, we are seeing the cards of the players. Stacks of the players at the new blind level. So chip leader Salvatore Russo, 7.8 million, close to 100 big blinds. The shortest stack, Giorgio Sociano. That stack has become shallower, Nick, with virtue of us having an 80k big blind, shy of 25 bigs. Niago also shy of 30 bigs. So no super short stacks, but players who are getting shallower now.
Yeah, absolutely. The blinds are starting to do their job. And Sociano is not off to the best start, but let's see how he handles the shorter stack now. So often we see major competitors swinging, you know, especially playing a more aggressive style, trying to improve on that red line, that non-showdown profitability. Does he have a different gear now for, you know, 25 big blinds or less?
Yeah. Starte is raised with sevens. Russo picking up ace-jack here.
I think a 3-bet's nice here. Chip leader stuff. Just calls, that's understandable too.
Sure. Round to the big blind. Spizzato folds the 10-3, and we go heads up to the flop.
Oop. Whoa,
Always coming.
Oh.
Always.
Yeah, I like the check here. James, the cool thing about this is, and I think this is actually a spot that I need to do so much work on myself, is when you've opened there and a player in position is called, for example, the cutoff or the button, we do so much checking on these boards, right? Like from a sort of theoretical standpoint. And once we check the flop and they check back, it's tricky to know what to do because it feels like they don't have a lot that you're getting value from, but you also feel a little bit obliged to start building a pot now where you're not going to extract enough value when you do get lucky here. I really feel for the check here too. So often it's wrong to, you know, miss flop then miss turn when you have a hand this strong, but when your opponent checks this board, they're not going to have jack 10, they're not going to have, you know, a set of fours, they're not going to have, you know, jacks or tens or whatever. And there you go, there's the bet. I actually don't like the bet from Russo though. I think that it can feel a bit like you're trying to sort of end the hand now, you're trying to, you know, get protection, quote unquote, for your hand, but I think that if your opponent is checking to you twice here, you are just going to be winning a lot, and you're going to be dominating a lot of the hands that are slowing down here too. If they have ace-10, if they have an ace-8 or something like that, we're beating them by a significant margin. We don't necessarily need to turn our hand into a bluff. And I think that looks like a check raise, James.
Indeed. 650,000 total, and just nice try, but let it go. Move on.
Yeah. Nice one from State. The double check actually well-timed, did extract value from a spot where he probably gets very little on average.
So still at 21 players, 3 tables of 7. Not just trying to get down to the final table today. This is the last day of the tournament. We need to play down to a winner. And I know the aspiration, Nick, was to try and get to that point around 1 a.m. local time. I'm just not seeing how that is possible unless you start removing 3 or 4 blind levels from the structure. And no one really wants to see this turn into a complete crapshoot, even if we have to speed it up a little bit.
No, absolutely not. I mean, look, it's as commentators, you know, we have to cover the action, and we need to. We want to see You know, we want to see exciting poker. We want to make sure that the players are getting value for their money. This is a big buy-in tournament. You know, we want the games to be skillful. We want to give the players space to play, which is what they've paid for here. But ultimately, we need to crown a winner, and we need to do it within the time frame we have. I think that the decision to speed things up is a good one, but I think there's still lots and lots of play here. As you mentioned, James, the average still being so deep at this point. It's so rare you play any poker that gets to this stage, and we have, you know, an average stack of this depth.
I know hindsight is 2020 and we can't fix things in the past, but maybe moving to 75-minute levels a bit later in the tournament and maybe sticking with 60s on days 2 and 3 may have been a possible solution to this predicament.
A victim of our own success, as we've seen so much recently, James.
Yeah.
I mean, the appetite for live poker, honestly, coming out of COVID, I just think that we've seen an absolute boom. And it's been true of so many of the events that we've hosted over the last couple of years.
And particularly coming into 2025, where there was no EPT in February, where there's the launch of the live leagues, there's aspiration for people to start earning those points, and for us to be going somewhere new with a new event. People like new. I'm sure there's a lot of people playing live poker now who weren't on the scene when there was an EPT in Campione back in 2012. So it's somewhere new to visit, new to experience, and the first chance to win this shiny new trophy under the banner of a new series of tours.
Yeah, and I think to think on it slightly deeper as well, I think it's super cool that, you know, for a long time there's been this sentiment, you know, oh, poker's so tough these days, you know, solvers are ruining the game, yada, yada, yada. It's like, I think that for these events to be breaking records and for us to be smashing guarantees the way we are, it just goes to show it's elevated the game in the same way that chess engines have elevated the chess scene, despite, you know, players becoming extremely good at the game much faster with the aid of tools that are available online.
So we have seen a 3-bet and a fold there. Ace-10 opened, Ace-King 3-bet, Ace-King wins. Next. Oh, we're down to 20. Zoran Stojanovic, who spent a decent amount of time yesterday at the feature table, was the player eliminated in 21st place. He cashes for 10,320 euros, and his elimination takes us down to the final 20 players.
Seed for race 160.
Russo with sevens. Raises to 160,000.
7. Fold. Seed 8. Fold.
Sosiano thinking a little bit too long with Queen 4 there on the button. And Starte with Queen 4 of diamonds in the big. He defends, and these two players will go to the flop. And that flop, 10-10-6 with 2 diamonds. It's a post-flop flip. The 7's still ahead, but solid equity for the Queen 4 of diamonds.
Yep. As a general rule, James, if we have one overcard that is good, that will give us the best hand, and a flush draw, we have close to 50% equity. That's a nice little trick for you guys to remember when you're trying to work out your equities, rather than having to do all the mental gymnastics. I guess the question now is whether or not we check raise. I think calling here is just so successful, though, as well, James.
It is a check raised.
Yeah, I think this is fine. You know, like, no criticism. Quick call from the sevens, of course. But, the cool thing about calling on these boards, James, is if your opponent slows down on the turn, and they often will if they don't really have a lot of strength, then, we still have a good opportunity to try and represent and get some very strong combinations to fold. I mean, even as strong as, ace-king or ace-queen, for example.
Okay, things change though, Nick, with this 6 of hearts on the turn, and a wise man once told me, don't chase flushes on double-paired boards.
C3 bet 250.
Oh, all right.
But Starte will follow up on that check raise by barreling 450,000. Quickly called by Russo. Snap called by Russo, taking us to the river.
Yep, instincts are right here.
And no diamond. 7 still good.
Does Stade continue to represent the 10?
I would not be happy about that snap call on the turn.
No, terrifying, James, honestly.
I know it hurts to give up on a pot, but wow, he's not giving up.
350.
And did I hear that correctly? Yeah, he's sized down.
Right, how much was it, James?
350K.
Into 1,840. Oh, okay, that's so interesting, James. So just to take a hazard guess here, sometimes we do this, James, when we think our opponent might just have, a missed flush draw that now has to just give up. Yeah, it's too small to fold the sevens, I think, but there you are. State perhaps trying to still get some ace combos to fold with that size, some king combos. But is that how we size if we have a 10, James? It just seems like perhaps we would go bigger. I don't know what the whole thought process was there, but understandable call from the sevens for a small size in relation to the pot.
Of course, it is Sunday. Never miss a Sunday on Stars. Sunday Million season running right now. $300,000 in Sunday Million anniversary tickets being given away via Ticket Machine. And of course, Power Path running as it does every single day. Your chance to play through the steps to win a Power Pass. You could make your way to the Irish Open with a Silver Pass. You could make your way to EPT Monte Carlo with a Gold Pass. Those are 2 of our live events coming up. The next PokerStars Open will be in Namur in May. If you want to win your way to the biggest and best PokerStars experiences, be they live or online, Power Path is a great way to do it.
Blinds 48, yeah? No, just checking about the blinds.
Just while we're in a lull as well, I want to give another shout out to the Sunday Million Season Challenge card. I'll drop a link in Twitch chat now if you guys want to check it out. T's and C's and all that stuff I think have been updated now. But 109 Sunday Million tickets to be won. All you got to do is play a $4 spin and go, which is one of the Sunday Million season branded ones. Reply with your Stars ID, hashtag Sunday Million Challenge. That is ending very soon, so if you want to take advantage, jump in now.
Yes, yes. Yes.
Big blind, yeah? Because under and big blind together. 6 pass. 7 pass. 8 pass. 9 pass. 1 pass. 6 recall.
So this is blind v blind. It's another confrontation between Starte and Russo. It's going to go call, check. So unraised pre. And it's 6 tray deuce. Well, both players connect here. The straight draw against a pair of threes.
Yep.
3 bet
I think we start betting if we're State.
And we get called. Snap called as usual.
Yeah, Russo acting fast. I mean, the one thing you'll say about this, James, is earlier we thought maybe the speed of the play might have meant he missed an opportunity, but he's consistent. You know what I mean? That's one thing that I think is important here. It's okay to act fast as long as you don't have a lot of different timings. That becomes timing tell.
Honeydew says, I smell revenge bets. I mean, the one thing you have to learn from the previous hand is if the guy's calling quickly, he has something.
I think if I'm State, I continue, though.
Okay.
We're blocking the straight. We can still get a 3 to fold. We can still get a deuce to fold. We can still get clubs to fold. I would go like 300K or something like that here.
Well, those do look like 3 100K chips that he's thrown out.
Prediction, nailed it. Yeah.
Does get a fold on the turn. Nice.
I wonder, James, if we can go back in time and think about that double paired board, I wonder if State made it just, you know, even like 40% or 50% there. I think it might actually work.
Yeah. Laughing Poker has a bad lookalike. First one we've had of the day. Russo looks like Sean Penn. That's a bad lookalike. That's a really bad lookalike, but I will allow it.
Sean Penn. Yeah, I like it.
Folded to Montalban in the cutoff. The Spanish player was the start of day chip leader. Opening here to 160,000 with ace queen round to the blinds. Here I go with king 7 of hearts in the big. Calls.
Big Deal O'Neill says you can't predict after he's thrown out chips, Nick. It was before and also banned.
8-6-3. In defense of both participants in that debate, by the way, Big Deal O'Neill is not incorrect. The chips had been thrown out, but in Nick's defense, he hadn't seen that.
That is true. But also, you're still banned.
That's fair enough.
You can't argue with that one. I was about to say, do we continuation bet the ace queen? We do, and that's fine. That'll work out. Cutoff versus big blind. Obviously, that's quite a sort of big blindy defend range kind of board, but I don't think a c-bet's ever going to be bad there.
20 players remaining, spread across 3 tables. We've got our feature table, 2 outer tables. Other side events being played and concluding today here at the PokerStars Open Campione. Overseen by Big Nick. Nick O'Hara, who was actually nominated at the Global Poker Awards this year for Best Tournament Director alongside Toby Stone. Congratulations to the winner in that category. It was EPT alum Luca Vivaldi, who of course now works at Triton. Spazzato raises under the gun with 9-8 of spades. Neo go with ace king. That is a re-raise from the small blind. 3 bets to 480K. Yeah, Nick actually came to the ceremony in Vegas, hanging out with Paul and JP from the Irish Open, an Irish contingent at the awards in Vegas. Nick even brought his son to the awards. That was really sweet.
Speaking of Irish contingent, James, do we have some names of some Irish voices we might get during the Irish Open this year?
Dude, I have no idea what's happening with the Irish Open.
Would anyone like to do any commentary at the Irish Open?
I mean, based on their contributions last year, I would be very surprised if we didn't see repeat appearances for Dara Okani and David Lappin, who did sterling work on last year's stream.
Those two fish. Jeez. I jest. I love those two.
That's Global Poker Award nominated journalist David Lappin, I'll have you know.
I was nominated at one point for something. Don't even remember what category it was now.
So the ace-jack raise flatted by queen-9 in the big.
That's right. The category was, it was player to come closest to winning the Sunday Million anniversary, but not who was also on commentary. That's right. I was in there. I was in the mix somewhere.
How did you lose? They create a category for your specific type, and you still can't win. Okay, we have got an ace-5-4 all spade flop. It's top pair against a flush draw.
I'm having flashbacks here, James. This is the same ace-jack under the gun open we saw from Sociani that folded to the king-5 3-bet from Spossato, but all in.
That was also, dare I say, a frustration shove.
Yeah, I mean, Sociano, I think maybe Sociano's a bit too deep to just be slamming in chips there, James, but also it's one of those boards where you're probably just going to win that a lot, and maybe you just don't want to see any pain, you know?
Just to be clear, this is not me criticizing, this is me relating.
No, absolutely.
Where
absolutely.
It's like, I've been hammered at this table all day, I can't win a pot, I have equity here, I don't want to see another spade. I'm like, no, all in.
Yeah.
Do or die time.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, most of the time you're going to shove and you're going to win a pot, and you're just going to be like, yeah, that's it. No spades, no nonsense, no nothing. Yes. So I get it. I get it.
Yes.
But if we're putting on our analysis hat, I think maybe we're supposed to try and do something else.
Davydenko gets it through there. Button raising with ace-queen. I was a bit confused by Ale's question there. What are the award ranges? I think it was a way of saying what are the payouts, but because we've just been discussing the Global Poker Awards, I thought it was a question about like what the categories were at the GPAs.
Yeah, no, I thought so as well.
All you need to know is that there are a ton of awards now. Even Eric Danny, who is the president of the GPI, would admit that there were probably too many categories this year, and I think that they will refine it for 2026. Go raising with queens. Sixes for Spazzato. Good question from Fifth Business. What are the dealers listening to at the PokerStars Open stops? So we have to bring things down a notch from the EPT. So we don't give them a CD Walkman. We give them an old school Sony Walkman cassette player. The problem there is the options on cassette, not so good. The great news is people still have a lot of old mixtapes. The problem is the actual music on those mixtapes, terrible. Terrible.
I heard one the other day, was listening to an audiobook of Sun Tzu's The Art of War. I thought that was interesting.
Today, apparently, we found someone who had a mix of the best of Men Without Hats.
Oh, wow.
Unfortunately, it's just 17 different versions of Safety Dance. So I hope Christina's enjoying it.
I woke up this morning singing Spirit in the Sky, and then I was reminded that Gareth Gates also had a version of that, and it kind of ruined my morning a little bit.
Oh, he did, didn't he?
Oh, just pains me.
Probably not a conversation for on air, but I was the editor of an entertainment news service. I was working in the business at the time that the whole Gareth Gates Jordan thing came out. There's a fun story behind that. I mean, I don't know how Sosiano did this to himself. I don't know how he got himself into this situation.
Was it raised 3-bet? Yeah, he did 3-bet. Yeah. Oh, dear, James. Oh, dear. I'm a little bit concerned for Sosiano now. I think after that exchange, we're going to see a short stack here. Chat saying, I had a dream that Linkin Park were singing Dolly Parton. Now, that sounds absolutely rad.
Meanwhile, John Delano now has Safety Dance going around in his head. S, A, F. Nice. You can raise if you want to. We can raise if we want to.
That is a song that's used so often in South Park.
Because if your friends won't fold, well, if they won't fold, then they're no friends of mine.
There you go. But James, it'll never beat equity folding sets with pocket threes.
Raise 180.
The poker version of Mr. Brightside.
If you guys have never seen that, I mean, if there's ever a reason to qualify for a live event, if you can ever catch a rare Hartigan karaoke moment, it is something to behold.
Blind v blind, it's these two, Montalban and Starte. And it's an all diamond flop. Starte with the queen of diamonds.
Montalban doesn't decide to bet here. I think that probably after there has been a raise, James, we probably get away with a lot of just like bet small on the monotone board. But understandably as well, a bit concerned about the big blind holding here. We can see it's an absolute monstro. Sort of 2 over cards, gut shot, flush draw. If he's checking king 5, I was going to say he's just given up on this hand. There's no other way to play it. If you want to try and take it down, you're going to sort of bet on the flop and then proceed from there. But as a check, he's just not interested in. That's cool. Also, you mentioned that Montalban was an OG sort of sit and go player, a man after my own heart, and I'm rooting for Montalban now. I think he's in a good stead too. 5 million chips, still 62 bigs.
Absolutely.
I'm staggered at the average stack depth here, James. We are still very deep stack, 20 left.
I mean, it's the average stack is still close to 50 big blinds. There are still a lot of deep stacks in the tournament. And I would say that we are now into what, the last 40 minutes of this session, the last 40 minutes of a 2.5-hour block of poker, and we've only lost 6 players today. Yeah, just gonna leave that hanging. Ace Queen open. Round to the blinds. Starting in the small with 10-4. Folds. Russo in the big. Ace 8. Oh. That's a call. And that is a 10-7-5 flop. Well, that 8 on the turn gives us domination rotation in Russo's favor.
Yeah, I like the lead here, James. I think your hand is actually quite strong, especially after we see the check-check on the flop. And twice now, Niago has opened sort of an ace-queen, ace-king, one of these sort of premium ace combos, and very aptly given it up on both occasions. Definitely, I guess the reason I'm bringing this up at all is because a lot of times we see players getting married to these hands, right, James? It's such a classic poker mistake. Understanding that this is not a good board for him, there's not really a clear way to bluff. There's not a clear way. It's not clearly value either. So I like that, and I think that's a sign of a lot of control. Niago so far generally as well just been playing very solid poker, and been a pleasure to watch.
Tom making an excellent observation. We're trying to cram 3 days of an EPT into one day where we would play down to 16, play down from 16 to 6, and then play down to a winner. I mean, granted, probably I'd say maybe 2.5 days or maybe 2 days crammed in. And the problem is that the level difference is not that different in the sense that EPT is playing a 90-minute clock. This is playing a 75-minute clock. So we're not actually gaining that much time. That's why this is going to be a really long day.
What hand? 800. 80.
So it went limp and check. And then Russo tried to take the aggressive action on the flop, which I think is okay. And then the king 4 float I think is also very good here. We're just winning way too often with king high, blind T blind here to want to give up. This should be a continued turn though, James. Okay. I think the gut shot is fine to barrel. Okay, quick check from Russo, understandable also. But when we pick up equity, our opponents will have ace combos. They will have king. They might even have some queen combos. They might even have hands like 3-4. That's like a gut shot on the flop that calls still. And with the run out like that, obviously now our king high, ace high combos are feeling a little bit more confident on double paired boards. With a check on the turn, Russo considers it, but I think it just goes check, check now. There's no reason to bluff king 4 here. You're winning way too much. Part of the reason why we call in the first place, James, is because we know king high is going to be good here in the first place, right? So
yes,
yeah, nice work. But again, considered. You notice the difference in actions there, James. The speedy, almost somewhat anxious sort of reactions of Russo, and then the very considered sort of check back there from the king 4. I like that.
We're going to check on action at one of the outer tables. As the next hand begins at the feature table, we have an all-in and a call. It's the amazingly named Daniela Casinò against Frederick Retz. And it is King-Queen against Ace-Queen. And there is a king on the flop, domination rotation. And with no ace on the river, that is going to be a double up for Daniela Casinò.
Yeah, nice run there. I actually got a chance to play with this gentleman in a VIP tournament in Prague. Really, really friendly guy. A lot of fun to have at the table.
That's right, simply the best. The casino always wins.
So back to the main stage.
Yeah, and still at 20 players. And aces for Sosianu.
And Sosianu starts here, James, with about 21 bigs. Let's play this one as an open. Does make it 170. Is that 175? I don't know, James. Again, I feel like this could just be the min. Not that it feels like such an inconsequential difference, but I do think that when you're playing against really good opponents, they will pick up on these sizing differences. And also, at this stage, we want as much action as possible. Let's not give our opponent any reason to think that we have something stronger than we do. And it might be the difference between King Deuce fold and King Deuce call. And honestly, that's a great example right there, James. With the big blind ante in play, with the additional dead money out there, a lot of the sort of thought process behind defending the big blind is this price is too good to ignore. Just that slight difference in the open there might have been the difference between getting action with King Deuce and not getting action with King Deuce, and that might have actually been a potential spin-up opportunity missed for Sosianu. That could have been the beginning of the monumental climb to victory, and that's why poker is really a game of details. Whenever people come to me and they go, "Nick, can you look at this hand?" and they start with, "Well, I had aces," I go, there's probably a good chance that the big hands aren't where you're not going right in poker. A lot of times it's in the small details. Now, in this case, he does have aces, but that's not the point. It was the detail of the sizing there that might have actually ultimately led to getting no action with the aces. Maybe King Deuce is still a fold regardless, but just something for thought. The devil is in the details when it comes to poker, and it is a game of small edges, so these things matter.
Blind v blind here. Spazzato in the small with King 4. Raising to 280,000.
Nice work
And a
from
fold.
Spazzato.
From the big, yeah.
Possono vedere le carte. Ma dammi le minte. Alzale meglio. Proteggili con la mano. Devo star qua. Spostati un po' le chips, almeno te le metti qua. Thank you. Grazie.
How long till the break? 32 minutes. I'm hungry.
Hungry for action. Speaking of action.
Yeah, and also hungry for a banana.
Careful, James. Not too many.
Not too many. Remember Peter Andre.
Radioactive James, not approved. I looked it up, by the way, James. Yeah, it is actually, that is a true statement. Yesterday I said bananas might be one of the most radioactive fruits. It is actually to do with the potassium. Bananas contain potassium-40, a naturally occurring radioactive isotope.
Just to be clear, the urban myth about Peter Andre was not that he was radioactive. It's just that he had too much potassium in his system and it led to him passing out.
I heard that was actually the inspiration. That story was the inspiration for radioactive, radioactive.
That just happened.
Oh.
That was a moment. Well, we've had a 3-bet here from Montalban, understandably. Aces in the big blind. Over the top of Russo's open with king, jack of clubs. Russo, the chip leader right now, started the hand with near enough 8.5 million and can fold this king, jack and still have more than 8 mil. And does just that.
Yep, definitely might sneak into a call there once in a while, but, you know, James, so much changes at this stage. 20 left, man. We're so close to serious money. I think being on the tighter side is definitely not an issue. Sometimes tight is right.
Russo 9-6 of diamonds.
This is a great question, James. Are you eating any traditional Spanish food for lunch today? That makes perfect sense in the context of this stream.
Complete sense. First of all, I haven't had breakfast yet. Secondly, Tex-Mex is easy to get around here. Spanish food, not so much. And in Italy, where the event is being held, I imagine it's mostly Italian food.
That would make sense. Don't worry, JR. Don't worry, buddy. I'm only joshing.
Oh, we've got action at one of the outer tables. It is an all-in and a call. Masievic Katian, the at-risk player, against Stephen Barnes. And that is going to be a bust out. That is our 20th place finisher, cashing for 12,370 euros. And that will take us down to 19. Russo back in action, defending his big blind to a raise from Neago. 7-5 versus Jack-9 going to the flop. And it is a 10-9 deuce flop. 97% equity for the Romanian.
Yep, and then I think we do a little bit of both here. Jack-9 can check, they can bet. I think playing it cool is totally fine. Uh-oh, Russo thinking about it here. Yeah, Jack-9 easy call now. And part of the cool thing about having a check-back range on the flop here, James, is we are allowed to sneak in some middle pairs, bottom pairs that have, you know, the best hand where we can convince our opponent to start putting it in with hands like 7-5 off with almost no equity whatsoever.
Yeah.
And we can see here no equity at all. decides to raise the turn and gets the job done. That's an interesting little quirk there, James. Actually, finding a raise is super interesting because what we're doing is we're getting value from a deuce sometimes. We're getting value from a 9 sometimes that's with a worse kicker. We're getting value from diamonds, which of course are going to be in there quite often because the big blind's defense range so often contains more suited hands than offsuit, right? So actually another very, very subtle exchange that I think is actually going to make him a lot more chips than the average bear. I mean, when we're watching coverage like this, James, if you're watching casually, you might even miss that and just think, hey, he won the pot, who cares? But in the long run, those small differences are going to make a significant increase in his overall win rate. And that's one that perhaps, many of us would have missed. I certainly would have missed it.
Nineteen players remaining from a starting field of 2,423. Again, I would highlight that is 2,423 total entries, including re-entries. That generated a prize pool of close to 2.5 million euros.
Staggering, James. Honestly, what an amazing turnout. And you guys can see the field ticker top right. Just such a huge field to have gotten through, and now we're starting to really get to the business end.
Starte has opened with ace-5. It's Niego in the big blind with queen-6 of hearts. And that's a defend. And it is a king-queen-3 flop. I'd be feeling pretty good with second pair in the big blind here.
Yep. Just feels like a board that we want to bet a lot of the time, James. King, queen, 3 rainbow. I would be surprised if we're not going to bet range, as we say. Range bet is something that people say from time to time. Just kind of, bet all of the combinations that we would have as an open from the button.
And Starte now drawing thin with that 8 on the turn. But he's betting again. 600,000. I'd still be loath to fold a queen, but that's exactly what Niego does.
Yeah. Really applying the pressure there. And after that slight misstep, trying to rep the boat on the 10-10 double paired board earlier, has chipped up slightly here, which is great to see.
Yeah. Bizarto first to act here with 10-4 of diamonds. That's a fold. Snowman's. Num num. And Sociano raises to 160K. Montalban's out.
Sociano is also our shortest stack going into this pot, so just bear that in mind. Started the hand with around 21 big blinds. Ooh. Niago is going to enter the pot here with the sixes. Hugely dominated, however, 80-20 if it's just the eights and the sixes in the pot.
Just a call, though, right?
Just a flat, yep.
And Demidenko folding the big blind means we're going heads up to the flop. And that flop, king at 5-4, eights still good. Sixes check. Eights bet 100K.
Yeah, and if we're going to call with sixes here, James, we need to continue on these boards. We're just beating too many of the sort of suited ace combos. I mean, even like ace-4, ace-5 is a reasonable open off of that stack from Sosiano's position. That's a really good turn for pocket eights.
Although it does give Niago sevens as outs.
Yep, some gut shots. Don't slow down now. If you got the king, you got him in a vice. If you're up against the king, I should say. Wow. Checks it back. Now, James. Oh. What is going on here?
The 6 on the river gives us set over set sickness. Is this going to be a full double up for Sosiano, or is the potential straight on board going to stop Niago from losing 1.4 million here?
No, I think he's going to lose it all, James.
Well, fortunately for him, he can't lose all of his chips. Sosiano, the effective stack. What? Did he just call there?
Okay.
So basically, the fact that there were 4 cards with straight out there did stop.
Yeah.
him.
No, you're absolutely right. I was actually thinking about it in the other direction, James. I was thinking it more from the perspective of Niago, in the sense that if there was a raise, would Niago put him on a 7? And I think that's almost always a no. But the other way was true. Yeah, you're quite right. It was the other thought process. He was too concerned about the straight there. I don't know if that's another mistake, James. I don't know how much 7x is allowed to be in that small blind range. It might literally just be 7s and ace-7 suited, maybe something like that. Those are the ones that might make sense as a small blind call versus that early position open.
I think what was surprising, Nick, is that, again, it was such a quick decision as well, not kind of like thinking it through and putting his opponent on a potential hand, just made that decision. By the way, you'll notice there that we're losing Gaspare Sposato, being balanced to one of the other tables because Simone Avancini has just been eliminated in 19th place. He's cashed for 12,370 euros. So we're now at 18, 3 tables of 6, and we have to keep those 3 tables balanced, and that's why we have to lose Sposato, and he has to be moved to one of the other tables.
Yep. Nice little reaction there for the camera. I don't know, James. I think you're right. It's just another example of we need to just be a little bit more patient, give ourselves the room to consider all of our options. And I think if he had thought about that a little bit longer, I think he maybe would have come to the conclusion that this is a spot where if they have a straight with a random 7, they're allowed to take that pot. Otherwise, we need to get more value from what is a very, very high value opportunity. But a nice pot there anyway, regardless. Did manage to get some value from the turn set. So play continues.
It does indeed, with 3 tables of 6, 18 players remaining. And the first break of the day, not that far off now.
James, have a banana.
I will, and some granola.
Oh, man.
And I might even have a second cup of coffee today.
Pushing the boat out.
Woo!
Life in the fast lane. Did we need a new SCART cable, by the way, James?
It's those phono leads. I told you. I told you the white one was bent.
Yeah.
We've decided to go mini jack.
Oh, okay, nice shout.
Yeah.
Seat 4 raise 160. Seat 6 fold.
So Russo has raised, and it's round to the big blind, and Montalban's going to fold the 6-3. Action is going to start with Starte. My apologies, Russo. Starte's posted the big blind. To Wong watching on YouTube, I would say it's slightly unfair to compare a tournament with a 250k buy-in to a tournament with a 1k buy-in. You are going to see a different standard of play, obviously.
Yeah, I would say those two are in different universe.
I think you see a different type of play and what you consider to be less action, which is not an invalid comment, is a different approach to the game, but you're seeing it from the perspective of players who maybe aren't as accomplished, and you're seeing people who are playing for money which is genuinely meaningful for them and could change their lives. So that drama just adds a different dimension to the proceedings.
Yeah, absolutely. I always like to consider these things in terms of multipliers, James. Like, as a sit-and-go player, I think about the world in big blinds. That's just how, sorry, not in big blinds, in buy-ins, because, you know, we play a high frequency of games with the same buy-in very often as sit-and-go players. And then we think about how much what's the multiplier, what's the best case outcome. And when you look at the actual top payout here, it's so rare to have a multiplier of that magnitude in any form of poker. And I think that's where you get the sort of relevant. It's kind of like when we watch the super high rollers in Monte Carlo, for example, right? Like, they're playing for a huge first place, but it might only be 10x or 12x, you know, what the actual buy-in is. Here, it's, you know, greater than 300x your buy-in, and that's just massive.
Ace King under the gun raises to 160k. And when it comes to poker as entertainment, Nick, when it comes to actually watching streams or watching TV shows, I completely appreciate it's different horses for different courses, right? I know a lot of people will only watch cash game poker. When it comes to tournaments, I'll be honest with you, I'm not a fan of super high rollers, never have been. For me, the perfect balance is somewhere between this and that, which is a 5K or 10K main event, where you've got a mix of accomplished pros and you've got amateur players who are either taking a shot or have qualified in. You've got that David versus Goliath narrative to go alongside the fact that they are playing for a meaningful title and meaningful prize money.
I completely agree. That's why often, you know, I host the Sunday Million streams on the PokerStars channel most Mondays. Sometimes the action we get in a Sunday Million, you know, final day is so much more interesting than what we might get in a high roller or WCUP event. But you get the cool thing about doing it online is that we get both, right? We don't have to choose. We get to see the best players in the world playing absolute perfection poker.
Absolutely.
But then we also get to enjoy, you know, players spiking a Sunday Million, and it's the first score that they've ever logged, you know, on any platform, and it is different.
And just to be clear, I was talking about it from my point of view as a spectator, as a poker fan, as someone who is producing and providing poker content. I'm with you 100%. You have to provide a broad spectrum. We make cash game shows. We show main events. We show low buy-in main events like the Opens. And we have the 100K, 50K super high rollers as well.
Yeah, agree 100%.
Okay, this folded around to the button. It is chip leader Salvatore Russo here with ace-8 of diamonds. And he is raising to 160,000. And I think this is going to be a raise and take it.
Yeah, we had a flurry of action. Now a couple raise and take it's.
Yeah.
Diamond, shine bright like a diamond.
You and I, Nick, we're like diamonds in the sky.
Shine bright like a diamond, James.
Minutes until these players go on break. On the other side of the break, the blind's going up to 50,000, 100,000 with a 100K big blind ante. Jamosito watching on Twitch. Yes, this is playing to the end today somehow. As Amoeba says, strap in for a long day. Oh, yeah.
Already strapped in.
Literally, I mean, we've chained him to his chair.
So Russo here with the ace-queen suited. Starts with the min open.
Sosiano defending with 8-5 of clubs. And if the board is crunchy, that could spell disaster for Sosiano. Luckily for him, not a single club and not a single card for 8-5 to be excited about. Russo continues for 125,000, and that has elicited a fold from his opponent.
Yep. Good stuff there. Nice dry texture. Just put in the bet and take it down.
And I think we're about to see the field ticker drop from 18 to 17 because David Castellani has just been eliminated from one of the outer tables. He is 18th place finisher in the PokerStars Open Campione main event for 12,370 euros. So we are down to 17 now. One more elimination and we'll be at the final 2 tables.
Second place.
El Maestro says, what is the name of the channel on Twitch? It's the official PokerStars channel. So the URL will be twitch.tv/PokerStars. Demidenko finds kings on the button, opens to 160K. Montalban 9-6 of diamonds in the big.
This is a nice hand to call with. Does so.
Oh, hello. Street flash potential for Montalban. Flop better, buddy. Kings continue. I don't think Montalban is going anywhere.
Absolutely not. These guys are quite deep, though, James. So now a question as to whether or not we want to find some check raises. We can start representing trip eights here with our street flash potential.
Raise.
Yeah. Story checks out. And
Check
the Kings.
and raise.
Yep, the King's obviously not going to fold now, but it does give room for pause.
What is wrong with people? Toronier says 7 of diamonds on the turn, king of spades on the pane for maximum pain.
Wow. They just love to see the action. Oh.
Not the 7 of diamonds, but the jack of diamonds. And this is looking pretty good for Manal Montalban.
It's more streety flashy, James.
It is. Let's look at this from the King's perspective. When you get check raised, those straight draw, flush draw combos that could be check raising,
yep.
A lot of those draws just got there on the turn.
Absolutely, James. And Demi Danko might just make a really good fold here. When you get check raised on this board, you're going to be up against an 8. You're going to be up against flush draws. You're going to be up against straight draws. All of it is still there. We do see a call, understandable as well from the Kings. And the river. Street flash potential, alert.
Oh no, street flash. How annoying.
But this might go check on the river, James.
Yeah, I don't think either player likes this card.
Or do we blocker bet? That might be interesting too. Blocker bet. Way better. Yeah, man. Yeah, love it. Love it. And gets value.
Demidenko calls that river bet. Huge pot for Montalban, back up to 7.5 million. And that has put a huge dent in Demidenko's stack.
Nice pot there. Montalban's going to be looking real healthy after that exchange. I love the size on the river there, too.
Yeah, he was the start of day chip leader. Could possibly be second in chips right now. Salvatore Russo, also at the feature table, is probably tournament boss with 17 players remaining. Oh, scratch that. Scratch that. Apparently, Friedrich Retz, who's at one of the outer tables, has close to 10 million chips right now.
Wow.
Retz is playing 9.5 mil.
Serious luxury levels out here in Campione.
So let me respond to Vic's question. Vic the Reaper 99 on Twitch says, final table starts with 9 players. So yeah, officially they do the redraw when they're down to 9, and it's a 9-handed table. But as far as a final table appearance is concerned, they don't really consider that to be anything other than the top 8. So whoever finishes in 9th is considered to be the final table bubble, even though they were at that table. That's what we call it, the unofficial final table, 9-handed.
Sit one, call.
Domination rotation as Starte pairs is 6.
Checking it, bet.
Three, bet 100,000. Sit one, call.
Ace on the turn, and Starte now a 94% favorite.
One check.
We are coming to the end of this level. This is likely to be the last hand before the break. 9 on the river.
Yeah, and I think King Queen might actually just try and take this to showdown once in a while. I suppose.
Sit one, check.
I think your hand's too strong to want to try and turn it into a bluff. Yeah, just check, check. But the ace is a potential card we could rep after that line.
Okay, so that is going to take us to the first break of the day. It's going to be a 20-minute break. And we're going to come back with 17 players, still at 3 tables. One more elimination, we're down to 2 tables. These are the stacks of the players we've been watching on the main stage. Again, the big blinds, not relevant. That's the old blind level. When we come back, blinds will be 50,000, 100,000 with a 100K big blind ante. That is going to see Sassiano moving towards the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Salvatore Russo, table chip leader and second in chips overall right now. It's the final day of the first ever PokerStars Open in Campione. We are following this through to its conclusion today. We are going to get down to a winner. Live action concludes on the other side of this short break. We're heading back to the feature table where we're going to sweat with Paul Pierce. We're going to play a hand from his perspective and only see his hole cards. It's been folded to him and he's got ace-7 off.
Fold.
What'd you do?
1,000.
He's going to raise.
All right.
Got Shupak. Calls on the button. Christopher Putz folds the small blind. Kalidou So folds the big blind. Heads up to the flop. Queen 10-4, meh.
Even though this is a hand I would not mess around with pre-flop, post-flop, you got a continuation bet.
He does, 1,200.
I call.
Shupak sticking around. Turn card, 7 of clubs. That's a pair for Pierce.
Pair for Pierce means we should probably check now. A cheap showdown would be ideal.
He does check.
3,000.
Shupak takes over the betting, 3K.
Scott's body language has me thinking he's not super comfortable, but that could still mean a 7s beat. Still with a pair here, I think the right play is the call and see one more card, maybe get a free showdown.
Let's see what that last card is. 4 of clubs pairing the board.
I think we have to check and hope for a check back.
I check.
Check to showdown. Shupak with Jack 10. He had a better pair.
Chupak Shakur, dear mama.
Bro, if you will listen to my advice, you will fold that 7. Chill out, you know, and you will be tight and you will be all right.
Oh, that 7, you're right.
That's what I said.
992 players currently signed up for the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship. Registration still open. New blind level, 300, 600. Action folded to Mustafa Khan, who's got kings.
Oh, hello.
9,300.
Opens with a raise. Paul Pierce could be in trouble here. He's got queens.
Oh, my goodness.
He is all in.
I love it. Doom, doom, doom.
Now we're gonna see who's the real MVP.
Doom, doom, doom. I love it. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, doom, doom.
I don't know what's happening, but I will allow it.
No!
Somebody pays
This 4-bet's kind of insane, by the way.
Come on, baby.
Benelli has re-raised with 9s.
This is all working out really well for Mustafa.
Boom, no. Oh, man, hold on. I gotta stand up for this one. MVP. MVP. MVP.
Out.
Dang.
We can't talk yet. It's still in my hands.
Not looking good for me.
Can it just calls the 4-bet? And it's a queen high flop. Pierce is now a huge favorite.
The truth is out there.
In the side pot between Benelli and Canet, it goes check, check. 4 on the turn.
Give me what I need.
Paul's just about got this locked up. He really shouldn't be reacting, fun as it is.
Canet bets 11,000. Benelli folds, showdown.
I got pair.
No good.
No good?
No good.
I'm good if you triple, bro. I'm good if you triple. I don't give a
MVP.
I'm happy for you, bro.
Not yet. Not yet. You, no king. No king. No king. King, baby! I'm gonna do a backflip off the stage and go king. I ain't did a backflip since I was like
Just give him the pot. It's fine. It's fine.
Watch that scene. Dig in the dancing queens.
The guy just tripled. Paulino! Andiamo!
Full triple up for Paul Pierce.
Yep. Paul Pierce knows a thing or two about the triple-double. I'm told that's a basketball reference.
Well, we're going to head back to the feature table, where Putz and Canet are the big stacks, and Pierce is the short stack. American player Scott Shupak has opened here with ace-king, raising to 1,500. Action on Paul Pierce. King 6 in the big blind. An optimistic call?
Quite. But, you know, everyone defends their big blind super wide these days. It's probably fine.
Ooh, a king high flop.
This could be the worst thing to happen to Paul Pierce since that time he got a little rumbly in the tumbly during the 2008 NBA Finals.
With the action check to him, Shupak continues for 2,600.
Solid bet from top pair, top kicker. Huh.
10,000.
A check raise?
I mean, I guess he could get a fold for that amount.
but nah.
Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom.
Mullen.
Shove from Shupak.
Call.
And Pierce calls all in.
Yikes.
Good luck, MVP. Ah, he got me.
Most valuable punter.
I need a 6.
They're going to be so pissed at me if I knock you out and they were all gone.
Damn.
Paul Pierce at risk and dominated. But he spikes a 6.
Oh, baby. Whew, don't pair the board now.
What the what?
Yeah, pairing the board wouldn't change things, but whatever.
Woo!
Double up.
Woo! I'm still here, baby. I ain't going nowhere.
Despite getting it in bad repeatedly.
Woo! That's a good double up before the break right there. That's how you double up before the break. At the buzzer. Woo! Baby. Double up at the...
Blind still 400, 800, and we are going to sweat with Paul Pierce for this hand. Actions folded to him in early position.
Again?
Damn.
Sorry, that's your...
I think she really doesn't like it.
Yeah,
It's personal.
she just
It's
don't
personal.
like me,
It's personal.
dog. She just don't like me, dog.
8 I folded.
He puts his drink away, and you treat him like this. Look where is the drink.
So Ace-8 nearly got accidentally mucked by the dealer. Instead, Paul's able to raise with it, makes it 2,000 to go.
Better than the Ace-7 off he raised last time we did this.
Folded to Christopher Putz on the button.
I put Moneymaker out the tournament.
Oh, yeah? So where's that?
2013, maybe? Last time I was in it. I don't remember last time I played. Maybe 14 or 15.
Literally everyone has knocked Chris out of a tournament.
You blinked. It's over. I got this hand.
So just the one caller who has position on Pierce. 10-9-6, gut shot and backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, no, say it. We're happy about that.
Sure.
Doing good.
Putz bets 2,000.
And much like the concept of listicles, we are going nowhere.
Turn card. It's the ace of clubs, top pair now.
What a turn.
Pierce checks a second time, Putz bets a second time, 8,000.
We do have top pair, but we could still be out kicked, so we don't want to go too crazy. Paul?
He's just check raised to 20K.
So this is what I meant, in case I need to be clear. This is what we probably should have avoided.
Putz calls. The river card is the 5 of diamonds. That puts a potential flush out there.
Yeah, that's bad.
Sure.
Putz having a flush draw would have been one of the best case scenarios when he calls our turn raise.
Looking at these chips. You see how much that is?
This might actually work to prevent a river bet.
Putz checks it back.
You win. Show the trees.
Does Pierce have the best hand?
Ace-8. Wow.
Damn. 2 pairs.
No.
Did get him to not bet it, though.
Nice hand.
Back to the feature table, where Pierce is still short and Putz is still crushing. Action will be on Christopher Putz, under the gun. 5-4 of spades, he folds. Victor Pedotti has ace-10. That's a raise to 1,600. Jacks for Canet.
Mustafa Canon's been picking up hands so big he could use them in the palm of basketball.
Raise.
So it's a 3-bet to 5,000. Ace-queen for Paul Pierce. And he shoves. Back around to Pedotti.
It's easy enough to get out of the way.
How much is it?
22-9.
Paul's been all in a bunch today. Hasn't really gotten much going over his starting stack.
Can it calls?
Go for it, bro. Good luck.
Jesus.
We're off to the races.
Coin flip. Coin flip. 50-50.
Not quite. One ace is gone.
I feel better than you about it. So maybe I win. So maybe
I feel good.
Maybe I send the truth home. Maybe it's time for the MVP to take over. After one day, you had a good run, bro. You had a good run. You had a good run, bro. What a pleasure to play with you.
I had a good run.
It was so fun to play with you.
I'm still here.
So far, I'm ahead, okay?
I'm still here.
I know. I'm not sending you
I'm
away.
not standing up because I'm not going
Bro,
nowhere.
you can stay here for 3 days. You stand up already. I'm not
You might
calling
as well
any
sit
cards.
down because I'm sitting down.
You're such a legend. It was a pleasure to play with you. For real.
Why you leaving?
Huh? No. Just, I want to be polite, you know.
You leaving?
No, I'm not leaving. So.
Oh, I thought you were leaving.
The flop. Has a jack on it.
Oh, baby. Oh, there is no diamond there.
Man.
Diamond for the sweat so we can shop. Diamond. Give me a diamond.
God damn. Top
Diamond, bro.
set.
We want a diamond so we can chop.
It's all over.
Oh, that is good for me.
That's good
Wow,
for
we
you.
lose Paul Pierce. I send him home. A dream come true. Who's the truth now? Who's the truth now?
God damn.
Ben!
Look at 4 diamonds.
This is my game! Welcome to my court! Ben!
Damn. Good job, fellas.
It was so
All
nice
right.
to play with you.
Nice
I have to
playing
be
with
honest.
you
You're great.
You are. Queen comes too. Set of jacks.
Word.
All right, it's time to go have more drinks.
It's time for food.
For food, right?
For food.
All right.
Ciao.
Oh, they got me.
All the remaining
Exciting.
players now at one table. One more elimination until we're at the official final table of 8 50K, 100K blinds. Pachechi,
It's Tony.
pocket sixes. This is a hand I remember very well.
Okay, mid-raise.
Alexei pass. Athenos pass. Fiscal pass. Jacob pass.
So folded to Livebury in the big blind. Ace King.
Are we going to Flipsville yet again? I went back to 2010, James.
Good. So Liv, 3 bets, re-raising to 600,000, a not insignificant percentage of Pachechi's remaining chips.
We already know this dude doesn't like to play post-flop. Wow, he's gonna play post-flop.
He calls.
Hi-ho, it's off to work we go. Get your pickaxe, it's set mining time.
And he flops a set.
9 of hearts, 10 of clubs.
I'm all in.
Yep.
Liv shoves on him, he calls all in.
Liv
How do you call
practically dead.
of your stack pre-flop? I mean, it's just... How do you... I know, but it's just atrocious.
Liv.
I didn't know Liv was a chat pro. It is kind of atrocious.
Come on. Come on, please, please.
Actually, that was maybe the best turn in the deck for Liv.
No dice. Do you mean it?
I don't think she meant it.
How do you call? What do you... Would you, if I just shoved pre, would you have called?
Well, yeah.
If I just pre-flop?
Pre-flop?
Mm-hmm.
See.
Don't know?
I'll see.
No.
He is not.
Huh?
He is not.
He's not?
He is not.
Oh, he is not calling pre?
No.
Well, I was trying to get value.
He is calling. Everyone is fold, but he is calling. He's brave guy.
Everyone in the world is folding.
As we come back to the final table of EPT San Remo from April 2010, we see the Pachechi is open with fours and Liv has ace-queen in the big. Very similar situation to the sixes ace-king spot, no?
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy. This could be so good. Oh, Liv, what are you doing?
Oh, unnecessary.
I don't know.
How much are you playing?
Somebody's gonna stare at me that long. You get a reaction. You get a reaction.
I'm all in.
Okay. Liv decides to shove instead of just re-raising.
He can't fold to her. I mean, there's a strong argument to fold.
Well, it's all in to call.
But I don't think he can. Like, personally, after what's gone on between them.
Probably.
I just don't see him folding.
King. Yesterday?
Yesterday? Last hand?
Pocket 6. I call. Oh, don't no. No?
It was the day before.
Pocket.
Well, it's the same day for me.
Ace, king, sixes. You're like,
He's not wrong.
Okay, I fold.
Folds the fours.
Wow.
Pocket 4. And leave.
Good job, Liv. You avoided a flip.
Should re-raise from half the start.
Yeah.
Ace king, ace J, ace queen. Come on. If you go set up.
Well, either that or I have an overpair to you.
Cadetta. Get it?
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the present day here for the inaugural PokerStars Open Campione 2025. Live coverage of Day 4 continues from Casinò di Campione in Italy. And we've decided that all the players will be invisible from here on out. Too many tells being given away. We've gone pure cloaking mode. Joe Stapleton, and Nicholas Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me, Joe.
Feature table chip counts. Wow, the blinds have gone up significantly, I can see. We're at that sweet 50-100 level where 9.6 million in chips is 96 big blinds. And there is a big disparity between Paul Reyes and Jakob Sturba, a 40 big blind difference. Andronico and Christopher Day in the medium stack department, and Casinò and Danielle Casinò is a person.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
When I kept seeing people in chat asking about Danielle Casinò, I thought that was a location that the PokerStars Open was going to.
Yeah, no, he's a real guy.
And it's a fella. There you go. 2 shocks in the same name. 1, not the name of a casino. 2, not the name of a woman.
I am actually about to send him a message. He is a poker affiliate manager, Danielle Casinò.
It's the moneymaker boom all over again. These are the payouts we're waiting to get to. 17 players remain. Won't see these numbers until we get to 10th or better.
By the way, I have your photo here. You can pull up.
17th place, everyone's going to walk with 14,860. Next prize jump at 15th place.
But the same as in the PS Live. You deleted it. No. The same as in the PS
And I don't know, am I allowed to say this? Am I allowed to say that I'm not surprised that we're a little loosey-goosey coming back from break in Italy? Is that something I'm allowed to say?
I think you're allowed to say that. Look, they have a slower pace of life. You know,
they enjoy their life.
The quality of life is nicer. There's no rushing. They're not slaves to the machine like us Americans, Joe.
That's right. They're a slave to enjoying the last sip of this espresso.
They're a slave to espresso. That's right.
I have it on my mind.
They're a slave to enjoying this last morsel of cannoli. And or gelato.
I have to pay milk.
And or
for James.
Pasta.
But you already have good money. Huh? You already have good money.
And or vino.
That's right. But we enjoy life in that part of the world.
I mean, for Lucky Joe, we get a pack of cigs and a couple mini bottles of Fireball. I don't know.
I do like Fireball.
I do actually like Fireball. I'll take that back.
And we're bringing the fire right now as players return.
For Namur, the Open, Namur. UK PokerStars Open, Namur.
Hippodrome, yeah.
That looks like a lot of chips.
Like this place.
Maybe that's the 9.5 million.
Joe, what were you calling these chips? They're calling yellow jackets. Were you calling hornets? What were you calling them again?
I was calling them yellow jackets. Yeah, black and yellow.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, my wife and I, we did a road trip.
Now, it's cool to be back, guys, and we are returning to the action here in Campione, of course. In just a moment. They're winning a bunch of money, though. Still some significant pay jumps to come, guys.
All the significant pay jumps still to come.
That's right. How much does 17th get paid? That's a good question.
He's saying things in Polish too, so.
And is your biggest success here, or you had some cash?
Yeah, we're up to 7K, I think.
Cash for 100K before.
14,860.
Sorry. Yeah. And like I said, that next pay jumps at 15th, so just a couple of eliminations. And we get more or less a 3K pay jump.
Good exchange. You?
Yeah, I had December. I had 200K.
Nice.
Looks like maybe with the racks on the table, there's a color up happening as well.
10K high roller, 10K?
No, 2,200.
Hopefully we get cards back in the air soon. Speaking of black and yellow.
That's the guy. Now, I really hope we get this pronunciation right. Is it Daniil, or is it Daniel, Or is it Danielle?
Danielle. Danielle, I would say. It's like Daniel, but with an accent.
Yeah.
Danielle.
Danielle.
2.5, 2.6, 2.7, 2.8, 2.9.
Yep, we do have a color up happening, which means a new chip is being introduced.
2, 3, 4.
Looks like maybe a 1 million chip.
Thanks, guys.
The Campione is on its way.
You can shuffle up and please.
Where are you from?
London.
And the cards are being moved around. I think we might be about to play some poker.
It's nice to see some chatting at the table. Love a chatty table, Joe.
60 minutes from.
Yeah, I don't have it either. Still get a hotel there.
That's what all that espresso will do for you.
Right, you wouldn't drive.
Ed says I'd pronounce it Danielle E.
Not 2 o'clock.
So you're small blind? This is your box, yeah? Can you move a little bit here, yeah? So small blind 50.
We
and you're
have
big
to
blind.
put the card. Yeah.
Maybe if it's your first time at the feature table, just a quick explanation of how to hold the cards in the box. Daniele, says Jamosito. Daniele.
Daniele. Daniele. Where is Daniele from?
Daniele.
Daniele.
That would be my last guess, but Jamosito really seems into that. Ace-5 suited for Christopher Day. That one I know how to say. I've known Chris Day for a real long time. Haven't talked to him in many years, but was a fan of the old Poker Road shows back in the day. Used to listen to my original podcast, Two Jacks in the Hole. And he's made it 215,000 with Ace-5 suited. Sturba in the small blind. Nick, I would not know myself what to do here with Queen 10 in the small blind. And this is a 3-bet to 700,000. I think that would have been the last of my choices there, if I'm going to be honest.
We obviously won't know how the dynamics have been going at this table thus far. I'm just taking a look at the chip stacks here now. So this is Sterba 3-betting Day. Day has about 30 big blinds. I think I like it a lot. I think it's fine. This might be an unusual combo to choose in this position, but it's not so unusual that you're thinking, you know, what are you thinking?
Mm-hmm.
Tom says it's pronounced Deo. You've been doing it wrong this whole time, Joe.
Oh, Lord. Deo lets it go.
Well,
it's you're a little too deep in this tournament, to just do the old Ace-5 suited 4-bet, rip it in, let God sort him out, aren't you? It's a little too close to the big money to go broke to Ace-King there.
Yeah, potentially an issue for sure. Could have been maybe like a little clicky-clacky, little click back, but here we go.
200% sure.
It would have worked this time anyway.
So now redraw and we must go away again.
Probably.
In any case.
What's wrong?
It's a redraw at 16. Redraw? I don't know, but I could not understand why make TV table and when it's redraw.
So it looks like a table is breaking. That's kind of what the holdup is now.
Okay.
We're waiting for new players.
Yeah, but now we have all, maybe when it's redraw.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Good help.
They will send 2 players.
Come on, they're gonna tell me in half an
No,
hour.
I think they're gonna.
You will see.
But I'm not sure.
Calling hand? Sorry? Calling hand?
Are you sure I'm Russian?
You're Russian? My wife is Russian.
Yeah?
I was from Kazakhstan.
Speak any Russian?
Yeah, I am learning it.
How long did you learn?
We are 2 years together, so yeah. I already speak.
A newlywed.
Oh.
Looks like we were waiting for a hand to finish on one of the tables. And if that's the table that was randomly decided to be broken, that would explain what the holdup is here.
Yeah, it is a tricky affair here, trying to get all the tables aligned correctly, but looks like it's getting sorted out as we speak.
Yeah, we got lucky in that the feature table wasn't the one that was randomly chosen to be broken. So we are awaiting 2 new players from that table. As we are down to the final 16.
And Wooly in Twitch chat says, haven't heard of this event. Is it fairly new? It is brand new. This is the first ever PokerStars Open. It's not the first time that PokerStars has been to Campione. I believe the last Campione was 2016, Joe, is that correct?
It was a while ago.
It was a while ago. I think it was 2016. And it is the inaugural PokerStars Open event. PokerStars Open, for those of you that don't know, is kind of like replacing UKIPT, but it's the same vibe, but it's also going to include other events that are outside of the United Kingdom, and it's an amalgamation of many international events that will happen alongside EPTs. And
Royal Freeman, hold on a second. Nick, I'm furious.
Okay.
Royal Freeman says, where happening? Nightbot, Casinò Campione, Royal Freeman, location please. Royal Freeman, city, no, you banned.
I know.
Sorry, Nick.
No, it's fine.
The bad news, by the way, is that to get to 16, we had to lose a player in 17th. And unfortunately, it was a player we spent a lot of time with. Darius Valentin Niago from the year of Romania has been eliminated in 17th place.
Oh, dear.
And we still have Adrian Sorel State from the year of Romania. But no more Niago. Niago is now just plain go. And this is one of 2 remaining tables. Lots of players that we are familiar with over the last... How many hours of coverage did we do yesterday? 14? 12?
Good question.
11? Whatever. Double-digit hours of coverage.
Yeah. I think it was about 12, Joe.
Yeah, looks like you are staying here. No.
Smart.
Tom has a good point.
What is the point?
Did we really even stop from yesterday's coverage? Doesn't feel like it. Rolled straight through.
Hello.
Buongiorno.
Welcome back.
I'm good. How are you?
Buongiorno.
Got the Sato here. We've got yesterday's chip leader at that table. But this is the table we'll be focusing on. Our 2 players have just arrived. Manel Montalban has taken a seat in seat 2. And Adrian State in seat 6.
Italy. Italian with the flower. That's a great combination.
Ridefast says, sorry, what is top prize, please? The top prize will be first place. Thank you for your question.
363,000 euros.
You are angry?
Current payout 14,860.
Tight. No bluff. Very tight. Never bluff.
All right, are we balanced yet, Joe?
Can I have a rack, please?
We're getting there. Really taking our time here. I like this. Gemosito is a little clever. If Daniele Casinò wins this, you could headline Casinò Campione di Casinò di Campione.
Tell him again, like this.
How much? 9.5. 9.5. Yeah.
Can we recommence? Steeler is asking for cards.
That's a long way. What's your biggest cash you have?
Not played.
Okay, and go. All right, there we go. New chip counts for everyone at this table. So Paul Reyes was in the 1 seat. Looked like he was going to be chip leader, but no. It's Manel Montalban who arrives at the table with slightly more chips, 10 million. And as we noticed, there was a huge drop-off between number 1 and number 2. Jakob Sturba with 59 big blinds. And a few bunched up in the middle there, Andronico, State, and Day. And we have got Casinò and Legnaro, who are the 2 shorter stacks under 20 big blinds.
See what they got, Joe. I'm excited to see if any of our shorties can find a spin up late in the day. I'd say it's still early in this day, but it's certainly late in the day if you think about they came through 2,400 plus runners thus far.
One each.
Yeah, one from everyone, and you're good to go. It's gotta be a boring string of poker.
Oh, we're so close.
Tantalizingly close.
Okay, and one person's like, sorry, can we wait? I just have to go to the bathroom. Sorry. Sorry. Hold on, let me check my phone real quick. Sorry, let me finish this email. Sorry.
Entschuldigung, wo ist mein Handy? Wo ist mein Handy?
Sorry, I just have to send this one tweet. Sorry.
At Joe Stapleton, lol, send.
Cards are on the belt. They are being slidden.
She was trying.
At Griffin Benger, check your privilege, lol, send. Okay, we can play. At James Hartigan, why aren't you on Twitter, lol, send. All right, action back underway. There's a raise from the ace-10 suited under the gun.
And Andronico is going to get a look with a fun one. 7-5 of spades in the big blind. No, isn't going to peel. Doesn't want to mess with the under the gun raiser.
How much you had yesterday? How much chips you had yesterday?
5.
When was your last stream on Twitch, Joe?
Here?
I did one relatively recently. I streamed the new Indiana Jones game.
Oh,
like maybe a month ago. I kind of didn't feel like playing it alone.
I get it.
And Nick, you know what? I've been meaning to ask you a video game question.
Yeah.
So I get these clips show up in my feed now where like a guy's just like a trash can. And he can like zoom all over and like clone himself and make like other fake trash cans. What game is that?
Okay, so I know the one you're talking about. It's basically, it looks like Call of Duty, right? But you pretend to be an inanimate object. I don't know, but I think it might be something to do with Call of Duty. Let me find that, though. I keep watching that. That looks like a lot of fun.
So your father plays poker? It feels like
Called Prop Hunt, says Miss Bum.
Yeah, that's what it's called. That's what it's called.
So instead of it being like terrorists versus counter-terrorists, it's like guys with guns versus garbage cans?
So you literally just try and pretend to be inanimate objects and they try and shoot you. All reviews mostly negative. Apparently on
bad
Steam.
reviews?
I don't know. I always thought it looked like a lot of fun, but I don't know why the negativity here.
All right, we've got a blind-on-blind battle developing here. Andronico versus Day.
3 million all in. Huh? King check. I had kings. Yeah, and he shot
Ace,
with
ace
50
5.
with king check.
Yeah, that was crazy. Such a fun.
Yeah.
Such a fun.
It's going to be more of a welcome sight to the king queen than it is to the 9-8 off.
I hope he shot maybe ace queen, ace king. It's crazy, such tournament. 50
How
times,
is
so
Chris going to
close
respond
for nothing. What do you expect?
with 9 high?
With 6 million.
This was a raise, so this is a C-bet. Chris ditches it.
Let's go. JR Stadium in Twitch chat says, very important gaming question for the broadcasters. What is your favorite Pokemon? Joe, go.
Squirtle.
Nice. Snorlax, obviously.
I usually Snorlax right after I Squirtle. I mean, you know, if I'm playing them in rapid succession in the game, I mean.
Yeah, right. It's a powerful combo. Glenn Weber, ditto. Very good. Because Ditto's a Pokemon. Get it? No.
Anyway, thanks for everyone weighing in about prop hunt. Nick's usually my go-to guy for answering video game questions.
Well, yeah, or viral Instagram content that I can never seem to avoid. Yeah, no, I have seen that same guy. It does look like a lot of fun, Joe. I think it's one of those things you got to do with people that you got to have equally invested people in order to enjoy that game, I think.
Sure. I will say the Indiana Jones game is probably the best Indiana Jones thing since Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Oh, wow.
Like,
it
it's
did
awesome.
look pretty good. Apparently the whip physics are really nice.
The sound effects are on point and true to it. The story is on point and true to it. The fact that Indy's like a human being and like, you know, he does Tomb Raider-y type stuff, but it's like, you know, he's still pretty limited.
Yeah.
To what he can do. Yeah, that's what Domain Master says. The Jones game could have been a great movie. That's what I mean.
Pull the Cleaner says the voice acting nailed Indy as well. Are the jiggle physics good in Indiana Jones? Yeah, how are the jiggle physics, Joe?
I'm trying to think if there is any jiggling. There isn't a lot of ostentatious jiggling, if that's what people are used to.
I think we could probably get a mod going for that. Can we can kickstart a mod for greater jiggle physics for Indy?
We're gonna give Indiana Jones some yam yams.
Exactly.
All right. Well, we've had an early open from Sturba. Queen Jack. And it's gotten through to the blinds. Reyes second in chips at the table is 4 deuce of diamonds. Not going to mess with it. King deuce for the chip boss. King deuce suited specifically. Strimmer doesn't know about Fate of Atlantis. Fate of Atlantis, I do know about it, sadly. 10, 9, 7. So pretty solid flop for Queen Jack.
Check.
One club for the King deuce. King high is winning. Ace on the turn. Not the best card for Queen Jack. Pair outs no longer are outs. But the delayed continuation bet coming from Sturba. Who gets a fold? Moss Shark says, too much check, check. Well, the great thing about the PokerStars Open is that there are lots of ways to win your way there. Looks like we have a broken card potentially here. There's lots of ways to win your way there with a silver pass. And it's a pretty affordable price point. So if it's too much check, Moss Shark, get on down there for the next one. And you can play aggro AF.
That's right. Show them who's boss. Next hand. Still at the 50K, 100K blind level. The mathematics have been simplified. I love that, Joe. 16 players remain. And player all in. Uh-oh. It's all looking Casino right now. Casino started the hand with 16 big blinds. I don't know if we're allowed to raise fold to 16 big blinds with ace queen, Joe.
I don't think so either. Poor Leonard. Can't get in the mix here.
It's looking good for Casino. The Casino always wins.
We'll have to see about that. Casino is headed into this all-in situation as a major favorite, about as big a favorite as you can be, 90-8.
Yep. Very, very nice opportunity for Casino to get the double, but let's let the cards decide.
Nervous?
Still 8 times out of 100. Casino will be leaving the him.
Daniele with the aces on the flop.
Well, pretty tough for Casino to go broke now. However, winning a full double up here just got a lot harder. Certainly harder than it was before the wheel board, but aces do in fact hold.
Yeah, nice spot there. Really, really clean way to get the equity in.
Very important double up at this phase. You feel like you've got a whole new tournament life.
Absolutely. So, Joe, going back to the streaming thing, you can be honest with me. We're friends, you know. We know each other pretty well. I want to know your honest opinion. Since Twitch existed, I discovered, and I'm sure you've seen it, these sort of live action D&D sort of play-alongs, right? Just traditional D&D, cameras on, but almost entirely imagination-based. Sometimes with some graphics to sort of, you know, where the sort of people are. Would you be open to doing something like that, like a modern day Dungeons and Dragons campaign on stream, cameras on?
Who's the dungeon master?
So no, it will be an elite tier, like professional DM. Like, it's not just going to be like John from down the road. Like somebody really, really good. The story's going to be totally custom. It can be in the future. It doesn't have to be all dragons and fairy tales.
Okay, and then what skill level am I supposed to go in with? Because I'll have to ask a lot of questions.
Absolutely, like you and me going in almost blind. Like, I've never actually done a real campaign. I've been involved and I kind of know how it works, but like total beginner, we're just going to muddle our way through it.
So I've been invited to do this before.
Yes.
And I found the like make-believe portion of it to be kind of corny, like the improv nature of it. Now,
okay.
I watched, what's her name? Deborah Ann Worley, the one from Daredevil.
Yeah.
I watched her like lead John Bernthal through it, and I was just like, okay, maybe I could do this. And seeing
I think there's different ways to do it. I've seen the ones where they're all like professional voice actors and they have to be in character, like, and they have to do the voices. I've seen it where it's just a couple of people and you're almost not in character at all. You just kind of say, okay, so what's really going on here? And it's just sort of fun like that. Maybe I'll.
Yeah,
how about
yes,
I find
I'm
some?
open to it, Nick.
I'll find some inspiration and I'll send you across the ones that I think are fun, and then we can try and recreate it if you're into it.
Yeah, I'm into it. Can we? Can it be mixed? Can we have some women on as well?
Absolutely mandatory, 100%.
Okay.
6 pass.
Yeah, that sounds fun. I would do that.
Pool the Cleaner says I'd watch the hell out of that. I think it'd be super funny if we just got like our favorite characters involved, like poker characters. I mean.
8 pass.
Okay, yeah. You know, it would be awesome at it probably Spraggy.
Oh man. I wonder what guys. What kind of character would Spraggy be? Like, what kind would he be? A rogue? Would he be a barbarian?
115.
Maybe a bard, right? Maybe a bard.
Yeah, potentially.
Or ornery wizard, like a mage, possibly.
There you go. That fits better.
Sit 1 call.
We have got Chris Day opening this pot with the Grafton 10-9 suited. Reyes with an interesting call in the cutoff, 7-6 suited, and Montalban
5 seconds.
on the button with ace-queen.
Sit 2.
Squeezing it.
900.
Squeezing Reyes, squeezing Day.
In 4 pass.
And the blinds fold.
9. 900.
Back to Chris, who is going to pass. And Reyes is going to have to do the same. Nice pickup there by Montalban.
Yeah, really cute little move. Gets it done pre-flop and the pickup. Another look at the trophy. Can we get the trophy buffer out there, please? Get a little spit shine on that bad boy.
A little Hawk 2 on that thing?
A little Hawk Tua.
Oh, boy.
Campione,
We
that
have our
thing.
fun.
7 pass. 8 9 pass. One pass.
Pulls around to Montalban.
Sit 2 raise. 200.
He's going to raise 9-8 off.
3 pass.
Sturba in the small blind.
5 seconds. Sit 4 raise. 700.
Father used to say,
And Sturba has elected a 3-bet to 700,000. Looks like everybody's pre-flop game woke up a little bit.
2 pass.
Yeah, I guess at this point, Joe, we're allowed to start doing some more 3-betting, trying to inspire more folds when players are incentivized to be tighter and trying to find more ladders, try to apply some ICM pressure.
Big blind empty.
And on to the next one.
We've got
8 pass.
10-5 folded. Chris Day with a real hand to open now. One he won't be blown off so easily.
5 seconds. Sit 9
Starts
raise.
the hand with
15.
22 big blinds. Oh no, Reyes clearly has been a little bored the last few hands. 7-6 of diamonds
2 pass.
got in the mix. This time 3-betting. Jack-9 suited.
3 4 pass.
I think it's kind of fun.
650, right?
But when the 22 big blind stack opens under the gun +1, I'm going to think they mean business a lot of the time. Now, granted, Reyes is the second chip leader.
Yeah, and at this point, Day probably just all in Joe. Only started the hand with about 22 bigs.
I mean, you are pretty happy about this, I'd say.
I mean, yeah, and probably getting folds here is great, too. You pick up a lot of dead money here when your opponent raise folds, and that's usually good. That reduces the variance if you can get him to fold at this stage.
Call it off. Call it off. Let's go. Play for the win.
Absolutely.
2,235. 2,200.
He did call.
What? Oh!
Whoa-wee. I can't believe it, Vince. You don't think I did that, right? I didn't. I couldn't have.
What, you inspired him.
Yeah. This is so sick for Chris. All in. Just a 52% favorite. My goodness, when you get called by Jack 9 there. Oh, my goodness. What a sweat. Clean flop, 10, 6, deuce, 2 clubs. Turn is another deuce. Day's just got to fade the river. The river is a 9. Jeepers.
Good luck, everybody.
Good game.
Chris Day dispatched in somewhat disgusting fashion.
Yeah, brutal. And a cry of anguish there, Joe.
So cruel on the river.
Eliminated by a pair of 9s. The loose call. So heartbreaking to get the call you want there. Make it all the way to the river. And to have the Jack 9 call off.
Yeah,
You already know it.
I was committed. Yeah.
Payoff
Race?
is, I'd be booking my flight home right now. I'd be in a cab already.
Yeah, pretty unlucky there. And Reyes now sitting extremely pretty. Yeah, like I said, Joe, those are spots where, like, yeah, you want action, yeah, you have equity, yeah, you have the best hand, but in reality, accumulating chips without showdown and without any variance is the safer path to victory sometimes, although it's not always that clean.
Such a good card. I'm hitting a lot.
Yeah, I have no music. I'm so
I can
angry.
sing for you. Sing.
We're down to 15 players. Poor Chris Day eliminated also just, oh, that was a page up too.
But a lot of chips.
You cannot have a massage
Oh.
table?
No,
No,
we're
I
not
asked.
allowed.
Not allowed.
It's allowed.
Everything has a price.
I'm big blind? It's boring here.
Boring? You just won a point.
Did he say it was boring?
Well, why do you mean it's boring? Like,
It's normal stuff.
Yeah, it's normal.
I'm used to it.
So everyone else now guaranteed another 3,000 euros, 17,820 for 15th and 14th place.
4 pass. 6 pass. 7 pass.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, another cooler shaping up here. I say another cooler. That one wasn't really a cooler. But another potential confrontation, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. We do see a 3-bets.
Especially with the stack size.
Yeah, it's another dreamy spot just to put the chips in with the ace-king. Started the hand with 12 bigs. Easy shove.
Legnaro.
5 seconds.
Who is using some time banks on this.
Yeah, maybe he's just trying to... He thinks if he uses a time bank, maybe he'll get some looser calls. I think we know this is going to go in the middle no matter what.
This sounds like a Linkin Park lyric. This sounds like a Linkin Park lyric from Fog, who says, "What the is he tanking for?"
What the hell is he tanking for?
There's the shove. Andronico makes the call. Domination situation.
When I call, there will be no more.
My check eight would be good.
Club's working for Andronico. Will we see another disgusting
Yes, of course.
bad beat here on the featured table, deep into the Campione main event?
Oh,
my goodness.
Oh, no,
Andronico
look at his
flops
face.
the royal flush draw. Leonard does have top pair, but it's still nearly a flip. Safe card on the turn for Legnaro, excuse me.
Is it too many outs, Joe? Is it too many outs? Oh!
It was too many outs.
Die.
Ace King holds.
What the hell are you tanking for?
50% of his winnings, that's why. It's your wife?
He's not speaking English.
So it's just Chris Day who suffers the horrific beat. Again, not that horrific a beat statistically, but emotionally.
I cannot say
Emotionally, Jack 9 versus Ace King. Ace King's supposed to win every time.
Yeah, no, Joe, that is 100% a bad beat. I think bad beats are measured more on their emotional impact than on their
That's
fitness,
right.
You know what I mean?
That's
like,
right.
I think getting Ace King cracked final 16 after in a 2,422 player field is emotionally devastating.
She will listen.
You know what has a place that's full of good emotions? It's the Irish Open. 45th anniversary of the Irish Open, happening April 10th through 21st at the Royal Dublin Society. 4 days of live coverage over Easter weekend, including the final table of the Ladies' Championship. That starts on Friday the 18th. And then the last 3 days of the €2.5 million guaranteed main event. Always a good time. Always a relaxed vibe. Interesting characters at the tables. Usually some pretty good anecdotes from the commentators because we get in there and we play a little bit of poker here and there. And that's it. It's something that has to be seen to be believed. So if you can't join us there, at the very least, come hang out on the live streams with us.
Yeah, I've actually got a couple buddies that don't play that said they were going to pop in as they were already in the vicinity, and they're like, "Do I need a ticket? Like, do you need to come and like wave me in? Can I play cards or do I need like permission?" I'm like, "No, just come play, just come hang out. It's for everybody."
Tons of accessible tournaments, tons of cash games, running 24/7.
I mean, you might need an invite if you want to hang out at Joe's private VIP booth, but that's a different conversation altogether.
All right, we are 3 ways to this flop, which is 8-7-5. So this is a domination rotation.
250.
But it's Reyes who is going to lead with the gut shot and the no good backdoor club draw.
Yeah, Joe, I think it's safe to say so far we've seen some unconventional lines from Reyes.
Hell yeah, we love unconventional.
I like unconventional. And now, Sterba. How you going to play this flop? Just fold makes sense. There's already been action and more action behind.
All right, well, the backdoor club draw is now good, although far less likely to hit. No club on the turn, and not really a scare card for that 8 either. Rise quickly checks this time around.
Yeah, we need to bet now, Joe. Our hand is so strong. When they check that turn, they immediately no longer have, you know, 2 pair plus. So King 8 is just a straight value bet, and we'll take it down.
To Joshua Gutsit, who feels the need to correct us and say it's what the hell are you waiting for? We know. But guess how long you'll be waiting for? At least 24 hours. Because you're banned. Thank you for your comment.
We were trying to make it poker related, buddy.
Montalban still on top here. Paul Reyes close behind. That gap getting further and further from the top 2 chip leaders to the rest of the table.
Seat 4 fold. Seat 6 fold. Seat 7 raise 200,000.
Daniele Casinò opening to 200,000. Ace 10. I knew it. I could have. Reyes beat me into the pot, but I knew it. 10-7 suited on the button. No shot.
Yep, loves it. He's got chips too, Joe. He's second in chips at the feature here, over 10 million. All right, 3 ways to the flop.
Domination situation. Montalban with the best hand with a pair of 5s.
3 players.
GL asks, where is this played? It's played in a casino. Thank you for your question. Jack, King, 4, 2 hearts. Reyes with another opportunity to crush souls with a questionable pre-flop play.
Seat 7 bet 300,000.
Casino comes out firing. Will Reyes raise, Joe?
Seat 1 fold.
Nope, just call.
Seat 2 fold.
I think anything is possible. Casino does have a gut shot, also has the best hand at the moment.
Heads up.
Turns a 9.
Double gut shot.
Yeah, it's a straight draw now.
Oh.
Oh my goodness, you're right. Oh is the right reaction to that.
So I think it went check, shove, and now. Yeah, he's got no time banks left either, it would seem.
That's right. Casino checked, Reyes shoved, and Casino cannot call.
Man, let's go. Reyes raises.
This guy rocks.
This guy knows how to raise.
And the one person who has ultimate position on him is the person that has more chips than him. What do you call it? Absolute position? Ultimate position?
Ultimate Texas Hold'em.
Ultimate Texas Hold'em.
Tom says, I wonder if he plays Raz. I wonder if Raiz plays Raz.
Checks to the Raizer.
C6 full. C7 full. C8 full.
Reyes with ace jack. What if he just folds this?
C2 full. C3 full. C4 full.
All right, raise and take it down.
Raise and take it. I found at the table this horrible player, Reyes, the others, idiots, Swiss ludopathic gamblers. They waste my tournament. I am Swiss also.
Excellent.
Those certainly were words.
C7 full.
Great first chat. Really great first chat message right there.
He's allowed to say that because he's Swiss.
Doesn't sound neutral to me.
C2 raise 200,000.
All right.
Montalban.
Montalban.
57 varieties of Heinz.
C4 full.
State is going to take a flop with the Jack 8. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
C6 full.
Yes. Finally.
All right. Let's go.
Heads up.
And our flop is Jack 10-6, top pair for State.
Montalban, pretty good flop to continuation bet, Joe. We don't got a whole lot. We don't have to bet too big, though, to make it a successful and frequently successful continuation bet. As a bluff, I think we just give it a little check call with the Jack 8. We probably do check raise some of our top pairs here, but usually the ones with better kickers for obvious reasons. How does State feel?
You don't have to get too creative here, I don't think.
C6 calls.
Yeah. Got the 8 of spades in hand. That means your opponent's a little bit less likely to have one of those combo draws we might get value from if we were to check raise. And obviously ways for us to improve if we're currently not winning, and that is one of the components of an improver.
Check.
Nine of hearts on the turn.
Check. C2 check.
Check, check. River is a king, so we got the 4 cards straight out there now. Top pair in the flop is still good despite this dicey run out.
Check.
Does Montalban elect to bluff with this 7 high hand?
I was going to say maybe we could blocker bet the Jack 8 sometimes. But this is one of those spots, Joe, where it might be quite an inducing size, right? Like, do we really blocker bet if we have a queen and we made the straight or 2 pair plus? So it becomes a little bit dicey because we do invite chaos from time to time. I would be very tempted to call this river bet, Joe, with the Jack 8. I think that it is possible for our opponent to have a queen here, but often many of our queen combos might continue barreling on the 9 turn. So, therefore, we ask ourselves, is our opponent going to miss a bet on the turn with a queen where they got the draw? Are they going to value bet a king on such a dangerous run out, just the bear king with no other hand? Nice move, though. Montalban gets it done.
I would have had a hard time coming up with a lot of bluffs there.
Yeah.
You know, you posit it well from the other side of things, but then from my side, I'd be like, well, what bluffs are there? And it wouldn't feel like that many to me, but of course there are.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, I'm coming from a background of playing more sit and goes, so we don't end up playing as deep stacked as often, and therefore this sort of bet check bet line isn't as frequent, just because often we just don't have the chips behind in order to take those lines in a believable way. But in this situation, does actually pick a good river, well executed. Nice work.
Sashi Space, who says, why defend with Jack 8 but don't make a call? I mean, I think we just kind of went over that. Just because you have top pair on the flop doesn't mean your hand's going to be good by the river. There was any queen was beating them, a king, amongst other things.
Seat 4 raise 200,000.
Sturba on the button with ace deuce makes it a min raise. State gets the call with king 10 suited.
Sturba got about 43 big blinds. State got about 20.
I have to re-raise.
Yeah, I was going to say more chips need to go in the middle here. Is that half the stack, Joe?
My watch. Apple Watch.
Yeah, exactly.
I was going to say, I think this is going to be the effective all-in or just the shove. Yeah. 20 effective, button opens are wide. Basically get the chips in the middle. Give ourselves a way out if the big blind wakes up with the monster. I like that line a lot. Shows a lot of awareness. He knows what stage of the tournament he's in. He knows he has a move apart from just the straight boring all-in. And obviously would call off the shove if necessary from the initial opener, but against the player behind can still maintain some semblance of a stack.
Yeah, I think I'm way too binary in that spot. I mean, I think I find the shove there pretty regularly, but I don't think I ever find the half stack re-raise.
Sure. Yeah, me too.
Well, Raz has found a hand he doesn't like. Over to Sturba in the cutoff. 7-6 suited. Coming in for the open. Ace-5 now. State again is going to be ahead of most cutoff opens.
Yeah, off of a 25 big blind stack now. I wonder if he does it. There you go. Wow. 500K to go. Notice the size here as well, Joey. So the open was to 2, and then he makes it 5. So only 2.5x the initial open. You'll recall a conversation we had yesterday about how we size in relation to the effective stack depth.
Yep.
So State now sub 30 effective, just decides he's going to make it, 2.5x rather than 3. But like I said, when we're deeper, that's a more conventional sizing. Oh, but wait a moment.
Yeah. So this 2.5 makes more sense to me, given the fact that you don't necessarily want to get shoved on by someone acting after you, like someone wakes up with pocket sevens in the big blind.
I wonder if we see a cold 4-bet shove. Because I think we've seen State be active enough where the 7s end up being very good here. And we can actually generate folds. There's still fold equity. That's important.
Yeah.
In a tournament situation. Yep.
Andronic goes all in.
Oh, baby, oh, baby. The cold 4. I love to see it.
The whole pot.
By the way, Joe, do you recognize this hoodie he's wearing? The La Folie Deux?
No.
La Folie Deux is a string of clubs that live on the side of mountains alongside French ski resorts.
Okay.
You know when you see they're having like a rave on the side of a mountain, everyone's skiing
It's like Senior Frogs, but for the French Alps.
I guess so, sure. Yeah, I've been to a few. They're really fun. In most of the venues, they have to have a separate chairlift that's intended for people going up to Folly Do because they don't want people skiing down drunk.
Yeah, fair enough. That sounds pretty cool. I'd like to see one day.
You ski and ski out. It's really, really nice.
Just want to address this YouTube comment from Jamie, who says, this gimmick dealer has to go.
What?
Guess what, Jamie? Guess who has to go? It's you, I'm afraid. Because you're banned.
Hello to Jenna in the chat. How you doing?
You do not mess with the dealers.
These gimmick dealers.
Seat number 6, 500,000. Folders 7.
Yes, Amoeba UK. They think sliding the cards is a gimmick.
Speaking of gimmick dealers, Joe, when is your next comedy show?
I've got one in LA a week from, actually, no, on Wednesday. On Wednesday of this week.
Nice.
I've got one in Los Angeles, and I've got one in Wisconsin. I've got two in Wisconsin next week, and next Friday and Saturday. I'm in the Appleton, Wisconsin area, the Milwaukee area, if anybody is around
That's
there.
near my hometown, Joey.
Maybe we can get one of your cousins. You got any hot cousins you want to send to my show?
I don't know. I think gimmick dealers would be a great name for a tour that you put on in the United States.
Gimmick dealers, yeah. Joe Stapleton, gimmick dealer. Stapes is a gimmick commentator. Oh, no, it got deleted before I could read it. Hold on. That has 7 fanboys deep-throating him at his comedy shows.
What?
That's so nice that you would think there's 7.
The whole crowd. The entire fan base. Come on. Jenna on English YouTube chat says, I'm wearing my trap t-shirt today.
Oh, that's cool.
I hold that shirt in high regard, Joe. I've actually got it folded up in my cupboard, and sometimes I reach for it thinking I'll just throw on any old T-shirt, and I go, no, I'm saving that for a special occasion.
That's right. I need people to see this.
Seat number 6, race.
Well, Jennifer Tilley bought one this week.
Yeah.
And Nick Wright, his wife owns a boutique shop in Brooklyn, and he said that they would carry it in their shop as well. My friend Sam Burlington says you're the best announcer ever. That's so weird that you say that, Ride Fast, because my best friend Sam is from Burlington, Wisconsin. That's why I just read that without even really thinking about it.
Raising a ticket for State.
Okay, you can answer this one, Nick. I handle a lot of these questions. What's your favorite hand, Nick? Luca wants to know.
Good question. I have a bit of a soft spot for Queen 9 suited. You know, Queen 9 of spades. Ooh. I just look down at that, and I think anything is possible here. And I actually think, as an extension to that question, I think, you know, everyone thinks Jack 10 suited is so pretty. I think it's a con. Jack 10 suited is a hand that looks beautiful, but I don't think it performs as well as people think it does.
I'm kind of with you on that one.
Like, everyone who plays poker tells everyone who's learning poker, oh, isn't Jack 10 suited beautiful? I think it's just it's a conspiracy. It's a hand that actually just massively underperforms. Now, like 8-7 suited, there you go. That's a beautiful hand that always kind of does what it's supposed to do.
5 seconds. Raise on seat number 7. 225.
When comedy show Europe? That's a good question, Ms. Bum Bum. I don't have one booked for Europe yet. I'll probably end up doing one in England over the next 2 months, at least one.
You're going to have loads of opportunities, Joe. You're going to be here for ages.
I am, but I'm working a lot. I don't. There's a thing we haven't announced yet, but it's going to require me to work at nighttime.
And you call yourself a gimmick dealer.
Oh, this is real gimmicky. Don't worry. The gimmick dealer will be in full effect when we announce this gimmick.
Right? Are you going to be in London much?
Ladies loves me.
So like my travel's coming up. It's like Wisconsin, London, Dublin, London, Tokyo, Monte Carlo,
Yeah, but
London.
even then I survived. Even then.
So I'm in and out of London a lot over the next couple months.
Yeah, probably stop you starting though.
Stopsay folds under the gun. Ace 8 for Casinò. I'm with you, buddy. Ace 8 from early. Nah, I'm good. I'm all good. Couple of fours for Reyes. Christian wants to know, I'm new to poker. Why aren't they playing the flop? They just keep folding. If you're used to cash game poker, there's somewhat less action in a tournament. Yeah, but I think we're seeing flops.
I think also it's important to note, buddy, that when you start to play poker a bit more seriously and you're playing for higher stakes, it's important that we look into hand selection. That's what we call that. So what hands do we choose to play from what position at what frequency? And as you get better at poker, you realize that there are certain hands that you don't really want to be entering pots with because your opponents can exploit that. They can put you in tough situations, you know, putting in big raises pre-flop, then force you to call and then fold and you bleed out. And then also on occasion, circumstances where you get post-flop and they can apply pressure to you and take pots from you post. So actually, being selective about the hands you play pre-flop is super important to the game, and therefore we don't end up seeing as many flops. Joe makes a good point. In tournament poker, even less so, because we have a saying, tight is right. You need to be patient with how you enter pots in tournaments because you only got one tournament life in any one single entry, and therefore losing your tournament life is much more costly than it would be in a cash game.
Kablooey. So interesting board here, considering no one can really love their hand, but jacks are winning. We've got the 5 of clubs being the best draw right now, unless you want to count full house draws, which I don't, because I already just said I'm counting the 5 of clubs.
So not a whole lot of big blinds. I mean, it's still 22-ish bigs to start the hand for Lugano. Has a straight now.
River is the 9 of clubs, so 5 of clubs does make a flush. So sick. Why couldn't you have the jack of clubs? Ooh, that's a tough one.
Yeah, what can you do there? Both players had lots of equity, and the club will do. What kind of a D&D character would you be, Joe?
So this is gonna be really corny, but like I've always been sort of if I was gonna fantasize about being a character in something like a rogue type, like a Han Solo, like a rapscallion you're not so sure about. So I guess
Okay.
a rogue, a bard kind of counts. And also, I also like a white knight, so a paladin maybe.
Okay, I mean, so like that's a specific kind of archetype, though, right? Because what you're saying isn't necessarily rogue like you're a thief. You mean more like a gunslinger, kind of like a swashbuckler.
Exactly.
Okay, I dig that. I'm pretty sure there's a specific subclass for that. I like the. I've seen a couple really good ones where the dungeon master actually creates a whole new universe. So even though you're playing by the rules of like a traditional D&D campaign, you're still like a Han Solo character or whatever, or you're like a Wookiee would be like a barbarian, but so all the same rules apply, but you're still playing in character that's not a traditional kind of magic and might sort of style thing.
I like the reluctant hero. What's yours, Nick?
Oh man, I don't know. I feel like I've never really settled into one. I guess when I've played Neverwinter Nights and stuff, I've always liked the idea of creating a character that's kind of ninja-esque, so kind of stealthy, but also kind of ranged attack situation, like throwing stars or like throwing stuff. Kind of like a Gambit character. He kind of has his little gimmick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not good at stealth, sneaking around, even in games.
Sure.
I lose my patience.
Yeah, kind of like a roguish trickster. I kind of like that vibe.
Like who I would pick for our D&D game if I could just be Reacher.
Yeah.
If I could just be the lone wolf.
Okay.
Reacher. Just carries his toothbrush and his passport.
I love it. I would love it I would love to contact somebody and ask how much it would be for them to do like a single campaign, like really complicated, but like, really well thought out. But then also like it could be a D&D campaign in the real world, like nothing magic about it, like nothing space about it, just the Reacher universe straight up and just D&D. All right, so we got to raise. I think we might see an all-in here, Joe. 18 big blinds on the button.
5 seconds.
Once we get under 20 effective here, Joe, we just do mostly shoving. There's very little 3-bet not all-in until we start to get to some high ICM spots. And there it is. Uh-oh. Sterba waking up behind with something, perhaps.
1,807,000. Seconds. 6 4-fold. Seat 6-fold.
Show it.
Show it.
Nice.
Again.
Fold. Stapleton says, I can already see it. Nick sneaking into the room, silent killer, and then Joe right after him, kicking in the door, guns blazing, firing chaos everywhere.
I'm definitely more of the Leroy Jenkins type, that's for
All right.
sure.
I dig it.
I've played Among Us, Ono, a few times on stream during the pandemic, especially. I don't like it. I don't like a lying game. I don't like it. For some reason, it doesn't do anything for me. I get no pleasure out of it. And then I decided that my strategy in the game was going to be that no matter what someone said to me, I said, you can kill me if you want, but you'll be killing a member of your own team. And I said it for like 15 games in a row, and every time I said it and I was the killer, they just killed me immediately. It didn't work.
Oh, Joe, okay, I've never Googled this before. It started off a little bit dicey. I started with UK Professional Dungeon Space Master and successfully found a website dedicated to I'm gonna get a quote. I'm gonna find out how much this costs.
Make sure it's the right kind of dungeon master.
That's what I'm saying. Don't worry, I found the right subset.
In England. All right, speaking of Queen 9, we had Maltaban open from the hijack, not suited like Nick likes, but close enough. And Casinò defends with 7-6, flops a gut shot.
Queen nine of spades would be nice here.
Seat 7 bets 250.
$250K gets the gut shot. Excuse me. Gets the queen nine to fold. Soon we will have the Campione. And when I say soon, I mean in the next 12 hours or so, as we're down to the final 15. I've not lost a player for about a half hour, I'd say.
Seat 1 fold. Seat 2 raise.
Montalban is going to open at 225,000. Wow, ace 10 folds.
Seat 6 fold. Seat 7 fold.
Folds around to Andronico in the big blind. He's got the Jack Bauer hand.
Seat 8 fold.
Decides not to tangle with the chip leader. And 4 high, even if it's suited. Pretty nice stack there for Montalban.
That's a lot of yellow jacket, Joe.
I'm surprised they're still in play.
Yeah. It goes to show how luxurious the blind levels are. Next hand, please.
Seat 2 fold. Seat 3 fold. Seat 4 fold. Seat 6 fold.
Folds around to Casinò. 10-7, 10 of diamonds, 7 of hearts.
Seat 7 fold.
Little blind v blind action.
Seat 8 fold.
325.
Seat 1 raise. 300.
Wow, we
This dude is something else.
Yeah, I actually think this one is GTO, Joe.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, just knowing that Andronico, knowing what we know for sure.
This should be a limp call still. We're not limping to fold Queen 8 suited. I mean, or more. I'm saying, my point being, we shouldn't be folding. What? That's a shocker to me. Queen 8 suited, I'm sure, has a lot of playability. The cool thing about having that combination as well is you dominate a lot of the ISO bluffs we're supposed to anticipate from the big blind.
Uh-oh. Double up looks like.
That looks like Sociano.
That's right. Sociano survives.
C3 fold, C4 fold, C6 fold.
Wow, Michael says terrible fold.
C7 fold.
Here comes Andronico again. This time with ace king. Won't be getting him off this one, I don't think.
C1 fold.
Feels like Montalban. Oh no, doesn't even defend in this spot with the suited cards.
Okay, can you just move a little bit your chips because they covering a little bit the box here.
There we go. Gotta make sure we got that box clear. Gotta get those cards red.
That's right.
Ono says, coming up on 150,000 channel points, still debating whether to get myself VIP for a month or have Joe ban me 6 times in a row. Nick, you ever been to the Cold Stone Creamery?
I have.
You know what they'll do if you go up and you ask them to try one of the flavors, right?
What?
Give you a little sample. There you go. You banned. A little sample ban for you. Just a little taste. Just a little bop on the behind. Little boop. Little. Just to let you know I'm there.
Joey, how often would you say you have ice cream?
Once every 4 months.
Oh, nice.
Not an ice cream guy. What about you?
No, I'm not a big ice cream guy. That was kind of what I was getting at. Yeah, I don't. I kind of had a memory of you saying you liked the little shake, though. I thought you were a bit of a malt guy.
I like a soft serve twist cone chocolate vanilla twist, but a very specific kind.
Okay.
And if I can't get that kind, then I just skip it.
Yeah, fair. No, see, I'm an ice cream guy, but it has to be the real good stuff. Otherwise, I'm not interested. All right, let's crack on. Got to get this done at some stage.
Yeah, it's not happening. It's never finishing.
Pocket tens for State under the gun.
They're going to let 1,000 more people register.
Should we just open the reentries again? State starts the hand under 25 big blinds effective. I think we're still opening, not all in, however. We're not shoving just yet. Does anyone want a piece of this action?
Andronico does not. Reyes? Nope.
Oh.
Maybe Montalban, though.
You know what, Joe? This might be a 3-bet. He might just try and get this in against the shorter stack.
5 seconds.
Raise.
Yeah, that's a raise.
550.
550. Again, look at the size here, Joey. This is very deliberate. We're still at around 20-ish, 25 big blinds effective. You see this 2.5x sizing.
So with 15 players remaining, we are 2 jumps away, 2 spots from a pay jump.
I'm all in if I'm State. I'm not going to let this guy bully me. Second in chips? Yeah, right. I'm all in. But wait, we're just flatting. Okay, let's take a flop.
You can cross your fingers and hope for a safe flop.
You can indeed.
Here we are, and that flop is 8 high.
C6 check.
How did he do
Wow.
that, Joe? How did he do that? I can never do this.
Has the wherewithal, has the ability. I know it's probably not good, Nick. This flop comes 8 high. I'm just open jamming 2 10s.
Yeah. 1-9.
I just hate the idea. I'm not saying it's correct. I'm just saying emotionally. I hate the idea of checking and letting Multipon check back, and then all of a sudden, there's an overcard on the turn.
Whoa, smells a little bit of a ace on the turn.
This is what I'm talking about. Now, I know I'm playing results, but that's all we keep track of in poker.
Yeah, and after the flop goes check, check, I guess Montalban does end up with quite a few of these kinds of hands.
Oh, no.
C2 bet. 550.
Nightmare turn, Joe. Nightmare.
Absolute nightmare.
I guess State has played his hand this way in order to literally get away on this turn, though. I think that's the whole point of this, but feels awful.
5 seconds.
You just know that your opponent's going to fire the ace all the time anyway, right? That's what makes this so difficult.
Yeah,
That
I mean,
any competent chip leader is going to bet this card.
Yeah, I think the other problem that I have, Joe, is that on the flop when your opponent checks, they're just so strong. Like, if they were going to bluff, it's actually a really good board just to put in another continuation bet. So when they check, I think they end up having, like, bigger pairs and ace-king, ace-queen, that kind of thing. So it's just all around bad. But he has managed to play his hand in a way where he didn't get it in against ace-queen and lose on the turn to the ace. So there you go. I mean, look, this is State is undoubtedly a better MTT player than I am at the moment and has found a way to remain in this tournament without gambling for the tournament life.
Well, it's been a long wait, but the real Big Daddy or Mommy EPT finally kicks off next month. First stop, Monaco. The PokerStars European Poker Tour presented by Monte Carlo Casino runs April 30th to May 10th with live coverage of the main event on Twitch and YouTube channels. 3 more EPT stops confirmed for this year. Barcelona, Malta, Prague. For more details on all of those things, you can check out the PokerStars Live app. And it's also been a long wait, because we had to go 90 whole minutes without James Hartigan.
And also 90 whole minutes with losing a whole one player. So, yes. Good to be back, guys. As we prepare for the arrival of an increase in the blinds. So, Joe, how has this table been compared to our first table? Got a few characters here I don't think we've seen so far, right?
This Reyes is new to the table, and he is certainly a character. This is a heck of a flop here.
Absolutely. King Jack versus King Jack, which most of the time we expect to result in a awfully synchronized musical performance. But with 2 clubs, Sturber, 71% equity.
108.
$180,000 apiece. That will result in the dealing of a turn card, which is the Queen of Hearts. So a chop more likely now. I mean, great for Sturber, who is free rolling.
11-9.
Doesn't get the chance to put any more chips in, check raise style at least.
Okay, this will either go check, check, it'll either go bet call, it'll either go check, bet call. I think this will go to showdown. I think it will be a chop, so prepare yourself, Joe. Prepare yourself.
I'm ready.
$600,000 into $1 million. And there is the call. Showdown. It's a chop pot. You know what they say.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
It's one of those things where it was in sync for me, which means it probably wasn't in sync for the audience.
It was off slightly for me.
Okay, 9.8, 9.5, 9.
I think we did well.
I think we did all right, buddy. I think we did all right. So, yes, this is now level 33. Blinds are 60,000, 120,000 with a 120K big blind ante. And we can see that our chip leader at the table, Manal Montalban, is playing 104 big blinds. The shortest stack is Starte with 13 big blinds.
Look at the gap, though.
Yeah, a huge gap. Basically, Montalban and Rats have got a lot of chips. Everyone else relatively short with a couple of legitimate short stacks. I've just seen this advisory that, understandably, with the pace of play, and I guess also because of the delays we've seen today, the tournament staff are revisiting the structure. They are revisiting the schedule. So we come to the end of this session in 70 minutes' time. There will then be a break. When we come back from that break, the levels are reducing from 75 minutes to 60 minutes. And there will be a 30-minute dinner break, which is pretty short for dinner. And then they will continue to assess how long the level should be, because it's not just an aspiration. It's not just a goal. It's a need to get this thing done within the working hours of Sunday.
Oh, boy. Well, I fear we may already inspire a raid by Italian authorities just for having a 30-minute dinner break. That can't be legal.
Not quite as bad as if we were in France, but...
Lyra wants us to please stop with Everybody Loves a Chop Pot. How about this one? How about this one? Everyone loves a Europe band.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you're going to get the words wrong, you deserve a ban outright.
Jacks again.
He never gives back.
Better.
He never gives back the chip.
He raises aces.
I can understand that it gets irritating, but what I don't understand is the people who don't understand the irony of it. Oh, no one likes a chop pot. Them's the jokes.
That's the joke.
Yeah, JR Stadium is correct. 30 minutes for dinner in any European culture outside of London is egregious.
Minimum raise is 240.
Ironically, Joe, I think you suggested it as a joke, but I didn't hate the idea of getting down to like a final, maybe 4 or 5 players, or even the final 3, and asking them if they want to come back to Dublin, to the Irish Open to play down to a winner.
Let's just play it out later, yeah.
Yeah, just to be clear, Fizar, you are correct. This casino is not a 24-hour operation. It does close in the early hours of Monday morning, and this tournament has to conclude before the casino closes its doors. Not every country in the world, not every place where gambling is legal has 24-hour casinos.
Queen Jack, Ace 9.
I mean, I remember the weird laws we used to have in the UK. I mean, when you moved to the country, Joe, when you first started coming to London, I guess in the late 2000s, when we had the EPT and the World Series of Poker Europe, it was a very, very different place. But back in the early 2000s, you still had to go to the casino 24 hours before you wanted to visit to apply for membership. And then you had the 24-hour cooling off period before you could then set foot in the door to actually gamble.
Oh, wow.
And it would close. The hours were limited. It was open early afternoon until the early hours of the morning, and then would be closed for 12 hours.
Wow, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Queen on the river for Andronico. It's going to probably feel like the best hand, too, given the fact that there has not been a lot of fighting over this pot till this point.
True to my word, I'm on my second coffee of the day. Look, here's the thing. I'm absolutely exhausted, and we've only been streaming for 1.5 days. I can only imagine how these players are feeling today.
Yeah.
And we're getting to the point where they are going to start fighting for ridiculous sums of money. We're going to get to that point where every single hand has real money implications, and many of them will, dare I say, not be at their best.
Ooh, what do we got here?
It is the other table.
Is there an all in?
No, we're just seeing the other table.
Okay.
And what a lovely bunch of people they are.
I'm still on my first coffee, but it was a big one.
Yeah, you often have like a vat of coffee that you like drink over the course of a day. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The worst thing is, I swear, on occasions I've got into your vehicle and there's a kind of jar of coffee that's been there for several days, and you have to take a swig from it.
It's never several days.
Okay.
It just looks like it. Although I will say that the coffee you see me drinking right now is yesterday's leftover coffee that was in the pot, and I just poured it over ice this morning and added some milk to it.
Okay. Well, I'm enjoying Kirkland's finest brew.
I was going to ask you after we did voiceover on on Tuesday or whatever day it was, Thursday. What the hell day is it now? Friday.
Sunday.
Because
now it's Sunday. We did voiceover Thursday, Friday. Carry on.
Costco has, I like to make corned beef and cabbage for St. Patrick's Day, and Costco's got a really nice corned beef package you can get. And I was going to see if you wanted to swing by Costco with me, but we ended up going to lunch instead.
I have to be careful walking into Costco because the first thing you see are all the big TVs. Yeah. Every time I'm like, ooh.
So I'm not really
75 inches.
I'm not really willing to get into the details right now, but James, you'll know what I'm talking about. I'm giving away my TV.
Right.
So I thought I could do a nice gesture and give away my TV, and then when I get into my new place, I'm gonna get the biggest FU newest TV.
Okay, I'm coming with you on that trip to Costco. I'm coming
Yeah.
with you on that trip.
It's the only way I could justify getting a new one.
Well, it is a king high flop, which is great for king 8, not so great for the pair of fives.
Actually, I do want to run this Miss Bum Bum suggestion past you. So I've always wanted one of those couches with the cups in them, but everyone in my life, the cup holders, but everyone in my life is like, dude, they're so trashy. Please don't do that. Please don't get the cooler cup holder couch. You're agreeing. You're agreeing that it's trashy?
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I gotta get the corned beef and cabbage going later today.
Corned beef and cabbage. I didn't
It's the
realize
St.
that was a
Patty's
thing.
Day thing.
All right. It's tomorrow, right?
It is tomorrow, yeah. Is producer Chris asking me to live stream when I go buy the TV? Is that what he's asking for?
Yeah. I mean, everything in life is content, right? So Joe goes shopping for new TV, I guess, might find an audience.
5 seconds. 8. Raise.
Can you imagine if we look at the most successful live streams of 2025? Number 1 was the EPT Barcelona final table. Number 2 was James and Joe go to Costco.
Now you guys have me curious, and I want to look at what kind of TV I want from Costco.
They have all of the latest LG OLED TVs, which is
that what I
know,
want? Is
like-
LG?
Well, you want OLED. You do not want an LCD/LED TV.
All right, so I clicked on 85 inches or larger. So I don't want a Samsung. I don't want a Sony. I don't want a QLED.
QLED is just a fancy name for an LED TV. OLED is the technology that you actually want your TV to be.
6+.
And as I said, LG isn't the only manufacturer. However, they are pretty cost effective and their TVs are pretty sick.
6, 7 raise. 250.
Well, the casino never loses.
1+.
With this raise to 250,000 with aces. Could be raise and take it unless Sturber has a hand in the big blind. 6 deuce off. Nope.
Easy game.
All right, I found an 83-inch LG OLED. It's not cheap, though. $5,300.
I didn't say they were cheap. I said they were good.
Yikes.
There's a 75-inch that's around the 2K mark.
I think I'll be lucky if I have a place big enough for an 83-inch TV after this.
And
Joe ends up with, like, a 42-inch screen.
from your kids, flower here.
I'm not sure how much the storage space I'm going to be living out of, how big a TV it can handle.
Let's say yes. Let's say yes. It's something
Glenn
she
Weber is
likes.
not wrong, by the way. I could probably last till Black Friday in November before having to get something new.
7+.
For luck. For luck.
8+. 1+.
Yeah, make sure you get one with a SCART socket, Joe. So you
what?
can SCART, so you can plug in your VHS.
Does that still exist?
No.
Oh, okay.
Max,
5 seconds.
Max, appena andiamo in pausa, dobbiamo chiudere.
Call. 120. 5 seconds.
Blind on blind.
6. Heads up.
Queen, queen, 9, king high, still ahead.
Whiff on whiff.
4 check.
To tide it. Oh, you must 6, 7, maybe 10 hours more. It will until 4 morning maybe. Yeah.
6 check.
Sleep.
Ed says, I need a SCART socket for my Virgin box. Dude, you must be due an upgrade. There's no way that Virgin are still making set-top boxes with SCART connections. So you probably got one like from the late 1990s. Trade it in.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's what I say. So we did see a pretty fun turn for Sturba. Goes from nothing to an open ender.
350.
No? So you finish. Let's see. I don't know when they close here. What time? It's non-stop open now.
6 past.
Got Crazy Carl on the case for me now.
I refuse to believe that you can get an 86-inch OLED for $800. That's probably just an LED. And JR Stadium talking about 8K tech about to hit the mass market. There comes a point, genuinely, where the human eye fails to distinguish. And I think we've reached that point. I think that on a large screen, and I'm talking about 75, 85 inches, you're going to see the difference between 4K and HD. The difference between 4K and 8K, the human eye will not be able to see it.
Promise me that I'm not going to get mad that I buy a 4K and then 8K comes out 2 days later.
I would also argue that the jump between 4K and HD was less about the resolution and more about the jump from high dynamic range. So HDR, Dolby Vision, it was more about that than it was about the number of pixels, the number of lines.
5 seconds. 3, 2, 7 past.
If you don't trust me, you need to talk to the Garrington Davies Video Content Agency because you know that is a guy who knows his screens.
I might fly Gary out to go shopping with us so he can calibrate it for me too when we set it up at home. Calibrate the PlayStation and the Apple TV.
I tell you, you know who you need for calibration? Bruce Baggles.
Yeah, right. I bet.
Just saying, it might be cheaper to fly Bruce.
Wow, real hand for Reyes. How are you saying his name? Retz?
I'm assuming, an assumption is the root of all evil, that the AE is the equivalent of an A umlaut.
I still don't know what that means.
So, Retz.
Retz. Retz off to you. Oh. Aww.
I was expecting some action. Really?
Yeah, the UR 8000 series, that's an LED, it's not an OLED.
I mean, maybe prices come down a little bit by November when I probably would be the earliest I would go to buy one of these. I think the earliest I'd go buy one of these is probably, I get some good after Christmas sales maybe.
Yeah. I mean, there is a very good chance that I end up buying a TV before you because I can't cope with the status quo. I'm.
What, in your girlfriend's place?
it's not a bad TV, but it's LED technology, and it's just like blacks are not black; they're grey. And I'm like, no, this like everything looks washed out. It's like no.
I would definitely be like, you buy the TV then.
Oh, I will. That's the thing.
Not good enough for you.
We're going to go bigger and we're going to go better. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to force her to pay for it. I'm just saying that I know that I'm going to end up just saying, here's a new TV.
Can you get away with saying it's a present for her and not for you?
No.
All right, king 5 tray, pair of 5s, not good enough to beat the 10s.
No, they are not.
Pick one up now. Inflation might destroy anything you save in a sale later on. Yeah, it's not horrible advice.
Well, 10's still good.
One check, 2 check.
All right, this doesn't get out of line. 10s get to showdown. Still at 15 players.
And we are still playing around a 50 big blind average. And I genuinely thought, we know it gets slower when we get to 2 tables, but based on other 1K tournaments I've covered, so I'm thinking, Joe, of like when we've streamed the Estrellas, when we've streamed the FPS, or when I've been around UK IPTs during the late stages, generally speaking, you're looking at around a 30, 35 big blind average.
Yeah.
This has been 50 consistently throughout, and it's still a 50 big blind average. The danger there is it has the potential to get down to 30 big blinds, which means playing through 2 or 3 levels without losing a single player.
Pocket 8s for State,
700
who does not have a lot of big blinds. Raises about half his stack. No way. Bretts did call it off. James, I don't know if you saw the hand. It was so sick.
I missed it.
Chris Day got it all in it with ace king, and Rats called it off with jack 9 suited.
Yeah.
River to 9.
Ooh,
pretty bad.
The inaugural PokerStars Open trophy, which will be presented at some point, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, to the winner of this tournament.
I would want that. That's like that would mean something to me to win the first trophy ever of a particular tour. I like a number 1 of 1. Or number 1 of however many there will be. Uh-oh. Salem Mare says, you are aware that burn-in is still an issue for the OLED technology, James?
Of course. That's why it has a screensaver built in. It was burn-in was an issue for plasma as well. That's the price you pay for technology that actually replicates a decent picture. It always has a refresher when you switch it off. So here's a tip, right? I know when you switch your TV off and it goes into standby mode, do not switch it off at the mains. Leave it in standby mode, because while it's off, it will refresh the pixels overnight.
flick in there from Legnaro.
Laughing Poker says, oh, while we are sleeping, the pixels are partying. That's a lovely way to look at it. I like that.
Hey, oh, look at this flop. Always nice to flop trips.
Woo. Flopping trips against a wheel draw.
Love flopping trips. So fun. Uh-oh. Better get in the zone. Pretty good joke, Tom. Pretty good joke.
It was at a single clap.
Oh boy. Oh, wait. Whoa, whoa.
Holy.
Legnaro all in. I mean, had less than pot behind. Fair enough.
Rats is asking for a count.
I guess Rhett's unaware that he only has 6% equity. This would be...
No.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow-wee.
Oh, my word.
I'm sorry. I'm not rooting against Rets, but don't do it to him this time. Don't Chris Day Legnaro.
Only drawing to 4 cards. Only a 3 would eliminate Legnaro.
This can't happen, right?
A full house for Legnaro and a double up.
It was in the neighborhood. It was in the neighborhood.
Yeah, 3 would have been a chop, of course. So that makes the call even more horrible. And we're still at 15 players. Welcome to day 7 of the PokerStars Open Campione main event.
Rets is doing his best, though, right? Like, we're banging on about how we got to end this tournament, and Rets is really trying to help us out. Okay, everyone, we got it. We got it. We got it. We got it.
So the confusion, and again, I'll take full responsibility, but the confusion was caused by the fact that our usual production with our in-house graphics, you would only see the outs for the win. Chop outs do not display. The fact that the outs were at the top of the screen threw me.
So Rets is at it again. Oh, please tell me this goes raise, shove, call. Come on.
We've reached that point where we just want to see punting, right? That's basically we've come to this moment.
Just a call, a little slow play here from the ace-king suited.
And wow, well, we do get top pair versus second pair, so...
Did you say something? Okay. 250.
All right, so do you go for the check raise here?
Yeah, you do, because if there's one guy you're going to get action from, it's Rets.
Here's Johnny.
Sturber makes it 1 million.
Oh, it's just insta call.
Have pair, will call, show me a turn card.
Oh man.
No, he has an open-ended straight draw.
So, poker's awesome.
300 gli faccio, il 300 gli faccio 800 perché ho paura che abbia l'incastro.
Okidoki.
800 e poi gli mando diretti gli olivi.
I mean, it's basically a pot-sized bet, right?
He's getting 2-1. 2-1 with a pair and a straight draw. You can convince yourself you're up against hearts here. Oh, man. I agree, 7-4 offsuit. Retz makes this fun to watch.
Elephant says, second pair with an open ender, he's calling. Well, he's counted out the call. He has not yet made the call.
There
Now
it is.
He's made the call. And this, on the one hand, is a great spot for Sturber, but I really hope we don't see a sick river card.
Let's take deep breaths.
Don't do it to him.
There's a lot of them.
Don't do it to him.
Yes.
Sturber's ace-king holds. And Retz has lost two sizable pots in pretty quick succession and has lost a healthy chunk of his stack. I think he's got about 50% of what he had 10 minutes ago.
And is doing nothing to speed this tournament along. Just doubling up shorter stacks, keeping that average stack the same size.
Get back to the table. They're going to muck your hand. Get back to the table. I don't care. I'm having fun. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. No one loves it more than me. I want to say this funny hand. Right. So this guy calls. He calls. I'll tell you later. Oh, we love him.
Cute. Very cute. Prykop asks, he was chip leader, right? Retz was second in chips at the table, but it was very close between
was
he
very
and
close.
Montalban. It was like 12 million and 11.5 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly 2,200,000.
5.
Call.
Is it 2 call?
We've had an under-the-gun raise from Casinò with Queen Jack. And we've seen a call from Montalban in the cutoff with sixes. Starte folds the big blind, so we are going heads up to the flop. Ace 4-3. Six is still ahead.
But 300.
Montalban hanging around with the sixes, making the correct call. Hard to fold sixes on this turn. That's if Casinò can fire a second time.
Seven check.
Casinò does not fire a second time. Montalban checks, takes the free card. All right, let's see a showdown. Show me a winner. There it is.
Sixes are the winner.
I don't know, this tournament may end too fast now. What the hell time is it over there?
6:26.
It's only 6 p.m.?
6:26 in the evening.
That is rather dangerous, right? Because if you think about it, our final tables, when they're 8-handed, take about 8 to 10 hours, right?
Yeah.
And we're not even there yet.
Correct. Jacob says, when is the break? 5 p.m. CET? That was an hour and 26 minutes ago, so no. The break is 37 minutes from now. And after that break, blind levels will be reduced to 60 minutes. I can see further changes being implemented because, yeah.
You know what's funny is that, like, we've been in a similar situation, like, a few times over the years. Sometimes in Barcelona, there's, like, a rumor we have to finish by a certain time. And
yep.
Sometimes in Monte Carlo, there's that rumor that we have to finish by a certain time. But it always gets done.
So you're not wrong. There have been situations, and it's to do with licensing, for example.
Right.
Where in Monte Carlo, we have the temporary license, which gives us the right to have poker tournaments in that venue, and that license expires at a certain time. I think the same was true of the casino in Barcelona as well, where we are, again, having a license that's extended. But that's normally at a point where the tournament is three-handed or heads up. So you are able to make adjustments that can push it towards its conclusion and get you out of jail. When you've got 15 players left at this point, or even 9 players left at around sort of 10 or 11 p.m., it becomes harder unless you literally turn it into a turbo.
And that's why I'm cackling. It's just that I'm glad it's not up to me to figure out how to get us out of this. Like, I'm just looking forward to, and again, look, if people lose value or whatever it is, obviously it's not ideal for changes to be made, but this is interesting.
Yeah.
This is weird, wild stuff. This is uncharted territory, at least for me. I'm just trying to think of the wackiest thing they could implement. Like every single action is either a raise or a fold. Or they take they go to short deck. Or they just shorten the blinds. They take 5 minutes off the clock every elimination and they play with just one level. Or they do musical chairs, and when the music stops, whoever's the shortest stack is just out.
Yep. Yepanuna asking who is the tournament director. Toby Stone is on site. Toby Stone is overseeing proceedings. And in Toby, we trust. I'm sure he has some ideas. I'm sure he will find a solution.
I really do trust Toby.
Yeah, and of course, there are obvious solutions, but you just don't want to affect the integrity, prestige of the game too much. You don't want to upset the players who've got this far and are now playing for extreme sums of money.
And I'm sure that Toby is really good at this, but another thing you wouldn't want to do is make some changes and then the tournament's over in 1 hour.
Yeah.
When you've got 5 hours to play with.
Yeah.
Never a dull moment on the circuit. Always something, always some drama.
I do like the idea, though, that every time the players go on break, we just remove 2 chairs from the table. And if you come back from break late, sorry.
C2 raise 250. C3 full. C4 full. C6 full.
Pay the casino for more time. I'll just assume that that's a poor joke and move on.
C7 raise all in.
Okie dokie.
We have got an all-in here from Casino with the queens.
One four.
It's not that many chips.
It isn't.
1-4-25.
11, 12 bigs.
1-4.
Oh.
And with chips invested, I don't know. I think this is borderline.
This feels, look, the players are probably just as tired and frustrated as we are, so you can maybe see why folks will make looser calls. I don't know that I would call it off here with King 10.
Oh, did we get an elimination? We're down to 14.
Oh.
Barnes is gone. Stephen Barnes eliminated in 15th place, 17,820 euros.
He's drinking out of cups. Queen's holding with Montalban. Did catch a 10. Oh no!
Oh, what? Oh, that is gross.
King 10 does it every time.
That is gross, and that will seal the fate of Daniela Casino. This casino has been taken down as Montalban plays the role of Danny Ocean. Daniela Casino cashes for 17,820 euros. So 2 eliminations in quick succession. As I just mentioned, Stephen Barnes eliminated from the other table. Daniela Casino eliminated from the feature table, taking us down to 13.
And that is a ladder up for the remaining players. Everyone now guaranteed another almost 4K. 21,000 the payout now. No, you don't fold King 10.
Didn't get the memo. Sturber, 10-7 of hearts.
I think right after an elimination is a great time to try to get a sneaker raise like this through. Right after we just lost somebody. Everybody's on pins and needles.
5 seconds. Call on 6-1.
Rats loves to play.
Yes, he does. Calls in the small blind with ace-5. Montalban calling as well, getting a good price in the big. He has queen 4, so 3 players will go to the flop. I see a 4. I see 2 4s. Montalban continuing to flop good.
How did you know? You're like, he's getting a good price with queen 4. I'm like, there's no price good enough with queen 4. Yeah, well, there was.
If you're just going to make trips every single hand, play everything. Play everything.
I mean, not only did he make trips, but everyone else drawing super thin.
Again, it's Retz with the wheel draw who is giving action here, betting 300,000. Montalban calls. 8 of spades on the turn, and Retz now drawing thin. Checks to Montalban, who bets 800 into 1.47 million.
Folding this time.
I think he's learned his lesson. I'm not calling him a gut shots anymore. I don't like it. Not having it.
Montalban truly is approaching Fantasy Island with all of these chips.
Yeah, around 16 million for Montalban.
Sturba under the gun with the new nuts, king 10 off.
Seat 4 raise 250,000. Seat 6 fold. Seat 8 fold. Seat 1 fold.
So what is this? The classic under the gun king 10 raise, the flat on the button with the snowmans, and Legnaro with jack deuce. In all seriousness, I love how happy Legnaro is. I mean, he just seems to be kind of like really excited in the moment, just enjoying it. Good for him.
You got to enjoy the ride.
You've got to enjoy the ride. Well, king 10 does indeed get there, flopping second pair. Three of clubs on the turn. Looking very good for Sturba now.
It's weird. No C-bet on the flop or turn.
Go on. Stick a few chips in. Have a poke.
Was that just a... Oh, there was a bet. Okay.
Sorry?
Seat 6 fold. Seat 8 fold. Seat 1 fold.
Montalban.
Seat 2 raise 250.
It's a button race with jack 5.
Seat 3 fold.
And it's Sturba in the big blind with queen 10. That's a defend.
Heck yeah, it is. Playing out of position against the chip leader, who's running super hot. Sounds great.
Let us do this. There you go. Second pair again for Sturber. Bottom pair for Montalban.
Second pair, woof. I'm not happy unless it's the nuts.
I think you can be pretty confident about the queen here. There is, okay, occasionally there's an ace in Montalban's hand, but his range is so wide here from the button.
You love the queen, especially when the
Yes.
5 peels off on the turn. Then you really love it.
Oh no, don't even put that out there in the universe.
In the vicinity. In the neighborhood.
Check, check. King on the river. Sturber is good. I don't mind a get to showdown here. Check call. Check, check.
I think you just have to tank check here to try to. Oh no! All right,
Okay.
it's
Okay.
fine.
Forfeit 275,000.
We'll value bet.
And a fold from Montalban.
Somebody want to ship the PokerStars Learn link to Alif on YouTube? It says how to play this game.
Well, the great thing is, about 3 years ago now, 4 years ago now, I actually recorded a PokerStars Learn video for the PokerStars YouTube channel with a very basic beginner's guide on how to play No Limit Hold'em, basically how a hand of poker works. So maybe we can link a leaf to that video. By the way, I'm not taking the credit for that video. I just happened to appear in it. But I do think it is one of the most watched videos on the PokerStars YouTube channel. It's certainly one of the most discovered. When people are searching how to play poker, that's how people come across it.
Didn't that guy recognize you at the charity event from that video?
Yes, yes. Joe and I played a charity event last summer, and there was a guy who had been invited to this charity night, had never played poker before, so did that classic Google search, how to play poker, and had watched that video on YouTube. He's like, hey, I watched that video this afternoon.
5 seconds.
Ooh. No, not with the Spraggy. I mean, yes, it is a coin flip, but those percentages are not accurate. A7 is pretty much drawing dead here.
This is a hidden domination.
Okay, ace high flop, I take it back.
Ace high flop's pretty good. Couple of hearts is pretty good for the Spraggy in this case.
So only a deuce would eliminate Starte here. It's a safe river, and he is going to double up through Sturber.
Yeah, that's a big old flip for this stage of the tournament.
How to play poker. How to play poker for beginners, uploaded to the PokerStars YouTube channel on December the 30th, 2021.
It's in there. It's in the chat. Ed's on it.
4.5 million views.
Wow.
Ah, I should have asked for a percentage.
Yeah, right? You could have 40, 50 bucks right now.
Wow, I just realized our YouTube channel is closing in on 2 million subscribers. We're up to 1.9 million now.
I packed it away, but that the plaque they sent us is actually one of my proudest achievements.
I'm assuming we get another one for 2 million.
I don't know. We might have to go to 1 billion for the next one. I think I have one from Poker Night in America also. For views, not for 1 million subscribers, I don't think.
I was going to say the trophy is almost within sight, but that would probably be an exaggeration right now.
Literal sight, not figurative sight.
Yeah.
It doesn't even feel like the next break is in sight.
Montalban has opened with sixes, starting in the small blind with ace queen of strawberries. Oh, we have to wait for 10 million subs before we can get a diamond.
Yeah, I don't think it was going to be 2 million.
It'll
be another digit.
But still, 2 million is an achievement, and again, it goes without saying that if you are watching the stream on YouTube and you're not already subscribed to the PokerStars YouTube channel, please do so. Remember, it is free to subscribe to a channel on YouTube, and if you don't want them, you don't even get alerts that the channel has uploaded something or is going live. That's only if you click the notification icon. So yeah, subscribe to PokerStars YouTube channel. Give this video a like, please. It does help because the algorithm is weird. No one really understands it, and so much of our content gets buried unless you tell YouTube, unless you tell the Google machine that you like it, and then you'll possibly see more of it. And more people will see it as well. Yes, friendship is tragic. You've missed all the Ricardo Montalban jokes, but I'm sure they'll get recycled over the course of the next 16 hours that we're on air.
This isn't Fantasy Island. This is the other one.
C2 raise 250. C3 fold.
What's the name of the awful planet that Khan got deserted on? That's kind of where I feel like we are right now.
SETI Alpha 5?
Yeah.
C6 raise 750.
Which was a mistake, by the way.
Yes, it was. As Chekhov explained. But he still ended up with a slug in his ear, didn't he?
Yep.
New friends, huh? No problem.
Let's give it up for these players, huh? Whatever we're going through, they're going through it way. I mean, they're winning a lot of money, but, you know, this is way harder. Let's give it up for them. Let's give it up. Hey, let's give it up for the floor. And let's give it up for the cleaning staff, too, huh? Let's give it up for the cleaning staff. Let's give it up for the parking attendants out there. Yeah, some of the people out there making sure all the cars are parked okay. And let's give it up for the lake. Let's give it up for Campione. Let's give it up for the lake itself. Let's give it up, yeah.
See, this is where you betray yourself as an American, Joe. You think this casino has a parking lot?
It doesn't. Where do people park?
It probably does, to be fair.
Trying to get a little energy going here. A little
Absolutely.
energy in the room.
You must know by now that in Europe, you just got to find a space on the street and hope that there's no restrictions in place on a Sunday. There is a lake, Z-Cat. It's a beautiful lake.
I know it's in the Como region. Is it Lake
is.
Como?
Yes.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
No, it's a really nice area to kind of visit and drive around, and you know, you can kind of relive the pre-credit sequence of Quantum of Solace, but just less choppily edited. Yes, that's right. It's Lake Lugano. I'm sorry, but it is in the Como region, and you do drive along that.
Lake Lugano sounds like it was named after Luca
Pagano. It was after his first ever EPT final table. But yeah, you drive past Como to get there, and you actually go through that that kind of tunnel, that underpass from the opening of Quantum of Solace.
So you have like 5 minutes? A bit less, 4.5. Something like you. Yep.
That's up.
How you don't know that when you are there commentating? I haven't had a chance to get out into the lake yet, and it's not like it's labeled.
Also, Principal, we're not there, so if you're going to be a know-it-all, be right. You know what?
Uh-oh.
I was in a good mood until now.
Oh, no.
And because of that, you're banned.
But we do have a hand happening for what feels like the first time. Look at that. Even Maltabon is napping.
So I'm not going to lie, Joe. When
Yeah.
you asked me if I saw that hand between Rats and Barnes,
Yeah.
while I was not on air for an hour, I fell asleep for 40 minutes.
Oh, yeah. No, I nap on my breaks, too. That's not really a confession as far as I'm concerned. I also just wake up every 5 minutes going, oh, what if I overslept? No one has any way of getting a hold of me. It's well known I do nap quite a bit on the EPT, but I'm in the room with people.
Yeah.
So when it's time for me to get back on the air, someone kicks me.
I've got this great idea, right, that we can get you like a metal bracelet that basically is remote controlled and gives you like a mild electric shock. I promise I will only use it in case of emergency.
I mean, that seems worth it to me, honestly. I believe you. I take you at your word. And then I could probably sleep easier knowing that if it got to like within, 10 minutes of me needing to be back on the air and you haven't seen me, you can just go, me.
I remember, and this was going back a few years, there was one day where you overslept for the podcast and you changed the settings on your phone where you put me in your like emergency contacts or whatever, or if I call you twice, I bypass your do not disturb. And you basically said to me, with great power comes great responsibility. I have not abused that power. In fact, I've never used that.
No, and it's been so long, I wonder if it would even work. We should test it because I've never changed it back, I don't think. And the Rockets' red glare.
Well, we are going to see a defend from Sturber with 9-7. And it's a Broadway flop. Aces way ahead. Nothing for Sturber to be too excited about. Does have the gut shot and backdoor spades, I guess. Oh, the gut shot no good. I should highlight that.
When the tiny pot with aces.
Yeah. It's one of those cliches that, and like a lot of cliches, it's grounded in truth. Back during the poker boom, every single poker TV show, if someone had aces, it would always make the edit, even if the hand was pretty inconsequential like that one. Because people love to see aces.
I mean, I think that's a huge selling point for a lot of people that play poker, is just to be able to look down at aces.
Yeah.
Every once in a while.
I guess it's good to remind people that sometimes you get dealt a good hand.
C8 fold. C1 fold. C2 raise 200 bit. C3 fold. C4 fold.
Woof. No, thank you.
I know you're meant to defend your big blind pretty wide, but Jack-3 offsuit is just... bleh.
Nay. Ner.
I ain't having it.
Hello. Sorry, that was me replying to Philip, who said, hello.
Is it me you're looking for?
You know, it's weird. You would think that because I'm at home, I'd be cranking it even more than usual, but I haven't cranked it at all. Maybe that's part of the problem.
You got a break coming up, right?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Well, are you going to be willing to forego one of your naps so that you can crank it?
No, I'll crank first. I'll nap right afterward.
Okay. Montalban has opened in the hijack with ace-queen. Started with sixes in the small. That's a call. And then we have Andronico with the power hand of the table. King 10 in the big. King 10 suited on this occasion.
This looks like a pretty fair fight. Yeah, look at that. Nearly equal equities.
There's a 6 on the flop and a king. Ooh. Top pair for Andronico, but it is no good against Starte set.
Oh, man. And Andronico's played pretty conservatively. I think has been waiting for a spot just like this one.
Andronico's also pretty short right now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you flop top pair here, and you're, like, pretty excited to get it in. When this bet gets called.
So he leads the flop with top pair for 325,000. The original raiser has exited, and Starte now has to decide how to respond. And that's his response. He has check raised to 950,000, and now it's go time. How are you feeling about top pair? You think it's good? Maybe you pull the trigger.
I'm feeling pretty good about it.
Does he think his opponent is check raising here with hearts?
Hearts is an easy one. I guess there's not like a whole lot of worse kings. Is it ever like 7-9 or 5-7? Maybe those hands don't call out of the small blind. 8s and 6s are pretty common, right? I mean, not common, but common hands that would raise. I don't know. Maybe there's more of an argument for getting away. I just know that when you're this short and you flop top pair, it's a really tough proposition.
Andronico calls, and this hand is going to go to the turn, and Andronico has less than pot behind.
Oh, that's him moving his bet forward. I thought he was just putting him in dark.
Okay, will that ace on the turn help him? Will that mean he can get away from it on the turn?
Certainly not the card King 10 of diamonds wanted to see.
What if it's ace X of hearts that Starte is check raising with on the flop? $500,000, and a reminder that Andronico has just shy of 2 million. Oh, moves all in, gets snap called, and is drawing dead.
Yep. It's over,
Andronico KO'd.
I'm a queen.
And yeah, ace queen got away from it in time. So we see the elimination of Andronico, and I'm hearing that a player may have gone from the other table during that hand.
Oh.
Just waiting for official confirmation rather. The conversation will provide the confirmation that, yeah, this is what just happened. And it is Mikhail Demidenko. Spent a fair amount of time on the main stage. The Ukrainian eliminated in 13th place. So he went out first. That means, well, it's the same money for both players. So Demidenko, officially 13th place finisher for 21,380 euros. And Christian Andronico, 12th place finisher for 21,380 euros, taking us down to 11 players, 2 away from being down to 1 table.
And that's a 4K ladder up for the rest of the field.
Yes, good point.
Everyone now guaranteed 25,650.
C2 raise 250.
Amoeba says that's a shame. Demidenko was playing great. That's the thing. You can play perfectly, and you can still be on the receiving end of some horrific bad beat.
But you can also play terribly and win it all. And that's the beauty of the game.
That is why everyone loves the game of poker.
I see players are departing.
We hit the break.
Can I go? Give me my phone, please.
Give me my phone, please.
Please, can I have my phone would be a nicer way of phrasing it, but...
Give me, but they said please at the end, so you know.
Even so. Manners maketh the man.
Good call.
So yeah, we've come to the end of the level, and just to recap, when we return from this 20-minute break, we'll be kicking off level 34 with the blinds going up to 100,000, 150,000. So again, that graphic, irrelevant as far as the blinds are concerned. Crucially, we are going to start playing 60-minute levels. They're going to take 15 minutes off each level. We're going to stick with this lineup at the feature table, and a reminder that when we get 2 more eliminations, every remaining player, the final 9, will all be at 1 table on the main stage. Our mission today is to close this out, is to play down to a winner, is to have a champion who'll lift the trophy and receive that first prize of 363,000 euros. So the action continues here in Campione very shortly. Back on the other side of this 20-minute break. We return to our feature table. Actions on Andrea Cari. He folds, as does Isabel Baltazar. We have a new player at the feature table. It's the tournament chip leader, Mario Adinolfi. And he's raising in early position to 3,800 with King-Queen off suit. 10-8 suited for Nacho Barbero.
Looks like he wants to play it.
And he will play it. He makes the call. Villavalbeck folds. Pocket nines for Tobias Reinkemeyer.
Tobias will definitely want to see a flop with that pair. Not sure he'll want to re-raise with it, though.
Makes the call from the cutoff. Gradinaru folds the button. Masters with 4-3 will give up the small blind. And Garcia, also with King-Queen, calls from the big blind.
Things are not looking so hot for King-Queen anymore.
The flop, 10-Jack-7.
Holy straight draws, Batman.
Up and down draws for Garcia and Adinolfi. Gut shots for Reinkemeyer and Barbero. Barbero has the lead right now with a pair of 10s.
Nacho's got far and away the best hand with the best equity four-handed. It's a perfect spot to try to get some money in.
Adinolfi's checked to him and he bets 6,700. Reinkemeyer gives up the nines.
Wisely folds the second best hand. Might be tough for these two to fold, nor should they, since not only are they open-ended, but they've each got two overcards as well.
Garcia makes the call. And Adinolfi, who's drawing to a chop, also makes the call.
Nacho's way out in front, but making his straight would be very bad for him.
The turn is the 8 of hearts. Two pair now for Barbero.
Nacho improves, but the board gets a little bit scarier for two pair.
Check, check. Barbero is going to bet again. Question is how much? 15,900.
Wants to protect those two pair on a very wet board.
Garcia's had enough. But Adinolfi will play.
A lot of players will probably call in this spot, but if you think about it, you're never ahead at the moment, and even if you hit your straight, your implied odds aren't very good.
The 9 of spades, Adinolfi rivers the nuts. Barbero's playing the board.
Now all of a sudden, Adinolfi has immediately reached for chips, and it looks like he's going to lead.
There's 69,700 in the middle.
Now it looks like Adinolfi slowed down to try to put on a bit of a show. And let me tell you something, if it's that obvious to me, it should be pretty obvious to Nacho, despite the fact that it looks like he may have had a late night here in Barca.
Adinolfi's bet 47,000.
And now? Do you believe me?
Looks like Adinolfi's trying to induce a call. I'd be really surprised if this worked. Adinolfi just seems so overjoyed. And again, I've got a whole card camera. Did you see that?
Unfortunately, I did.
Don't do it.
This is state-of-the-art poker theory. It's called reverse psychology. It's too complicated to get into here.
And that's why we pay him the big bucks, people.
Put in.
Barbero shoves!
Ruh-roh. Nacho is showing us a good old South American punto.
Call.
Of course Adinolfi calls. It took his time, though.
Mini slow roll.
And that will see the elimination of Nacho from the tournament.
Don't worry about Nacho, though. He's fine. This is Barcelona. The rave he was at is probably still going on. Don't forget the glow sticks.
Now I am a little blocked in the movement.
Oh, the woes of being the chip leader.
Right now, the audio guy's saying that's Nacho Mike.
Back at our feature table, the action's been opened in early position by Andrea Cari, raising it up to 3,500 with Queen Jack off suit. Mario Adinolfi has 8-5 of spades.
This is where chip leaders can go a little mad with power. That call's a little loosey-goosey.
I think he has a post-it note over his fold button. Miguel Magantier, a new player at our feature table, has folded, as has Villa Valbeck. Ace-9 of diamonds for Reinkemeyer. He's got the button.
A call from Tobias would be pretty standard with a suited ace on the button.
And he does make the call. And a call from Gradinaru in the small blind.
Getting some solid pot odds.
King 8 for Timothy Masters. Nah, he'll give up the big. So 4-way action to the flop. And that flop is 4-10-7 with 2 spades.
Adinolfi flops a huge amount of equity with his piece of cheese, but Gradinaru actually does have the best hand.
Everyone's checked. Turn for free. It's the king of diamonds. That gives Reinkemeyer the nut flush draw.
No one actually improves. Akari's got an open-ender now as well.
He was the pre-flop aggressor, and he's going to make a delayed continuation bet here into his 3 opponents. 7,100. Adinolfi is going to call with that straight flush draw. Reinkemeyer with ace-9 of diamonds makes the call, and Gradinaru gets out of the way with his pair of 7s.
Everyone on huge draws, and the only guy with a legitimate hand folded.
The river is a spade. Bingo for Adinolfi.
Gets there.
Akari checks. Adinolfi checks.
Reinkemeyer reaching for chips. He can't really be value betting here, so he's likely trying to bluff out a better ace or a non-top pair hand.
He makes it 20,000. Akari folds. Adinolfi will look him up in splashy fashion. Sorry, Tobias. Ace-9 no good.
I won.
Yes, thank you for the announcement. We're all very impressed. And you can't see it, but your biggest fan down there is rolling his eyes at you.
47,900 chips will be added to Mario's stack with a little help from Isabel Baltazar. The chip leader now has close to 500,000. Andre Akari has raised an early position with ace-4 of spades. And Mario Adinolfi wants to come along for the ride.
We already know kid likes to play.
3,500 apiece. Miguel Magantier has Jack-10 of clubs.
Totally the kind of hand you want to see a multi-way flop with.
So he makes the call from the cutoff. Villa Valbeck folds the button. Reinkemeyer has ace-king in the small blind.
Tobias has a top-tier hand, but he's out of position, and he may not want to see a flop 4 ways with it.
Here comes a 3-bet. A total of 15,300, which gets the big blind to fold.
With all the action behind him, Andre has to know his hand's no good.
He will muck.
Adinolfi should know the same thing, but we all know that if pre-flop folding had a page on Facebook, he would not be a fan.
Miguel Magantier gives up the Jack-10, so we go heads up to the flop. Adinolfi in a world of hurt here, but not anymore. 2 6s on the flop.
Mario Adinolfi is so good.
Tobias Reinkemeyer had the pre-flop betting lead. And he will continue.
How much? 13. I raise.
I think this is a great spot for a raise, considering it's really hard for Mario to have a piece of this board. But he has been a total tell box so far.
And what a raise. He's made it 90,000.
That is a big raise.
It's okay, you tried. Now you have to fold.
Why so much?
The right question.
Because I need to go to Wii.
That explains some of the faces he was making before.
If not, you go stay there thinking for 2 hours. I get bored, so 90,000. I like your style, eh?
Which 6 do you have?
I don't have 6s.
No, 1 6, I mean.
I don't have 6s.
You don't have 1 6? 2 4s. I have a pretty good hand.
Nah.
I don't want to fold.
2 8s, 2 9s. What do you do?
If I've learned anything, it's that this guy gets real chatty when he's got it.
If I fold, you're going to show me like 7 2 suited or something. I know that.
I don't show the end. It's okay for you?
That's okay for me.
That you see on the TV when it happens. Just fold and don't ruin your tournament. Remember the Argentinian. He had like your stack. One hand.
Is Nacho Barbero dead?
Ah, come on, my Wii save.
Nice read, Tobias.
I have to show. I have to
One,
show.
okay?
He shows the ace.
You can see on TV.
Since he arrived at the feature table, Mario's played more than half the hands he's been dealt. That's double the table average.
Forget VPIP. This guy needs a VPIPP.
Miguel McIntyre folds the fours.
Tight is right.
Round to Tobias Reinkemeyer. He has 6-4 suited on the button. And he calls.
Tobias' call here is pretty standard against someone who you perceive to be a giant fish, which I don't want to say that Mario is, but let's just say he'd go very well with malt vinegar and wrapped in newspaper.
Andre Akari has ace-7 offsuit in the big blind, and he also calls.
I think Andre's call is a little loose, but he's probably aware of the Adinolfi-Reinkemeyer dynamic going on over here.
King 5-6 flop. Reinkemeyer takes the lead with a pair of sixes. It's been checked to him. And he is going to bet 7,600. Andre Akari wisely folds.
Cool.
This call is not good. Adinolfi's got a bad ace high and 2 backdoor draws. A c-bet would have been fine there, but check calling is ugh.
Optimism for the win. 6 of diamonds on the turn. Looks like it's Tobias Reinkemeyer's turn to have trip sixes. Maybe it's his turn to need a comfort break as well.
Adinolfi did pick up the nut flush draw.
He's checked to Tobias a second time. And Tobias bets again, 16,500.
Tobias really hoping Adinolfi has a king now.
500 in.
Mario calls again. The river is not a diamond. And Adinolfi leads.
This is a really spewy lead. This lead makes way more sense if some sort of draw hit the river because it pretty much only polarizes his hands to bluffs or monsters, and there aren't too many monsters possible on that board.
Reinkemeyer calls.
East side.
And Tobias will show the 6.
Trip 6 is good.
I wasn't thinking about folding. You know that.
What were you thinking about?
If I should raise or call.
Good move by Tobias to just call. Raise is pretty pointless there as you're typically only getting action when you're beat.
We're 68 away from the money as the blinds go up to 1,200, 2,400 with a 300 ante. Adinolfi's got ace-4 offsuit. That's a monster for him.
Another early position raise with a weak ace. Mario Andretti over here needs to take his foot off the gas.
Here's one of 2 new players at the feature table. He made the final table of EPT Berlin last season. Vadim Kurcevic with aces in the hijack position.
Kurcevic is in a good spot to get Cursa rich unless Adinolfi somehow learned how to fold in the last 90 seconds.
Eugene Kachelov is the other new player at our feature table. He's not going to get involved. Guillermo Garcia folds from the small blind. And the big blind, Andre Akari will also pass. So Adinolfi facing a 3-bet of 15,500. He'll call the additional 9.5.
2 words. Terra bad.
The flop has a 4 on it, and that means we can expect fireworks. Most players don't get carried away with bottom pair, but most players aren't Mario Adinolfi.
Kurcevic will be right to try to bet the pants off this flop to try to get 3 streets of value against the calling station.
How much?
21,000. A quick call from Mario. Now, of course, Mario also went deep at EPT Berlin last season. There's the possibility that there's history between these 2 players. There's the possibility that Vadim knows exactly who he's up against.
Well, in Mario's defense, once he made it to the flop, he probably should have called on the flop.
Question is, if Kurcevic fires again on the turn, should he call the turn?
I guess it depends how much the bet is for. We're about to find out.
Kurcevic playing a stack of 187,000. He'll bet 32k.
This bet is for less than half the pot. Some folks would probably bet a little bit more in this spot.
And Anolfi makes the call. And we go to the river with the Italian needing to see a 4. But it's a 3. Kurzovic with a lock on the hand. Mario checks a third time.
Yes, a few straights came in, but there's not too much for Kurzovic to be afraid of here. I think if he bets big, he could get the hero call from the Maniac chip leader.
143,000 in the middle. Kurzovic sticks in a river bet of 62,400.
Again, this bet is fairly small. I think if Mario calls 60K here, he'd probably also call 80K. Since Mario's calls seem to be more mood-based than math-based, Kurzovic could have probably bet more. Then again, Kurzovic probably really wants to get called here. Suppose Mario could always get away from it.
You think he's found the fold button?
Doesn't look like it.
He is counting out the chips for the call. And he slides them forward, he makes the call, and he sees that Vadim Kurzovic extracted 3 streets of value with aces.
I think Kurzovic could have ended up with a little bit more in this hand, but hey, he got paid on flop, turn, and river, taking a big chunk out of the former chip leader. Ouch, former, too soon.
So playing 5-handed at this final table. The main event, EPT Baden, Season 3 of the European Poker Tour, October 2006. Jack 10 of diamonds for Dario Minieri, and this will be a raise from the button. Turned win in the big blind with King 10.
Not going to be folding the King 10 versus the button open. Maybe sometime considering going all in, depending on Dario's stack. They do look like raising chips to me.
Sides just a call, has his opponent dominated, but he's out of position without the betting lead as they go to the flop, which is 9-6-5.
Not a whole lot going on for either player. Does look like Tang is going to lead the flop though.
What do you make of this?
I mean, it's a pretty decent board for him in general, but he has no good shot. He has no backdoor flush draw.
Called by Dario.
Minieri calling with a couple of backdoors, picks up the up and down draw on the turn.
If you are going to bluff flop with King 10, and you get a 4 to a straight card on the turn, I'd probably be tempted to continue.
Dario bets 50,000.
With the action check to Minieri, fires 50k into the pot.
Dario just always playing street poker. Wow, are we going to see a raise on this turn? I don't think he can really check call here.
It's called by time.
Okay.
He has called.
I mean, he has a good shot, I guess, to a straight.
5 of hearts.
Okay, so the ball bricks out for both of them. It's 2006, Vincent. The question is, who wants it more?
I feel like Dario has to pull the trigger here on the river. He can't check.
Okay, so do we see a rebluff from Tanduk Win? Does he call with King High?
No way. If we see either of those things happen, I'm not trying to guess what is going to happen again at any point.
You know what? Neither is beyond the realms of possibility.
I would love it. He doesn't look ready to fold just yet. I think this is just Dario's reputation for always bluffing. It makes you want to outplay him. It makes you want to get the bluff in against him.
Oh, shows it.
Missed right on the turn. Very good bluff there by Dario.
A very good bluff there by Dario.
I love it.
And the players taking a short break as they come to the end of that level. Welcome back to the year 2025, where Campione is hosting the first ever PokerStars Open, and this is the last day, day 4 of the main event. The day the tournament is meant to conclude. I'm hedging now because I'm slightly concerned. We're coming back from break with 11 players remaining in this 1K tournament, spread out over 2 tables. They will combine around a single table when we get down to 9. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
And we are kicking off the 100K, 150K blind level, Nick. The first of the 60-minute blind levels. That's right, 15 minutes being taken off the levels to try and push this towards its conclusion. Obviously, no skin off Manuel Montalban's nose. He's got 100 big blinds still.
Yeah,
for players like Naro with sub 30, it's not ideal, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm here for it. Like I said, we mentioned earlier, Montalban was a sit-and-go player, so I'm pulling for him. I like to see my fellow brethren performing well, and so far, honestly, some very exceptionally good poker. Also, James, you'll note short-handed. I love short-handed poker.
Yes. We are 5-handed at this table, 6-handed at the other table, and we are close now to the 6-figure payouts. 25,650 euros. That's where we are at right now. Once we get down to a single table, we will see a money jump with every single elimination. More than 100K for fourth, nearly $250,000 for second. Up top in this event, 363,000 euros, plus the first ever PokerStars Open trophy, which we see from time to time, a little plinth just by the stage.
Yeah, and I'm going to mention it once more, guys, as we rejoin the action. I think there's a very strong chance we are talking deals. And I don't want it to go on forever. I know, smooth and controlled, we're not going to allow it to go on forever. But I do think that with such a huge multiplier in play up top that we will see a distribution of that prize pool, because it's just so many players to get through to feel disappointed, James.
Of course, but the thing I'll say, Nick, is, and I don't disagree with you, by the way, once a deal is done, we know it has to be played out. There will be a certain percentage of the prize money set aside for the winner. There is the trophy and title to play for as well. So a deal doesn't end it. It's not like they chop the prize money and everyone goes home for the night.
No, absolutely not. But we know from our experience that obviously the weight is off. Then we can play a little bit more fast and loose.
Yes.
And once you've got a certain amount of money locked up, we're playing just for what's left over. But we'll see how it goes. I think there's enough players in here who are going to feel the strain often enough to see some distribution. When it happens is the question, and we'll keep an eye out for that. But big money up top. Let's get it on.
So action underway on level 34 of the tournament, and it's ace-7 suited for Sterber.
4 raise 300, 6 pass.
He has raised to 300,000.
1 pass.
Action forwarded to the blinds. Montalban with Queen-9 in the small. Passes. Legnaro with Trey-Deuce offsuit in the big.
3 pass.
Shows and folds.
Yep, one of the things I love about short-handed poker, guys, we just need to play wider ranges. The blind's coming on faster. If you're not putting in the correct amount of defense and you're not being aggressive enough when you have position, you're not going to win enough. And these are the moments when having that experience in a sit-and-go is so powerful, right? So our chip leader at the feature table now, we've said before, is an experienced OG sit-and-go player, and therefore these moments are when he's going to really shine, I think. I think we're going to see him understand how to play the blinds very well, know how to capitalize on his positional advantage when it comes around, and we'll see how we go.
Unnecessary noise and visual detail there of Sterber's hygiene routine. It's Corey says, I was about to ask if a deal was allowed in Italy. France is the country where deals aren't allowed. Look, French gaming laws are really weird. They've made some modifications over the years, but I remember back when we used to run the EPT in Deauville, so this would have been around 2008, 2009, there was a really weird law, Nick, regarding bet sizes, which was that each raise had to be double the previous bet. So for players like Sean Deeb, for example, who were experimenting with just clickbacks and small 3-bets, it's like they got caught out, because it's like, no, if someone has 3-bet to like a million, you now have to 4-bet to 2 million. You have to double their bet.
Oh, man, don't get me started on French poker laws. Ruined my year already.
Yeah, we've got a queen jack 6 flop here. We have got a pocket 3s against 10-5. 3 still good. And I can't say for sure, Corey, whether France is the only country that stops deal making, but it's certainly the country where we run live events, which is in my mind, and certainly the only one I'm aware of where we operate, which has that rule.
And you'll notice, James, it was a very wide open from the 10-5 offsuit, and if we're going to play wide ranges, we need to obviously continue that aggression without showdown. So barrel on the flop, called by 3s. Okay, this is a nice turn to continue barreling, in my opinion. So Montalban in position with the straight draw now. I would be surprised if he decided to check. I think probably we go again. $1.1.
Stolly says Malta 2, I think. If that's the case, that's a recent innovation, because when we ran the EPT in 2015 and 2016, deals were definitely done. We're going back with the EPT this year, so we'll definitely check that out in advance.
All right, so I guessed 1.1. He bet 925, and that will take it down.
It will indeed. Montalban now playing more than 15 million.
Malta's going to be a fun one, James. I have been to Malta before, but I went there as a youth. It was a family holiday.
Right.
And hadn't actually been back since, despite the fact, obviously, there's a lot of poker played there. So it'd be cool to go as an adult and to get another take. I think the first time I ever went scuba diving might have been in Malta, now I think about it.
So yeah, I've been to Malta many, many times. 3 times for the EPT, but a lot of times on PokerStars business.
Right.
But yeah, quite excited to be going back with the tour for sure. EPT Malta running 1st to 12th of October this year. It's sandwiched in between Barcelona and Prague. Those are the future stops after Monte Carlo. So Monaco in the spring, Barcelona in August, Malta in October, Prague in December.
Quite the tour.
Thank you. That's okay.
Like Naro has opened the button with the Spraggy, ace-7 offsuit.
5. 6,
Starte defends with 10-5 of spades. And what is this? 2 pair for ace-7? There's some glitch in the matrix. Ace-7 is winning hands today, Nick.
This is very, very weird.
700.
What? How much?
700,000 into 850,000.
Goodness me, that's large.
You got to protect top 2 there, Nick.
He had the ace of hearts as well, didn't he? Oh, never mind, ace of diamonds. In any case, that is very big. I don't know if we're supposed to use a size like that with any of our range. But there we are. Big bet, take it down, no danger.
Yeah, I think that's worth highlighting, that there will be some live event operators, some tour operators who will also have rules about deal making. It's not always about the local gambling regulations. It's not always about the location.
Sit to rest. 300.
Montalban has opened with King 10, which is hand of the day. Yesterday it was jacks. Today, hand of the day is King 10. Sturber is a sickly bunny.
We do have a 3-bet. I like this. Magnaro started the hand around 27 bigs, recognizing that we probably still want to have some non-all-in 3-bets with stack depth.
And I would argue, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Legnaro has played pretty snug. You don't see him get involved in many hands, so I would take a 3-bet from him pretty seriously.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, you know what I like from players like Montalban as well, and I think this definitely has a lot to do with that sort of sit-and-go pedigree of just persistent and consistent play. They understand that aggression doesn't mean you have to be a pit bull. Like, you know, you can poke and you can prod and you can keep, like, you know, you can keep poking the bear and you can keep trying your luck, but that doesn't mean that you go, well, okay, I'm calling any 3-batter. Like, you know, I can't give up now. Like, I got to gun this guy down every single time. And you can just afford to just open wider and just apply pressure where necessary, and you're going to do very well without having to put in more chips in those uncomfortable situations just because you feel like you're the big stack and you have to bully.
6 raise, 300.
Button raised from Starte with 6-4 of clubs. Rets with king, queen in the small blind. So the last session, especially the last level, Nick, pretty torrid for Rets. Was second in chips at the table and has just been hemorrhaging chips.
I mean, after that Jack-9 suited call all in, I thought perhaps we would have a roller coaster player, and that's what we've seen thus far. We're currently coming down the slope.
And this is not going to work out for him. 3-betting here with king, queen, and ace, queen for Montalban in the big blind.
9.5. 9 million? Roughly. 9.
Yeah, and I think the fact that State is a deeper stack, James, is going to sort of augment how we play this. We might want to find a 3-bet size that is effectively all in for Montalban, or a big portion of their stack, you know, a big threat, just to force State out. But we can't simplify this to a push just in case State does indeed wake up with aces or something, and that would just be a huge ICM punt.
1,800,000.
Yep, perfect. Quick fold from the 6-4 of clubs, no problem. And Reyes, I mean,
you have to take this seriously. You have to. You can't continue with king, queen here.
Yeah, this is a very different setup, right? This isn't, I 3-bet with Jack-9, let's give him a spin. This is for the tournament life now.
So I'm going to address a comment on YouTube in just a moment, but I want to see how this hand plays out.
Oh.
And he makes the call. Ugh. So it is a domination situation, and this could go very, very badly for Rets unless he gets lucky. 7-6 deuce.
Oh, not the stop and go.
I mean, that's another way I guess this could work out.
No, never mind, just all in.
Yeah, checked to Montalban. Montalban shoves on him, and Rets is forced to fold, leaving himself with around 10 big blinds. Yeesh. Bozok says, one suggestion about the PS Live app, it should be should be synced with the stream so one is not ahead of the other. You have to bear in mind the PokerStars Live app is not pitched at an audience, it's pitched at the players. The idea is if you're at a PokerStars event, all the information you need is in there. So it would be counterintuitive for the players not to be able to access information like the tournament clock, the payouts, the structure, who's left and what seat they're at in real time. Now, one thing I have petitioned for, have asked for, is what I call audience mode. That if you are someone who's watching the stream and you just want to follow the tournament from afar and not see spoilers, that there's like a button you can toggle on the homepage that says, I'm kind of like, I want to watch it in spectator mode, and it then instigates a 30-minute delay on the information that's being displayed. Understandably, that is not going to be the #1 priority for the devs, but I'm hoping it's something we can implement in the future, in addition to maybe having the stream native to the PokerStars Live app, so you can watch the stream within the app.
I think that would be, I think both of those are really good ideas. Other things that I would like to do with the PokerStars channel as well, guys, is get Arena updated so we can have chips and big blinds simultaneously when we're in Arena mode. I know a lot of you guys prefer to have one versus the other. Again, not a priority, just a nice to have, but it's all progress.
I mean, one of the big pieces of work they've done with the PokerStars Live app coming into 2025 is the ability to display the leaderboards for the PokerStars Live League and make it clear to everyone who plays live events how many points they've earned so far and be able to kind of track their progress in this year-long competition.
6 raise, 300. 1 pass. 2 pass. Three pass.
Second and chips has aces, looking for action. Hello, King 10 of diamonds.
Hand of the day, Nick. Hand of the day. But ace is still huge favorite on this Queen 8 deuce flop.
How about 250 on the flop?
There you go, Nick.
Prediction confirmed. Uh-oh. That is a check raise. Pumps it up to 800K. And I think at this point we just call, but interesting turn cards here, James. There's a couple very spicy cards that could give the KT some backdoor diamonds, which is exactly why we choose this combo to check raise some of the time. And the turn. Not that card. That's not one of them. I do like these shades, James. I think they look good on the table.
Who are we waiting for?
1.2.
Oh,
start at
1.2 million.
No, it's Sterba. Sterba's gonna continue the bluff. He check raised the flop, leads the turn.
Ooh.
Yeah, aces aren't folding yet. Come on, don't be redonkulous.
Starte with the smooth call. $4.8 million in the middle. Sterba with 4.2 behind.
Does he continue representing? Nope.
White flag.
Yeah, I know. And at this point, James, you might think, well, if he's slowing down, aces might have a value bet. The stuff that is doing this is going to be either a bluff or it's going to be really strong, and the bluffs aren't going to have any value. It's not like he does this with like, 8-9 for no apparent reason.
Yeah.
I think we do see a check. Yeah, it's on different textures, we can imagine combinations that might be doing this for perceived value, the check raise flop at turn. However, on that run out, I think playing it safe is a good idea. You've already got a lot of chips and value out of the exchange, and they've done the work for you. Don't put yourself in a bad situation. I think on that particular texture, check it down, feels good.
Starte stacking up with 11 players remaining from a huge starting field, 2,423 entries.
Yeah.
That means almost €2.5 million in prize money. Most of that prize money still to be paid out as we enter the end game, ever closer to the final table.
Oh, okay. He was a big. I'm sorry. Yeah, no problem. I think that.
Ray Nathan says dealer is tired. Look, I think everyone is tired. Everyone's worked long days. The players have played long days. It's always the same way. Whenever we have an event that's a hugely successful event, a hugely populated event, it just puts a strain on everyone. Not a complaint, just a reality, right?
Yep. These are marathon days, and the fact we ended up getting such a huge field just makes it even more marathon-y.
I'm going to take away the positive, which is the launch of the PokerStars Open has been a huge success, and it's great to be back in Italy, and what an appetite there is to play poker here, and especially for us to take events to new places in the world. But as I think I said yesterday, the live events team and Luca Pagano's team here at the Casinò di Campione will also be learning the lessons of being prepared and making sure that you don't have massive registration lines, that you don't have cancellation of side events, 10-handed play, don't have last-minute changes to structures, that we learn from stuff which is going to upset some of the players.
So, James, this is a bit left field here. I don't know if you heard this conversation, but I was talking to Joe about some potential stream concepts I want to do in the future. And I like the idea of doing a recorded live action Dungeons & Dragons campaign on Twitch. Is that something that interests you in the slightest?
No.
Fair enough.
Sorry, I mean, Dungeons & Dragons does nothing for me, sorry.
No, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. I think because it doesn't interest you, I think you'd be a really interesting addition to the mix. But in a fun way, the fact that you were hating every minute of it, you know, even if we did 2 episodes, I think would actually make it even funnier somehow. All right, I'll put together a pitch deck. We'll see if we can change your mind at a later date. I've during the last break, I put in an official request for a professional dungeon master to build us a campaign, so we'll see how much that costs first.
10-10-8 is the flop.
There's Faturi. Yeah, I'll make a PowerPoint.
And Retz has dropped below the 10 big blind mark, by the way. He is the shortest stack at the feature table. He is in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Just 9 big blinds. Montalban, chip leader with 17 million, 115 big blinds. No one else at immediate risk. You got Legnaro and Sturber hovering around the 30 big blind mark. But yeah, it's not looking good for Retz right now.
Sit for 300.
Sturber with 10-9 of clubs in the cutoff.
5 seconds.
Raised with the Grafton. He's made it 300,000, and that is a call from Starte with ace-10. Retz with ace-9 folds.
Also, James, it only flashed for a moment, but Legnaro actually folded the 8s here pre-flop.
Huh.
Yeah.
Huh.
And that goes to show, I mean, like you said earlier, how we got to respect some 3-bets from this player. I mean, if he's going to play that tight, that's definitely something we need to be aware of as well.
Yeah, and I do think that, well, I mean, obviously, maybe he was a savant, but short-handed, how you're not playing 8s, I do not know. But, yeah, just the nuts. Just Starte flopping the nuts. All good. Nothing to see here. Move on.
Savant poker confirmed. I mean, look, James, actually, you know what it might have been? He might have been thinking, Ray's over there has been playing kind of loosey-goosey. He's getting down to the danger zone. He probably heard me sing it, and he's going, I'm just gonna leave him to it. I think I want to find the ladder here. That's fantastic.
Sure.
That might have played into the thought process at least.
So remember, 11th and 10th get paid the same. Then there is a money jump. In fact, after we lose our 10th place finisher, once we're down to a single table of 9, that's the point where it kicks in. There is a money jump with every single elimination. That's where the ICM handcuffing becomes a huge factor.
Absolutely right.
That's right,
I'm already in
Bozart.
3 D&D campaigns, so I'll stay out of this one. Fair enough. Might invite you.
Yeah, meanwhile, someone else observing that Rhett's had about 9 million not that long ago. Yeah, but, you know, if you're going to play hands and going to play quite loose, you don't necessarily hold on to those chips.
Swings and roundabouts, mate.
Queens for Starte. Well, Rhett's all in with ace queen and is definitely getting called.
Yep.
Just got to get through the blinds. Lugano with ace 10 in the big against an open and a 3-bet shove. This seems like a fold.
I mean, if Lugano is folding 8s there pre-flop just now, no chance ace 10 is interested.
There is the snap call with queens. So, Rhett's one-time monster stack. Now all in and behind. Best hope here to spike an ace. We've already seen an ace folded. So he has 2 outs and 2 chances to hit. Barry Greenstein is required. Barry denied. And that will see Rhett's eliminated. And I don't know if you heard that noise from the other table, but I think there may have been an elimination there as well, Nick.
Yeah, you might be right. And also a sigh of relief from Lugano. You can see he was sweating that harder than the other players at the table as well.
So Paul Rhett's
12 million, yeah? 12
maybe 11th place finisher, maybe 10th place finisher. Either way, it's 25,650 euros. But I'm pretty sure something has happened at the other table. The deal has been paused by the tournament staff. Sorry, the clock's been paused.
It's final.
Mister, no speak English. Ice King.
Ace King, really?
Yes.
Was a king there, right?
Lugano was trying to say that he folded ace king.
No push per tavolo finale. All in, all in.
I think he's talking about a previous hand.
All in. Via.
Wow. Tú tenías más que él, ¿no? Sí. Tú tenías más fichas que él.
So confirmation, Nick, that literally as that river card was dealt, there was an all-in at the other table, and there was a KO, and it's one of the Romanian players who's gone. It's Petra Bogdan Ionescu, who was officially eliminated in 11th place. Rhett's therefore 10th place finisher, and that means we are down to 9.
Oh wow, final table.
Unofficial final table, but crucially a single table. This is the moment that Ionescu's fate was dealt. So with both Ionescu and Rhett busting, we are going to have the final redraw of the tournament. We are going to have all 9 remaining players on the main stage as we continue to play down to the official final table of 8 and down to a winner in this 1K main event. So the players will be taking a short break whilst the redraw is conducted and their chip stacks are brought to the feature table. A reminder of the prize money at stake and a reminder that there is now at least a 10K jump. Look at the difference between 8th and 9th, and then the prize money differences just get bigger and bigger, all the way up to that first prize of 363,000 euros. They've come so far, but still a long way to go. So while the players take a break, we will do the same. And then we'll come back to continue the action from the final day of the PokerStars Open here in Campione. So this break should be 10 minutes. Don't go too far. And then we'll see the action resume.
Action will start here on Phil Hellmuth with 9-7 offsuit. Limps again.
Phil's been limping around all week. Hasn't really worked out for him so far, but he should probably keep trying.
King tray of diamonds from Minieri. Raises to 1100. Over to Elke. Folds. Locke, who just got caught bluffing.
I played that hand poorly.
Calls.
In so many ways.
I get off the tilt juice.
Hard to get off that tilt teat.
6-8 for the cannon. And he's going to defend.
Pretty loose, but decent pot odds. Phil's got to call now.
And he does. Four-way action to the flop. 7-king, 7 rainbow. Hellmuth hits trips.
I meant to say Phil Hellmuth's a genius.
Martinez checks, and Hellmuth checks.
Dario's got top pair, and he had the pre-flop betting lead. This could get ugly for him.
Bets 2,600. Lock is out. Martinez out.
For Hellmuth, this is probably a spot to just call. It would be easy to chase away action on such a dry board, even though we know Dario wouldn't fold top pair. Even a call would look pretty strong here, though.
There is the strong-looking call from Phil. We'll see a turn. King of spades, boat for Dario.
I don't know a lot of Italian poker terms, so I'm just going to go ahead and say, go!
Oh! Check from Hellmuth.
Really, really bad card for Phil. Especially since this looks like such a great card for Dario to keep barreling on.
53. Minieri bets 5,300.
Almost impossible for Phil to get away since Dario has such an aggressive rep.
And Phil will not get away. Makes the call.
Well, he's not drawing dead. I mean, he could hit quads.
River, 9 of spades. No quads for Phil, and Minieri's got it locked up.
Totally inconsequential card.
Phil checks.
How big will Dario's value bet be?
$17,200 worth.
Nearly a pot-sized value bet. A lot of players would feel forced or frustrated into calling here, but great players, they fold here sometimes.
Oh, man.
That's only sometimes. Let's see if Phil can get away.
Calls.
King, I only play the nuts like you, buddy.
Dario wins a $55,000 pot.
If I have it.
Oh boy, that's going to be the one.
It's just unreal what happens to me at this place. I mean, I'm just so sick of it, you know? I mean, I had the best on the chart, I had the best hand on the river. The guys have 2 outs every pot we play.
Yeah, that's the best hand pre-flop.
And I had the best hand pre-flop, unless you're an ace-7.
Nice hand, buddy.
Thanks, Chief.
I mean, what the is going on in this place? They do me
what the
kings
is going on
versus
the river? How
queens,
do you
I
call it?
flop
I always
trips.
think a bluff, I only wait for the nuts.
Oh, please, Dario. You know, I mean, you just cooled me off. You hit a 2-outer, and, you know, and now you're a genius,
I
guess.
just betted my hand. I don't feel a genius.
That was pretty dirty, but not Dario's fault.
This has nothing to do with you. I mean, I know, you know, I want to just trap you. I mean, I think you have 2 outs or you're drawing dead. So I just call.
But I'm not make this in bet if the other king doesn't come. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you don't lose any more, right? You don't lose any more on the hand, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Chance for Dario to go back-to-back. He'll start the action here.
What are they doing to me? I mean, this is real.
Is that you think I'm stupid. That's the only thing that make me crazy.
Phil had queens cold decked by Bill Perkins' kings earlier in the week. I see virtually no way Phil could lose with these kings. And he min raises over to Minieri. Makes the call with the ace-5 suited. Elke out.
It's usually where you raise it up on me, Dario.
Yeah, he wanted Dario to 3-bet. No such luck. Queen 4 for lock. Folds.
Cost me $4 to play.
Perkins calls with the 10-7.
I get to play against my new target.
How many targets you have?
Target!
OMG, I think Phil's jealous. To the flop, ace, ace, queen, and Dario has run down Phil again. Bye-bye, kings.
I check.
Perkins checks. As does Hellmuth. Checks around. Dario trapping the trapper. Turn, 5 of diamonds, full boat for Dario. Now even if Phil hits his king, he still loses.
Check.
Perkins checks.
I better bet. I got to.
You better bet something.
1,200.
Hellmuth bets 1,200. Hellmuth runs worse than a 78 pacer. Dario could raise here, but he has virtually nothing to protect against, and he doesn't want to chase his action away. Minieri calls.
I better fold.
And Perkins is done with it. Phil's soon to be done with this whole game. Jack of diamonds on the end. How much will he fire into the abyss?
28.
Phil now guaranteed to lose at least another $2,800. Dario knows he's raising, and he knows how much. He's just mentally preparing himself for the verbal abuse he's about to incur. Dario makes it 6,600.
It's just a really kind of unreal night, huh? Wow, how can this happen every time I'm in the game here?
Phil doesn't do himself many favors, but he runs worse than a hot chick in a horror movie. And the carnage is unfortunately just as entertaining.
I guess you got me. Let me stand by.
I got you. Never bluff.
Dario takes it down.
Ace-5. That's good.
Phil shows the kings.
Good the king didn't come on the river.
Look at that silver lining, huh?
It's unbelievable. This kid was drawn to a 2-outer on me, and a 3-outer, and a 4-outer.
You have pocket kings?
Yeah, pocket kings. I only lost 10,000, so it's pretty, good.
That's astounding.
It's astounding.
Then you only lost.
You think I ever win? You think I ever win in this game with kings or queens? They always hit their frickin' weird card.
You know that weird card, the ace? Dario Minieri, Jack 9, makes the call. Elke with Jack Trey of hearts. Looks like he wants to play, and he'll call out of the small blind. Hellmuth's practically priced in the whole table. Queen 8 for a lock. And he'll call.
Let me look.
10 deuce for Perkins.
Go, please.
See, this is so sick. I limp with this hand for a specific reason.
I'm sure you're going to tell us.
It's a good trapper hand.
Says the man with only one leg. Jack 4-9 rainbow, 2 pair for Dario. Elke's flop top pair, but it's not the best top pair. Dario has top pair with a kicker that's also a pair. Elke bets 2,200. Lock folds. Over to Perkins.
I'm scared of you. Scared of that guy.
Folds.
The guy in the middle. He looks too serious.
Dario looks too serious. He looks like a lost puppy. Hellmuth calls 2,200 with a gut shot and 1 over. Gut shot to the nuts. Action back on Dario, the serious guy.
11,000.
I knew it. Saw that face.
That's a serious raise to 11,000 from Minieri. Great spot for a raise. He can get called by draws and maybe even someone like Elke with top pair. But Elke folds. Phil doesn't have a ton of money left behind. He does have 1 over, but this would be a pretty loose call. It's for a quarter of his stack. We know Phil's stuck and steaming, which doesn't always lead to the best decisions.
All right, I call.
And Hellmuth will make the call with the gut shot. Hellmuth's really gambling now. To the turn. Queen of clubs, and this would be a bad time for a snack break. Phil hits his gut shot. Yahtzee. Checks. I like the check by Phil. Dario's pretty likely to keep firing. That queen wasn't a good card for Dario, but he's still pretty likely to think he has the best hand. He does. Bets 14,700. Now this would be a pretty good spot for Phil to raise since Dario's probably got something. And like Michelangelo's David, Phil's got the stone nuts. Phil's been waiting all week to get a piece of Dario. And Phil does not have very much left behind.
I raise.
He's going to raise. We're likely to see it all get in here.
29-9.
And Phil is all in.
I call. How many times do you want to run?
Dario makes the call.
Well, you might be drawing dead, so I'm hoping you're drawing dead. I hope you have 10.
I might be drawing that. You have 10 king?
Yeah.
Nice call on the turn. On the flop, sorry. I'm not drawing that anyway.
Well, let's see what you have.
Would call on the flop. As you say to everyone. That's the only reason why I say it.
Was a pretty ridiculous call on the flop.
Tilt juice. He getting a little bit of his tilt juice here.
Yeah.
Dario's taking it pretty well. Look at that smile. He's adorable. Phil might finally have a hand that holds up. Dario looking for a jack or a 9.
They're only going to run it once. River, 5 of spades, and Phil will double up.
5 of spades, it's over.
I wish I could call river cards like that.
26. 29-9. 29-9.
Phil, you're up after that hand.
Welcome back to Campione and the PokerStars Open. Well, we are finally down to a single table. 9 players remain on day 4 of the main event, which also happens to be the final day of the tournament. So we don't stop here, we carry on. We are playing down to a winner. We are playing down to a champion, the Campione. It's James Hartigan with Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
And all 9 players now sat around a single table. We get to see everyone who is still in the tournament on the main stage. Confirmation, and no real surprise that Manuel Montalban is chip leader with 17 million. By the way, Starte did a great job during that last session, chipping up to become second in chips right now with 14 million. No super short stacks. The shortest stack, 25 bigs, because we're still at the 100K, 150K blind level.
And now it's just a sit and go, James. It's just an STT.
And as we established, we do have a player, the chip leader, in fact, who worked his way up the stakes playing sit and goes, achieved Supernova Elite status on Stars back in the day for 2 years running playing sit and goes. And it is Montalban in action here, having raised with Jack 10 in the hijack. Round 2, Legnaro in the small blind.
I would say that's on the snug side, but we are on an FT, so fair enough. Also, Savant level fold again, James. Sposato waking up with queens, first hand on the FT.
5 seconds. C9 fold.
And it looks like we're playing it safe here. Just a raise
Just
and
a
a call.
call.
Yeah.
And this could work out for Sposato. With Montalban pairing his jacks.
Seat 5 bet, 250.
Yeah, my best guess, excuse me, James, is that Sposato didn't want to increase the variance by finding a 3-bet when they're both so deep stacked here. Plenty of other shorties that can be eliminated and allow the laddering to occur naturally.
Eight of clubs on the turn. Sposato now a 9-1 favorite.
Seat 5 check.
Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, what I like to call an inconsequential Greenstein.
It's unconsequential, but obviously is a bit of a scare card for Sposato.
That's true.
Especially having flatted their pre-flop, obviously plenty of ace combos want to open the hijack at this stack depth.
Checked to showdown, I guess a scare card for both players, in fact. So Sposato is going to take that pot off the chip leader. And again, speaking to Montalban's pedigree, did not lose too much in that hand net.
Yep, absolutely. So considered, very controlled. I'm enjoying watching this guy play. And yeah, all jokes aside, obviously, now that we are at this stage in the tournament, let's see if he can wield that big stack and wangle himself a 6-figure plus score. Let's not forget, still the option for deals. I think it's too soon for that, but we'll see if anyone is interested in a moment as we start to eliminate some players.
Action folded to Starte. He's got 7-5 of diamonds. The pyramid is in place. Chips are entering the pot. It raises to 300,000.
Is this Illuminati confirmed, James?
I like to think of it as a mini Luxor. Action folded to Perone, who has decided to wear a very, very delightful orange sweater slash fleece today. Like Naro, we observed during shorthanded play, pretty snug, so yeah, ace-8 off, not really a hand he'll want to get involved with. Rounds the big blind. And Sturber folds the 6-4. Raise and take it for Starte.
So, James, I know we've only just joined. I just wanted to have a quick rundown here so people start to sort of understand the lay of the land. I know when we're going around the table, it can be a little bit tricky to follow. So just to give you guys an overview, Montalban, of course, coming to our final table, or final 9, I should say, with a stack of around 16 million plus, so 107-ish bigs. In fact, that's what he has approximately now. So that's after the exchange with the Jack 10 and the Queen. Sturba's the one at the bottom, 25 big blinds, still very playable. Legnarno has been playing quite snug, obviously, really sweating those pay jumps, as of course anyone would. 27 bigs, then Russo 35, then Puts 36. And it's clear, James, we're still around a 50 big blind average, right? That's pretty much smack dab in the middle of where we're at.
With 9 players remaining at the 100, 200 blind level. Yeah, it's 50 now. It'll be 40 at the next blind level. So yes. Okay. Wow.
So yeah, pretty deep stack coming into the final 9, of course. However, my point being that Sturba and Legnaro are the players just to keep an eye out for, as they are the shortest. So the players probably with the least to lose in terms of going for spots to find doubles, but 23, 27 big blinds is still a huge stack at an FT, James. Really, in the grand scheme of things, it's just the luxury levels that allow that to have allowed this to occur, where we're coming to a final table with so many bigs just available. But just to give you guys some perspective.
Weird things can happen, Nick, and we could see 6 setups and coolers that could result in eliminations. But the reality is, with no one being super short, and with the average stack being so high, now that we've reached ICM jail territory, now we've reached the money jumps with every single KO, we could, in theory, play 9-handed for a fair few levels. We could get down to a 30, even 25 big blind average by just playing through the blinds and not losing any players. We've seen it before. We could see it again here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, going back just that previous spot as well, Legnaro folding 8s when we were playing 5-handed. That's an indication of, you know, how much the money means. And again, not a criticism, I understand. And there is absolutely a lot of merit to tight is right at this point, because just a few pay jumps and you're looking at 6 figures plus, and absolutely life-changing money, and especially when we consider this is a 1K buy-in.
So John Delano asking, have they adjusted the blind level times at all? So yeah, we've gone to 60s now. So we were on a 75-minute clock. We're now playing 60-minute blind levels. At the end of the next level, this is level 34 right now. We then play level 35. That's the 100, 200 level. There is then a short dinner break, only 30 minutes. after the dinner break, I believe Toby will reassess and see where we're at. I think a lot of it will depend on how many players are remaining at the point we come back from the dinner break.
So Sianu is sitting right around the middle of the pack, guys. 49 big blinds. So despite leaving our featured table on the shorter side, has managed to find a little luck here and spun it up.
He's also a player who just needed to slow down a little bit, right? He went through that phase where things weren't really going his way. I mean, it's probably a bit unkind to say he was tilting, but he was showing a little bit of impatience. So I'm glad that he's managed to kind of like steady the ship.
Yeah, that's exactly how I would describe it, James. Maybe a bit of impatience, but very keen. I understand you wanna make your moment really count, and these moments don't come along that often when we're playing tournament poker.
So a pair of jacks versus a pair of queens here. Started with some backdoor potential, but might not get beyond the flop if there's some significant betting here. We are going to see a bet from Russo, 250,000.
Hate to pile on now as well, James, but I would argue that actually the Queen 10 offsuit small blind call from Socianu is already very wide, especially when you consider, we've already mentioned the ICM implications of the value of these chips being so extremely high.
Yeah.
He's come to the final table in a position to find extreme wealth, and he doesn't need to really be involved in too many unusual situations. To go multi-ways there with the Queen 10 offsuit, to enter the pot at all with offsuit Queen 10 there, when there are other short stacks at risk, and obviously also so many page ups to come, I think is already an indication of perhaps a little bit of impatience or perhaps inexperience. You know, again, I don't know the guy, but we'll keep an eye on that one.
I was surprised to see him raise there, Nick. I know that it's never a bad thing to try and get more chips in when you have the best hand, but seemed to me that maybe losing value on future streets by shutting things down on the flop.
I mean, I'm less concerned about losing value, and I'm more concerned about piling it in against a better hand there. I mean, I think whenever I do streams with Strag, he always likes to remember a time we did a stream with Finton, and Finton said to Strag something along the lines of, you know, in ICM, the chips that you lose are worth more than the chips that you acquire in these situations. So putting more chips in the pot where you're not absolutely certain that you have the best hand on an FT, and exposing yourself to variance or to the loss of those chips is actually sometimes a bigger fault than, you know, potentially losing value in spots that are a bit more marginal.
Montalban has opened under the gun with ace-8, and that is going to be raise and take it. And I love the fact that he is doing what the chip leader is meant to do. He is applying pressure. We are no longer short-handed. We're no longer playing 5 or 6-handed. We are playing full ring, and he's still opening under the gun relatively wide.
Should not be 100, 200?
Yeah, should be, but they have to.
Is correct?
Yeah.
Not 200.
It's correct. They change it.
Next one, right?
Yeah. The next is
But the next
250,
is not
not 200.
It's a mistake. It's a mistake.
No, it's
For sure, it's a mistake.
Oh, yeah? I'm not be sure.
For sure.
6 fold.
A meno che non vogliono accelerare.
I missed that. What do they think is a mistake?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, already.
C-rate fold.
We don't have dinner break. We don't play 75 minutes.
C2 fold.
Floor. Next level? Why is it not 200? 100, 200.
Oh, I think they're debating whether or not the next level is correct, James. Perhaps they weren't all aware of the adjustments.
The next level should be 100, 200.
avvicinato con la consapevolezza che che non va combinato. Si è visto dalla faccia.
And I think I've just heard the floor confirm that it will be 100, 200.
La differenza tra me e te e chi invece sa giocare.
It is Sturber, by the way, for those of you looking for the perpetrator for the sniveling and the coughing. I think Sturber's a little bit under the weather. What can I say? You work, you play these long days for several days. Your immune system takes a hit.
Got the sniffles. Leave him alone.
Ace high, still the best hand.
Yeah, nobody really got much of anything.
C4 check. C5 check. C3 check.
Therapy, we do not have control over the microphones of the players, and I could ask the team in the gallery in Campione to mute his mic when he blows his nose, but it happened 30 minutes ago, so there's not a lot they can do about it.
C4 check. Check. C5 check.
State, last player to act on the river. Take it away.
Seat number 3, bet 550.
550.
Seat for fold. Seat 5 fold.
Nice work there. Very nice.
They try to be sneaky. Ah, his mistake for sure. Fake mistake. Fake number.
LaBelle, Joe's on break right now, but when he's back, I will happily ask him who is the biggest coming he's open for.
Seat 7 fold. Seat 8 fold.
Sato just looking at stacks here, deciding if this is going to be an open. Positional dynamics here, James, are so important. You know, knowing where the big stacks are, knowing the players that are most likely to exploit you if you start to get a little bit out of line, or even if you aren't getting out of line. You know, players that are willing to put you to the test there in a high-pressure environment like a final table. And just decided against it, but you can see his brain working.
He raised 300,000.
Just got very excited, Nick.
Oh, yeah?
Well, Joe comes back in 15 minutes, right?
Yeah.
And I get my dinner break.
Yeah.
I just remembered what's in the fridge. Cold pizza.
Pizza?
Oh, yeah. Made the call to Domino's last night.
Oh.
And there's still half of it in the fridge.
Oh,
boom!
Wow. Went all the way to America and then you ordered Domino's?
Desperate times, desperate measures.
I'm on a diet, James, so my dinner break will consist of lentils.
On days where you're streaming 11 or 12 hours of poker, the diet goes out the window.
James. You forget that I do this most days of the week. No, I'm with you, buddy. I agree. I haven't decided what I'm getting, but perks of living in Brighton. Lots of good options right on your doorstep.
C3 raise 300,000.
All right, so this is puts now. 32 big blinds in this hand. Ace-Jack suited.
C4 fold.
Wants to play it slow.
5 fold. 6 fold. 7. That's we won. Heads up.
Ace 8-6 on the flop. It is a domination situation with an absence of rotation.
C3 check. C4 check.
Nine on the turn. Oh, that sounds delightful, Ed. Ed had moussaka, salad, and garlic bread.
All right,
I'm in.
Can I do a bad
I'm in.
Can I do a bad lookalike, please?
You know the rules of bad lookalikes, Nick, so as long as it adheres to the basic principles of the game, you may.
All right. Puts.
C3 check.
Yep.
Buzz McAllister, but as an adult.
Am I meant to know who that is?
As in Macaulay Culkin's brother in Home Alone.
Oh! If you just said Macaulay Culkin's brother in Home Alone, I would have got it. Yeah, that's not bad.
C4 bet 350.
Still thinking about moussaka, salad, and garlic bread.
C3 fold.
Yeah, that does sound nice, actually.
So local time in Campione is 28 minutes past 8 in the evening. We'll call it 8:30. Someone set the line when we will see the next elimination.
I don't know, James. I'm kind of with you, mate. I feel like going to the FT with this average stack, it's going to be real hard to convince players to let go of those chips.
Bear in mind that we've got about 10 minutes of this level to play, then another level. So that's an hour 10. Then a 30-minute dinner break. That's an hour 40. I'm going to say it will be 2 hours. I'm going to say 10:30 p.m. is when we will see the next elimination.
10:30 Campione time.
Yeah, we're working in local time.
Okay.
So bear in mind, you've got this session of play is going to be an hour and 10 because you've got 10 minutes on this level and then an hour of level 35.
Okay.
Then they take a 30-minute break, so you have to include the break. So that's already an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah.
So I'm then saying 20 minutes into play post-dinner break is when we will see the next elimination. That's 2 hours from now.
That's a good shout, though. I think you might be right.
It's not a bad line, I'm telling you that.
Not at all. Tom is asking, what does the widget say?
The widget broke a long time ago with this tournament. The widget's response was, 4 days? Ha 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 ha.
Seat 1 fold. Seat 2 fold. Seat 3 fold. Seat 4 fold.
Tom says the widget sounds like my old GPS. Recalculating.
Yeah. Again, again, and again, and again.
So I'm self-aware enough to concede that I'm not the most patient of human beings. But there are different tiers to my impatience and different tiers to my annoyance. One thing that will set me off to like full rage tilt mode is when you're following GPS and you're either leaving a car park or, you know, in a kind of like a side street, and it just will not shut up. Proceed to the route. Proceed to the route. Proceed to the route.
I would say your tolerance for technology failure is pretty low in general, James.
It is very low, yeah. You're right.
All right, on the flop now.
So number 5 bet 250. Seat 9 fold.
Yeah, that's a good one. In half a mile, stay on the current road. In other words, do nothing. An unnecessary instruction.
I found that really funny, James. Actually, I was on a road trip in the United States, and we were doing a sort of tour of the South, and and we got in the car and we turned on the sat nav, and because it's in the States, it's the funniest thing ever. It's just like, travel to the I-95, continue straight for 900 miles, and it's like it's just. In the United Kingdom, there's about 18,000 steps, you know, but in America, it's like, get to a freeway and go straight, you idiot. That's all you got to do.
That's amazing. That's amazing. I will tell you, just to conclude this conversation, I'll tell you one funny sat-nav story. Joe and I went to Florida 11 years ago. We did the live stream from the seminal Hard Rock Poker Open. And we both flew into Miami, and Joe said, let's rent a car and drive to the Hard Rock. And Joe very kindly agreed to do the driving. The GPS they gave us for the car had not been calibrated properly. So we're following the GPS, and it's all the wrong roads. So basically, because obviously all the streets are like the grid system, we were literally like 2 streets over from where we actually thought we were, according to the guidance.
James and Joe ended up in a bayou in Louisiana.
Joe was getting so angry about why we weren't seeing the road names or seeing the streets that this device said we were meant to be seeing.
Amazing.
It was a fun trip. I enjoyed that.
Yeah,
Not the getting lost part of it, but when we finally arrived and had 48 hours at the Hard Rock.
I enjoyed that as well. Yeah, it was a good trip.
Seat 3 fold.
Putts with King Queen.
Seat 4 fold. Seat 5 raise 300,000.
That's right. Keep it going. Look at the open here, James. Queen 6 of spades. Keeping it wide. Montalban.
Russo with aces. So Russo, one-time chip leader, was a monster stack today at one point. Kind of on the shorter side now. Starts the hand with 4 million, but always good to pick up aces, but going to be tough to get action unless someone behind wakes up with something solid.
Yeah, and James, I don't think there's too much value in trying to find some sort of trap calls here. I think that works best when there's some extreme shorties behind, and that's just not what we're seeing in any scenario here. There's not really any setup where that exists. So
yeah,
that
Lignaro is not going to, I mean, didn't even consider it. The sailboat's go in the muck. Okay, when I talk about someone waking up with a hand, this is an example. Sociano with 10s in the big blind.
Yeah, absolutely.
3-5.
più il bet.
Sì, 4... 4
Ok, ok. Sorry.
I believe he said call.
725.
725. Pensavo che doveva. Scusa.
Call on 6.
Magari a fare.
6-5
No problem.
For you, no problem. For him, problem.
Yeah.
Heads up.
Always good to cut away from the flop just as it's dealt. King 3-3.
James, again, I don't want to pile on once more, but I think cold calling tens in this situation, again, might be an ICM issue. Especially as the action started from such early position, and then the 3-bet was only UTG +3.
Yeah.
So Cianu wanted to see a flop regardless.
6, bet 500,000.
And look at the size of this continue.
Yeah, this is the kind of board where I think Sosiano is going to get into trouble.
I think so too. So 500K into pot of 2 million.
But somehow gets away from it, folds the tens. In which case, are you calling with tens there just to flop a set?
That seems like the vibe. I mean, I'm sure that's not the full intention. You know, perhaps on a 3 cards lower than a 10, maybe he does get in more trouble. But I always struggle with these spots, James, because I feel like I can often communicate the tone of the sort of theory of the thing often. When we get to these extreme ICM moments, obviously I'm not an expert, but when we arrive here, I can't help but feel like cold calling tens on an FT is going to be really, really ugly in an ICM setup. But, you know, I would love to see that one solved. I think these are really interesting moments, and I think this is where one of the reasons why tournament poker is so fascinating, because things change so much over the course of the game, and it's not like a cash game where so much remains the same.
No, ma io lascio fare a voi, basta che morite in fretta.
Ace 3 of hearts for Sterber.
This is the part Italian, Italian part. And the English part.
Ping pong.
In the middle.
Referee, Spagnolo, English.
James.
Was this a limp on the button?
It was a limp on the button.
Okay, so Sterber limps the button. Sosiano calls out the small blind. Starte checks his option with 10-3. This is... Things are getting funky.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh.
And it's King Queen 4 with 2 hearts. It's all Sterber.
Sterber.
Bet 200,000.
Just a smidge over the min. I think it's going to work.
Smidge.
Nice one. Now, again,
Okay,
James,
well,
I'm not sure how much limping we're supposed to do here, but I think that probably actually is an interesting adjustment against the players in the blinds, perhaps. Sterbo might be thinking he can get a higher VPIP by sort of implementing some limps there. Again, my instinct is that on a final table where acquiring chips at non-showdown is so much more valuable, where players are also incentivized not to call as loose from the blinds, I think just opening that hand from that position might be more frequent, but we'll see how it plays for him.
Chip leader Manuel Montalban first to act here. Ace Queen opens to 300,000. Blinds up in 6 minutes. Perone with kings. Says the word race very excitedly. And again, this is the kind of player who I'm going to take a 3-bet a little bit more seriously from. That being said, Montalban does have a strong hand with ace-queen. The question is, do you call here and play out of position?
Yeah, a tricky one for sure.
Oh, hold on a second, hasn't come back to Montalban yet because we've got, right, Putz decides to fold the 10s. Tread carefully.
Is he considering 4-betting here, James?
I think he might be. Well, not being funny, if you ever wanted to find out where you're at by raising, you're going to get the response here.
Yeah.
Give it 3 seconds and you'll be all in.
I'd really, yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
I
take your predictions. That was on point. I was only out by half a second. He was 2.5 seconds.
Absolutely.
Snap fold.
This
is one of 2 hands, aces or kings. Guaranteed.
This is so many big blinds, James. My goodness. This is like 50 bigs.
I mean, look, I'm being slightly facetious, but the reality is, from this particular player, the line he has taken, the speed with which he's acted with both his 3-bet and his 5-bet jam, this is ace or kings, guaranteed.
7-9-25. My bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, found out where he was at, I suppose. My big question there, James, is I think the move is totally kosher. However, against Peroni, from that position at this stage in the tournament, how loose is that 3-bet really going to be? And I think the answer is probably not as loose as it should be according to sort of strategy. GTO. And then also, with the high-pressure environment we find ourselves in, is that really a move that this player is going to make? But there you go. No harm, no foul, I guess.
As soon as he put more chips in pre-flop, I said this is a 3-bet I'd be taking seriously because it comes from this particular player. I would say the same as well of Legnaro. I'd say that Legnaro and Peroni are not the kind of players who are going to be getting out of line pre-flop. I would believe them if they were re-raising.
Absolutely.
So Legnaro, the shortest stack. And Glenn standing by, I'm guessing to tell the players that the blinds are about to go up.
Raise 425.
Spazzato opening with 9-8 of spades. Ace-Jack for Sociano.
I dig it so far. I mean, Sociano's going to play this in position for sure. Definitely not afraid to enter these pots with, sort of these medium-strength hands. This works out kind of great for Spazzato, though, James, right? Like, if you are going to be up against a better hand, Sociano allowing you to see more flops when he has it is just great for these drawing hands like 8-9 of spades. Okay, pocket 10s in the big blind.
It seems compulsory that if you're in the big blind, you have to be dealt pocket 10s.
10s are hot on this table.
Of the last 4 hands dealt, 10s have been dealt to the big blind, 3 out of 4.
Wow.
That's a hashtag fun fact.
Hashtag fun fact indeed.
And we are going to see a 4-bet from the chip leader. Oh, sorry, a 3-bet. I didn't realize that Sociano had flatted. I thought he'd 3-bet.
Yep. The open from Sposato flat from the cutoff.
So this is going to be interesting to see how Sociano reacts. Obviously, the original raise is out of the way, but is he going to read this as a squeeze? Is he going to read this as strength? Okay, well, that's one way to respond.
All in.
Yeah.
Oh,
do you know what? I'm thinking that there is a chance that this could be done by the early hours of the morning.
I think it might work as well. I think he might actually inspire a fold here, but big question as to whether or not Sociano would do this with a hand, you know, like jacks or queens or kings or aces.
I mean, this is twice in a row that he's got involved in a pre-flop raising war where he does have a solid hand, but doesn't really know where he's at.
Yeah, wow. Nice work from Sociano. Does actually get the job done. Just full power.
And that was the last hand of that blind level. Blinds are indeed up to 100,000, 200,000 with a 200K big blind ante. At this point, let's bring Joe Stapleton back from break. Please tell us, Joe, that during that break you were cranking it. Please tell us that the cooler machine is going to deliver what it's meant to deliver.
Yes. In a word, yes. The crank has been cranked.
Good.
Things have been lubricated. And I would expect a buildup of a large amount of pressure to be released any moment now.
And
fantastic.
Go.
No, ho pushato io quanto?
Well, they do need cards.
7,5. Sì, avrò 9.
Of course, when James asked if I was cranking it, he means I have a cooler machine here at my house. It's manual operated. You crank it long enough, and it causes a cooler to happen on the screen in an explosion of chips. And mail you go. It doesn't decide who gets coolered. It just makes the cooler happen in the first place. Queen 10 for Perone is out. Lugano also folds. King, queen suited for Sposato. I cranked it twice, actually, during the break, Nick, just to be clear, just to make sure that we got rid of everything.
Yeah, absolutely. You've always been a top cranker.
And State wants to play with 7-6 suited. And it looks like it's going to be just the two of them. One player would like spades. Another player would like clubs.
I'd say this is a fair fight, Joe. Oh.
That is an up and down straight flush / royal flush draw for Sposato. And State making a straight would be a bad thing at this point. Once it comes 4-5.
Yeah, this is a pretty monstrous flop. For the king, queen of spades here, the street flash potential is extreme.
Turn is a king of diamonds, which is good enough for top pair. King high was already ahead, but now it is way far ahead. And this is a pretty ugly board for 7-6 of clubs at this point. Sposato did not bet the flop. And is taking a sweet time to bet the turn. 600,000.
Not sure how much action we're going to see.
None. Nice hand there for Sposato. How long has it been since the last elimination? It feels like it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been some time. James's prediction was we're not going to have an elimination until 20 minutes after the dinner break.
Wait a second. This thing needs to end in just over 4 hours, and there's a 30-minute dinner break still?
There is still a dinner break, yep.
What the heck? There must be like some kind of secret extension or something that we're not privy to. There's no way. Pocket jacks for Legnaro under the gun. Sociano taking a moment with the 5 high. Puts. Ace-4 off. Juice Man, I have no choice but to stay late. I am, quote unquote, happy to stay late. No big deal. I'm just worried about what's going to go on over there since I've been told this tournament must end by 1 a.m. local time, and it's closing in on 9 p.m. local time. Perone defends the big blind with 9-7 off. Pretty dumb board for 9-7. Check, check.
Okay.
8 of diamonds on the turn.
7,500. 8-4.
Okay, getting some action with the jack so far. Quick call.
Action Jackson. Or is it Axon Jackson? I'm not sure.
Quick bet.
Perone bets the million.
Yeah. Perone actually led the turn and the river.
And led for around half pot both times. And is going to get jacks to fold.
Wow. Yeah, Joe, I mentioned before the break, Legnaro does seem to be really sweating the pay jumps. We saw some playing quite snug before, and then also at the opportunity for other players to eliminate was really sweating the eliminations. Just, you know, you could see it visibly on his face. And that goes to show he's going to play a little bit scared on this FT. That's going to see him quite significantly shorter now as well.
Fatti i complimenti, non fare solo il professionista. No, no. Ok, bravo. E allora, bravo. E allora, scusa, stiamo giocando. Te l'ho fatte vedere. Ok, bravo. Gioca. Quando ti hai, saranno problemi tuoi. L'ho foldato, l'ho fatte vedere. Quindi questo è ti dica io. Se domani vedo che c'hai asso 5 che hai collato, ti faccio il complimento scarso. Ti hai beccato asso 2. Cosa ti dico?
No, dobbiamo mettere la mano.
King 8 suited for Russo on the button.
6 plus. 7 plus.
Sempre così. Sorry.
And even ace tray for Legnaro doesn't defend.
Wow. Yeah, Joe, I mean, I understand. I totally get it. If I'm in Legnaro's shoes, I'm sweating those jumps too. But now he's down to about 13. In fact, after that hand, maybe even less than 13 big blinds. And I hope that he can find a way to get a double here, or that tightness is going to cost him another pay jump.
Stapes, who's the biggest comic you've opened for? Well, there's different ways of opening for a comic, right? Like, I've been on the same bill as some bigger comics. But they didn't pick me. I just ended up on the same bill as them. So, Norm McDonald, obviously, I opened for him. He's a pretty big comic. Mike Liam Black, recently I've opened for him. But I've been on the same bill before as Dane Cook, David Spade, Ken Jeong. I feel like those are the big ones. I think there's one other one that I'm missing. Godfrey.
Perone
Well,
is
this could be
back in
some
the mix.
trouble. Yeah, for Perone, who has opened Ace-Jack. Legnaro finally finds a hand he's comfortable getting it in with. And Perone knows he can walk away from Ace-Jack and sleep well at night.
It's a really good fold, and perhaps just a little bit of knowing your customer there, Joe.
Of course. Player dependent, as they say.
Yep.
Puoi anche tenerle così. Non serve.
Just a little bit.
Funny Buddha asks, any Norm stories? He's the GOAT. Yeah, I got a million Norm stories. No time for them, unfortunately, right now. I got Norm stories up the wazoo. I did reach out to Judd Apatow, who's doing a Norm documentary, and let him know what my relationship with Norm was like. We'll have to see if they're interested in talking to me.
Safe to say you have an enormous number of stories.
I do have, that's right.
Guardi domani, cazzo mi guardo domani, che guardo il tuo filmato domani mi guardo le cagate mie, infatti, mica guardo con cosa mi hai chiamato.
4-5 plus. Could you move a little bit? The chair? Yeah.
Don't worry about the position. Let's send the cards.
Yeah, kings. I don't really worry too much about position when I have pocket kings.
Six raise for 100.
Where's Aaron Paul Kramer? I feel better about his Rob Corddry today than I did yesterday, and I kind of gave him a begrudging bad look-alike, but I think it's the very definition of a bad look-alike today. So someone could there he is. There is. And Legnaro's all in again, and this is just the nightmare scenario I've talked about so often when players play super snug.
Yeah.
Fold some marginal spots, fold some winners, and then get it in bad, not too shortly after. Not to say that this is a bad play by any means, just unfortunate that it's come down to getting it in a dominated position. Legnaro needs to spike a 10. His only immediate outs at this point. Otherwise, Legnaro will be out in 9th place. I guess there's some sweaty backdoors at this point.
Yeah,
funny.
Potentially.
Well, like a 7 or an 8?
Yeah, it's got to be the straight draw, I guess.
Aha!
Oh.
A 7, but not all those straight outs are live. Because the heart loses it for Legnaro as well. And that is the king high flush for Russo. So that's going to be the end of Legnaro in 9th place. Which means we have officially hit the final table of 8.
Can you move a little bit on the left?
Sì, ma appena sposta con lei.
Cannot leave, okay?
Francesco Legnaro out in ninth for 33,320 euro. Not a bad payday. Everyone else ladders up 10K from making that. As we see the table being set in the background for the official FT photo.
Yeah, and that means also James was under prediction.
Was James wrong about something? Please tell me more.
Well, he said we wouldn't see our elimination until after the dinner break, remember?
That's right. Maybe we can just skip the dinner break and have 7 more eliminations.
I say no breaks. I said this yesterday, Joe. I'm not a fan of breaks. Just play poker.
I'm a fan of a 10-minute bathroom break every once in a while, but
fine.
I'd rather get done before dinner personally as a player. I don't want to go to dinner and come back for one more level. Like, let's just get the day done. Not that that's what's going to happen today.
Here's a legend. Hello again to Manu, taking the photos. I'd like to give another shout out to this gentleman. Takes a lot of photos for PokerStars. This is Manuel Kovska. If you'd like to follow him on IG, it's at Manuel Kovska.
Manuel does fine work. You're going to need to get closer, State. Get in there.
Top professional.
Five in the front, 3 in the back. Okay, I'm not going to question Manuel's greatness. Okay, now everyone do a silly one. Everyone jump up in the air.
Let's just do one silly one. A good-looking final. Look at the smile there.
Look at me, look on the table. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. No, like this.
There we go.
Pretty cool to have made it this far in some grueling days. Record-breaking field of 24-23 entrants. And we are now down to the final 8. Everyone guaranteed 43,000 euros. And the winner, should there be no deal, is going to win 363,000 euros. That is for a 1,000 euro buy-in.
I'm staying here.
Everyone just pick your new seats wherever you want. Go ahead.
This is an absolutely massive final table, guys. I know it's been long days, but let's not forget these guys are playing for seriously life-changing sums, and this is where it starts to get extremely interesting. These pay jumps are going to be massive. 6-figure scores at the very top, and of course, top prize over 300,000 euros. Pretty spicy, Joe.
Spicy like pasta va diabla.
Spicy like Sunday morning.
Then
we go down to 50 minutes?
No, at 5.
At 5.
What? At 5 players, they will reduce.
You can see the nerves on their faces. Some of them looking pretty cool right now. Sure, everyone pretty anxious to get these cards in the air, however.
That's right, well, let's play.
Now, I want to remind everyone that on the dinner break, assuming we get to it, which it's almost a lock, I wouldn't say it is a lock. We're going to get to the dinner break. We got to restart the YouTube stream because the YouTube stream can only be like 12 hours long. So if you're watching on YouTube, you're going to have to get on the new stream during the break. So if you come back and the chat's all frozen or there's nothing going on the channels because there's a new stream, a part 2, a sequel. And cards are in motion.
Juice Man in Twitch chat is asking, is this USD? No, we're playing in euros. That's euros in English.
Got it, euros. Okay. I was confused myself. All right, first hand of the official final table. Who is going to play? Probably not Peroni.
Probably not, unless he wants to assert dominance early in this tournament. Final table, final 8.
That's going to be Sposato. He's going to open Queen 5 suited and is going to take the blinds and antes. Fantastic outcome. When you raise Queen 5 suited from the button.
Ma non un rito, un obbligo anche perché posto non lo trovi, quindi è che poi c'ho 2 figlie.
Lascia stare dove sono dovuto andare a dormire stanotte per lascia stare meglio no, bene, ma non ti dico quando.
Seems like pretty good vibes down there, Joe.
Yeah, a little chatty. That's good.
I know
Wish I understood them.
I know it's a high pressure spot, but also, you know, when you're coming out of a field this big, I mean, the sense of relief just to know that you made it to a final and you can kind of say, I made it to the final is pretty cool too.
If I made it to the final table of a tournament like this with 2,423 runners, I would mention it every single half hour for the rest of my life.
Amazing.
Poi non dovevo venire neanche giovedì, poi sono venuto di corsa dall'ufficio, chiuso alle 5, sono venuto qua alle 8, sono arrivato di corsa, ho detto vabbè dai, mi iscrivo al serale, ho iniziato a giocare alle 11. Diciamo che è andata bene. Non ho giocato
Peroni's opened, 10-9 of clubs. State in the big blind with ace-10 of diamonds. And just a call. Ace-king tray. Top pair for State. Peroni is going for a very quick C-bet. Again, a common theme here is people acting pretty quickly with their weaker hands.
Yeah, now just a call, I think. I don't think we want to get too out of line in these situations. It's a spot where you want your opponent to continue bluffing as well, right? It's not just that we're worried about, you know, potentially running into a bigger hand.
Potential heart draw has come in on the turn. And river. Nobody's got a heart. Peroni. You ever take a bluff here? You ever take a stab at this with 10 high? Yes.
Peroni says yes.
Is that going to be enough? 1.5 million.
You have anything? Something? I don't understand English. What language do you speak? Arabo.
I don't understand English.
I admire the gumption here from Peroni.
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel like 1.5 into 2.2 is like a pretty confusing bet.
I really don't know what to do. 1.5? 1.5.
This is tricky, Joe.
So I speak a little bit of Arabic.
I mean, Peroni seems comfortable. Well, did. Now he's all shrunken down there. When he was talking, he seemed pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
I feel like this isn't this is a reasonable bet you would make with the 10 of hearts, the jack of hearts. Shows the bluff.
All right, that sets a tone. That sets a tone.
The Campione Tony.
Nice bluff.
Brought to you by Peroni.
I was going to say, Joey, where's the Campione Zamboni?
Barnaba Peroni.
Eres más valiente que Ginobili con il murciélago. Bravo. Manu fa così. Manu.
Ho detto no, non li faccio, per ora solo bluff.
Non ha mai giocato. No, io non metto mai.
Perché ovviamente io sono quello che non sa giocare, quindi giustamente mi fate le carte.
E tu ci stai facendo le scarpe.
No, quello è un partito di fortuna. Adesso ne ho un altro che mi sta seguendo. Ho tolto lui e su quell'altro. Non gioco più di no.
Actually, going to pass Peroni this time.
This is a nice hand to start with.
Queen, jack of diamonds. Sociano with bigger diamonds.
And again, I would say this is quite a wide call here for Sociano. He just likes to play in position. And obviously an opportunity for players behind to put in some squeezes. It does invite putts along as well. I don't think Putz is going to want to let Jack 10 go. Okay, doesn't want to play multi-way. That's an interesting one. Might have to look that one up myself later on, but we're going to a flop.
Just heads up. 9 for Trey. All the equity belongs to King High at the moment. Sposato checks. Sociano checks. To the turn. It's finally a diamond. No longer relevant. Sposato does seem to take his time even when he's first to act.
Yeah. Very controlled. Joe definitely seems to be confident, and he's not giving much away. I think his actual sort of IRL presence, very measured, and as we mentioned in previous sessions, had a lot of success in the last couple of years, probably coming off a couple of very significant wins. It's gotta be a confidence booster for him here too.
Right. 9.
Sociano elects to raise. You would think this would shut this hand down now.
I mean, yeah, he's timed this one well. It might work. I mean, Sposato, how does he proceed from here? Is he really going to try and get Queen High to showdown? I mean, he probably knows that Queen High is not going to have as much showdown as he'd like.
Well, he thinks whatever is about to happen here is worth using a time bank card on. Still hasn't folded. Has no pair, no draw.
Oh my goodness.
Going for the free bet with Queen High to 2 million. Now you would imagine the hand would get shut down. Oh, Sociano is like, can I see your stack, please?
Wow, this is an inspired play.
All in? What? Sociano jams. And finally gets the fold. I haven't seen a hand like this since the aughts.
What happened just now? How did that escalate that way? That was insane.
Two players with absolute bagels.
Wow,
and the
Joe,
player
that was
who knocked the hardest.
That was quite something, guys. I did not see it going down that way. I like the moves from both players, and we've been somewhat critical of Sociano's decisions over the last 2 days of broadcast, but that was spectacular right there. Credit where credit is due.
Two players with total air balls playing a game of chicken. And it's Sociano that ended up victorious. Ed says that should be hand of the century of the day next week. Mustard Much says, and folks, that is why we are not on that table. Just too high of a playing level than the general public. Meanwhile, Push Up thinks the opposite and says how they reached the final table by spewing so badly.
Oh my goodness. In any case, what else they got for us?
Nevertheless, we must play on. That's right. Another diamond on diamond situation. One diamond on this flop. 4-6 flops a gut shot. State is going to bet it. Russo seems perplexed. He's not even in the hand. Yeah, see. Yeah, see. And Montalban is now going to fire a raise with an air ball.
Yeah, it looks like a little check raise to me.
I don't know what got into these people. Did somebody spike the Pagano water? Oh. Okay. He confuses me with that. I know that's his move, is to grab the chips and throw them further into the middle,
right.
but... Anka asks, did the blinds roll back or something? Everyone seems so deep. They're deep because there were 2,423 total starting stacks in this event, and they're all here at the final table.
Yeah, I mean, if ever we were asking for a collision, if we keep seeing plays like this, we just might get it, Joe. Pocket queens for Peroni. Perone.
I don't really know what's going on, but I've just been told that they've now added 10 minutes to the break.
Oh, my goodness. Strap in, guys. We're going to be here a while.
Look, if they add 10 minutes to the break and take 20 minutes off of every level, then I guess that makes sense. But I haven't heard that second part yet. Well, we've got some frickin' hands here. Queens and nines and eights and fives. Can we somehow go four ways to the flop?
Lions and tigers and bears, oh my. Queens and nines and eights and fives.
So we are going 4 ways. Can we flop 3 sets? Nope.
Yeah, I mean, 4 ways to the flop, though, Joe, and you got queens. You're not feeling like $1,000,000.
You're not feeling like $1,000,000, but the thing is, the 8s, the 5s, and the 9s aren't feeling much worse than queens are right now.
Yeah, let's see how it plays. So Peroni is going to have a bet here.
At least one call from Sociano.
Goes for a quarter pot.
I don't think anyone else can really overcall here, can they? No. As we go to the turn, it's another deuce. So queens and 9s are both losing to a deuce now as well. So Siana's going to bet another 500K. Not another 500K, but 500K. And the river's a 10. He's going to go check, check, right? Yeah.
Yeah, not too much happening here, but nice spot there for the queens. Definitely happy to see chips coming your way in a 5-way and a 4-way exchange there, Joe. And it's looking good for Perone.
Faccio il K, tu. No, neanche io. Infatti non ce l'hai. Quando scendono 2K dico. La coppia più alta, ok. Quindi buono.
Manso says this play shows these players are much better than those so-called legends. Lol. This should be discussed frame by frame later. Sounds like a very proud parent in the chat.
Yep. We need to dissect these players at a later date.
And another monster for Sposato. King, king. Ding, ding.
King, ding, ding. No shortage of hands and opportunities to play pots. Sposato currently 6th in chips, 26.88 big blinds. And it just a walk.
Show
Per fortuna. Chiedetelo quello di più. Questo caso sì, perché io sono K.
Peroni's having some fun out there, which I like. He's come to life a little bit.
Yeah, he's having a good time. A couple really nice pots. Great way to kick off the final 8.
Dici in 30 minuti si incrocia un panino, fumi una sigaretta.
State's open with King Deuce of Spades. Montalban is up next. Also suited.
Yep, decides against the wider open there and move on.
Corona's out. Sposato is going to fold the big blind. Another uncontested pot. Thank you, Johnny D, who recognized that my cranking is undefeated. A lot of people wouldn't have been able to crank it twice on a break that short, but I can because I got stamina.
Very impressive.
Even after all these years. I can't always crank it twice in a row, but more often than not.
Well, times like this when we need it most, Joe.
I just don't want anyone to get in trouble with the Italian authorities, you know?
Yeah. That's the last thing we want. Last thing we want is to be in trouble with the Italian authorities for not cranking it enough. How embarrassing would that be?
I'm pretty sure up until recently, cranking it was illegal in Italy.
Peone. Oh, we're playing that kind of game, eh? We're going to fold king 9 on the button now? Huh? That's what we're going to do.
Well,
we're chip leading and we're going to fold king 9 on the button. Is that how we're going to play?
Sounds like a great live read to me, buddy, if you check out the ace 9 right here. That's what happens when you get a little out of line.
Very nice. Posato asserts dominance. Friendship is tragic is asking, is there some automated device counting the chips for each bet? How does the value of the raise get shown on the screen so fast? Yes, we do have an automated device that does that. It's called a dealer. Very, very efficient means of counting chips. Fully automatic. Thank you for your question.
Entiende perfettamente lo che commentario che van a castigare. Giro di penalità.
And on to the next one here. We have a raise from ace-10 offsuit, GTG +2.
Another raise and take it. Joe is not as good as he once was, but he is as good once as he ever was. Oh, yeah, that's probably true. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. So I was kind of joking, but it turns out they did add minutes to the dinner break, 10 minutes to the dinner break, and we're going to be playing no more than 50-minute levels after the dinner break. I think those levels are going to get shortened again at some point, but we're coming back from dinner with 50-minute levels.
Just trying to protect those players down there. Italian authorities very serious about this.
The thing is, I don't know how serious. It could be very serious, or it could be one of those things where they're like, don't worry about it. Like, I have no idea.
Hey, forget about it. We'll see. Try and get the poker done. Okay, folding round, folding round.
Not folding round.
So Ciani's got Jables.
Just a flat with the jacks, and that's going to cause State to come along as well. So only 2 aces left to spike that we know of. Oh, man, still. The 2-outer. The shared 2-outer. Sociano looks like a genius for not re-raising. Although if he had won a pre-flop, maybe he would. Anyway.
How many aces in this deck, Joe? That's what I want to know.
I'm going to go somewhere between 3 and 5.
Yeah, we're not folding yet.
We do have the gut shot. That's a 5 of hearts on the turn. No help for the jacks. Now it goes check, check. Check, check, ace.
Check. 8 check.
9 will take it.
It's going to be good enough. 1.6 million to Perone.
Sempre attento nella mano. Quando giro c'ho mano, quando non giro non c'è niente. Questa è...
Nothing I love more than chugging black coffee at 1:30 in the afternoon, so I get. So I'm sleepy, but also my hands are shaking.
Io sono feliz. Triple. Questa mira se ginobili. Guarda la tavola.
Don't forget, new YouTube stream after the dinner break.
Bravo, soy mano.
40-minute dinner break, 50-minute levels maximum from here on out.
I think it's fair to say there's still plenty of play in this one. I'm sure some of the players might still want to play the advertised lengths, but when the average is this deep, I don't think anyone is that disenfranchised by a move like that. I think it's pretty fair. Still plenty of play in this tournament, still plenty of hours left, I'd imagine.
As one of the worst players in the field, I'm always happy to make variance a bigger factor.
Potrebbe essere allenatore. 400,000. Seria buon allenatore.
Per me è buono in todo.
Someone in chat asking who the chip leader is. By the last Poker News count, it was Adrian State, year of Romania.
Il logo si fue a prima Eurolega, la vinta a Bologna con Ginobili. Per me Ginobili è la mia fan.
Rick Vanderbreggen asks, hey guys, is there any news about the big game? In what respect? Because if you're one of these people that's been living under a rock, you don't even know that there was 10 new episodes of the big game that came out last year. Is that the sort of news you're looking for? Rick?
I mean, that could be a pretty cool discovery, Joe.
Right?
Unwatched content ready to go.
So every once in a while, someone will go, hey, did you ever think about bringing back the big game? And I'm like, here's a link. Watch it. Already done.
There's a new Millie Bobby Brown film out, isn't there? What, Electric State? You seen the trailer for this?
I have. No, like the new season. All right, Rick, I do have news on the new season as well. James and I laid our voices down on the first episode of the new season just this past week. That's the good news. The bad news is I don't think you're going to see it till May. But I'm not positive. Wait a second, hold on. Yeah, I think May is the most likely time, but we'll see. Heads up to this flop. Maltabon defending King 7, Ace Deuce. Flops a wheel draw.
This might be an opportunity to continue with the gut shot. I'd imagine that's pretty standard. Yeah, there it is, 400K. And just the takedown on the flop, no problem at all.
You're very welcome, Rick Vanderbreggen. What do we do until then? Solidification, I'll tell you what. We got this. We got Dublin. We got EPT Monte Carlo. We got at least one live stream thing we haven't announced to you guys yet that you'll be able to watch. We got the Sunday Million anniversary. There is plenty to take in between now and then. And I think we just released some new EPT episodes on YouTube as well. I think PCA 2023 just started going out on YouTube.
I think it's safe to say as well, guys, that this event we're watching now very much so kicks off a ton of poker content coming to you direct. Joe listed a bunch, but even after Monte Carlo, you guys can, of course, expect some scoop at some stage. All the streams associated with that, the daytime scoop coverage as well of final tables, and then obviously cascading EPTs to come. Plenty of awesome content on the horizon, so obviously follow all the appropriate channels. Drop Joe a follow, drop myself a follow, let you guys know about when we're traveling and where you can get it, and you can watch it hot off the presses.
That's right. And BL asks, when is it, the Sunday Million anniversary? Now, if you want to play it, it starts on Sunday, April 6th. If you want to watch it, the broadcast will be on Tuesday, April 8th for the final table. As we go heads up to this flop, Jack 8 versus King 7, pair of 8s for Russo, blind on blind. Check, check. Turn card. 10 of spades. That's good for the Jack 8.
Yeah,
I guess technically it's also an open-ender too now for the King 7.
That's right. And check. Over to
7 bet 500,000.
the big blind. And let's have a little bet.
Is that why you brought up the Electric State movie? Because we've got a player at the table named State and a Russo brother here?
Yeah, that was definitely that smart. That's exactly what I was thinking.
I believe Electric State's directed by Joe and Anthony Russo of Avengers fame. Check, check. Pair of 8s takes it.
Yeah, that'll do.
It's going to get Russo up to 9 million.
Got Bougie in Twitch chat asking, are we playing to a winner today? Yes, absolutely. All the way down to 1.
We say that.
I mean, perhaps tomorrow in the sense we might be getting to the wee hours in Italy.
I also just, like I said, I don't know what happens if we don't hit that 1 a.m. deadline. It doesn't feel like it is possible. Especially given that there is a dinner break coming up pretty soon.
Chromo in Twitch chat says, can we just declare me the winner and move on? All right, fair enough.
I'll vote for it. I just realized it's pretty unfair to do to these players to just name someone random from Twitch chat as the winner. I'd love to do it, but I feel like it's a little unfair. Puts with ace-10. Queen 9. Folded on the button. King 5 in the small. Perone pointing at his cards. And I believe he will be pointing at the muck relatively soon.
5 seconds.
Oh, no. I don't know where Peroni's found this late stage bravado, but I'm a fan.
Yeah, this is cool, and this actually might work, Joe. Perone finds the tree bet.
So Outer Space Fever, who says time to ship. Here's the thing is that when you do this to a player with 3.7 million in chips, they can't just ship it on you. They don't want to go out next. There's so much money to be made just to let someone else go out next. And puts us not the shortest stack. He may be after this hand. 6-5 deuce, 2 diamonds, puts with the ace of diamonds, but a pair of 5s for Peroni.
So the one thing I will note here is that the 3-bet was actually quite small, right? The initial open was to 4. 3-bet was to 9. I think that's why Putz felt confident to play in position. But on the flop, as you say, Joe, doesn't matter. Hits a 5. Continuation bet of 600K. I think we still have to call, Joe. We have ace-10 with the ace of diamonds. This is a very small continuation bet. Let's
It is a small continuation bet, but huge, huge part of puts a stack. And Perone, a.k.a. Peroni, must be feeling real good right now. Must be feeling like king of the castle.
Yeah, nice play there. Did work out. I think probably if he sizes up just a little bit pre-flop, he takes it down pre as well. So might be food for thought. Has played very successful regardless.
Because we go to home. No, I stay with you all night.
More blind.
Right around 5 minutes left in this level. 5 minutes to the 40-minute dinner break. Service out, Sociano out, State not gonna play. Puts. Unlikely. Montalban. Not a good hand. Russo. That's one we can open.
Yeah, Russo sitting around middle of the pack here, 44.5 bigs. I like it a lot. Let's start it up.
Salvatore. Raising the big blind of Gaspar Sposato, who is going to give it up. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think Peroni just went to dinner.
He just decided he's out. He's good. He's confident.
I mean, this guy has just turned on the wackiness in the last 30 minutes. And I think he's like, yeah, it's 5 minutes till dinner. I'm good.
Man, is that the real report? That's pretty spicy.
Now, are we allowed to say only in Italy? Because I wouldn't say it if I wasn't allowed to say it. But it is funny that we are in a country where they take dinner very seriously, and this guy's like, whoa, 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 40-minute dinner break?
It's a quality of life issue, Joe.
That's right. This is a raise and take it for State. Honeydew's with me, only in Italy. It would be cool, Jamie, to see what cards Peroni's being dealt, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. That'd be fun. Imagine it's just aces back to back to back.
Four? Sorry, 7. I was testing you. Due to this, we've extended the break to 40 minutes just because it's an order. It's not just a buffet service. So I'm going to give everybody vouchers.
That's nice, even though I'm pretty sure all these people can afford dinner at this point. It's nice to throw them a little bone, a little voucher.
E la pausa è di 40 minuti invece che di 30. Allora. Sì. Questo.
Oh, did Peroni miss the voucher?
Oh, no.
By leaving early?
Ah, you can afford it. No big deal.
It's minus EV, buddy.
Pizza.
If he goes to make a deal later, he should ask for 40 euros more. I'll make the deal, but I need 40. I need 40 to make up for dinner.
Awesome. All right, Joey, since we're going to dinner, what should I order? What am I having for dinner?
What is Nick having for dinner? How about fish and chips?
That's
You're
definitely
gonna go
an
healthier
option.
than that. You're gonna go healthier than that.
I mean, something a little bit healthier than that.
How about a scampi?
What? You're stuck on the fish and chip shop, huh?
Your version is scampi is different than mine. How about a taco salad?
All right, I could do a taco salad. Take a look.
I kind of like a taco salad because it's like not as quite as bad as a full-on Mexican meal, but also, you know, it's still kind of tasty for a salad.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Tom says air fry some hard-boiled eggs. That sounds like a contradiction in terms. How do you air fry a hard boil?
It actually works. You can hard boil eggs in the air fryer. It works great.
All right.
Yeah. I taught Tom.
Well,
that.
it looks like we have reached the dinner break finally. Remember, if you're watching on YouTube, you're going to have to find the new link. It's posted in the chat. We'll be starting a new stream on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, you're all good. And we are down. We are finally at the official final table. 8 players remain. These blinds will be going up when we get back, so this number of big blinds not exactly accurate, but it's Sturba, Putz, Sposata, Russo, Sociata, Multibon, State, and the current chip leader who went to break early, a confident soul, Barnaba Peroni, is first in chips. We're going to let these players head to the dinner break, but when we get back, we still got the little matter of dividing 43,000 euros for 8th place all the way up to 363,000 euros for the eventual winner and lots of cash in between. More from the PokerStars Open Campione when we return in 40 minutes.
So here we go, blinds at 250K, 500K, with a 500K big blind ante. And the action's on Jimmy Guerrero. 7-3 offsuit. He folds. Fabiano Kowalski is out. Giuliano Bendinelli has king-queen of spades in the small blind and completes.
Make no mistake, Bendinelli would be quite happy to get it in here.
Neville Costa with king-jack offsuit in the big blind.
And I think this is going to be a dream spot for Bendinelli. Costa's expecting him to have a limp fold range, and this ain't one of them.
All in.
He shoves on Bendinelli, who calls all in.
How do you say domination situation in Italian? How do you say I'm in jail in Portuguese?
Well, Bendinelli is the at-risk player again, but he's near enough a 3-1 favorite here.
I tried to put this into Google Translate. Nothing.
The flop is 10-8-4. Bendinelli still ahead. The board pairs on the turn. So chopportunities have emerged.
Take a split? Take a split?
No. Thank you for your question.
5 on the river and Bendinelli doubles again.
One big blind.
Now it's the Italian singing.
It always peters out in the third verse.
So Neville Costa is now the shortest stack. Meanwhile, Giuliano Bendinelli is out of the danger zone.
Oh wait, he's out of the danger zone. You know, as far as singing's concerned, I think I preferred the earlier stuff.
Action's going to start here with Neville Costa.
Poor Neville Costa.
He folds. Jimmy Guerrero with Queen 10 on the button. He raises to 1.15 million. Kowalski is folded. Bendinelli in the big blind with Queen 10 as well.
Definitely a call on the big blind, but I do not envy having to play this out of position against Guerrero.
He calls, and these two players go to a flop.
Out of position and less likely to hit a pair now.
Okay, well the flop is all spades, and Bendinelli has the queen of spades, so he has the advantage, but more often than not, this will end in a chop. With the action checked to him, Guerrero continues for 800K.
It's only going to end in a chop if it's a chop and it gets to showdown. Even having a floor flush here is going to be very powerful.
Bendinelli calls. We go to the turn, which is the jack of spades. That's the flush for Bendinelli. Guerrero's drawing dead.
Even having a 5 flush here is going to be very powerful.
Bendinelli has checked a second time. Guerrero bets a second time, 1.4 million.
This is a tough one for Jimmy. He'd often get a whole lot of folds with this turn bet.
Just a call from Bendinelli. 7.5 million in the pot, and the 7 of diamonds on the river pairing the board. Bendinelli checks.
Nice try. Oh, will Jimmy go for it?
This might work. Guerrero is loading up. Nope, he checks back.
Jimmy's got great instincts.
Bendinelli wins another one. Now playing more than 30 bigs.
And during the break, stick around for an important message regarding EPT, the album. 27 inspirational rail chants in languages you can't understand.
Action will be on Bendinelli. He has Queen Jack offsuit.
8-handed, this is an A. 4-handed, this is a big time yay.
He raises to 1.2 million. Folded by Costa and Guerrero. Fabiano Kowalski with 10-9 offsuit.
Definitely a defend. A def, if you will.
He has called. Heads up to the flop. Both players with a pair and a straight draw. Bendinelli with the higher pair and 66% equity. Action goes check, check.
Oh.
Board pairs on the turn. Bendinelli now a 4-1 favorite.
1.8.
And Kowalski leads.
He's going to like his 10 a lot more after that turn card.
1.8 million. Called by Bendinelli. And we go to the river with nearly 7 million in the pot. It's the 5 of diamonds, so Bendinelli has a lock on this.
And this is one of the things that stinks about being out of position.
Kowalski sizes down, betting 700,000.
Block bet. Does not want to face a huge bet from Bendinelli. And if he gets raised, he knows Bendinelli's got it.
Bendinelli calls.
10.
And wins the pot.
This comeback has been wild.
And it seems the Italians are still making plans to visit Ibiza this summer.
I gotta find my foam party shoes.
Kowalski now down to 11 bigs. Well, Giuliano Bendinelli has a lot of support on the rail today. His mother Gabriella flew out from Genoa this morning. And earlier we spoke to two of his friends, Vito and Mario.
6 years ago, I started to play poker with Giuliano. Now he's my best friend.
He's a funny guy, he's a very good person, and we hopefully that he's going to win because we support him very strong and we are here for him. And sorry if I scream a lot, but if we scream a lot, we're sure that we are going to win. Giuliano, here we are.
I have also been friends with Giuliano for many years. Who exactly should I be giving my information to for the Ibiza flight? One of those guys, or?
Action at the table has been folded to Jimmy Guerrero, who's got King 6 of hearts on the button. And he raises to 1.3 million. Pocket 8s for Fabiano Kowalski.
4 million.
And that is a pretty committing raise.
He's attacking that button open from Jimmy, which, as you can see, is quite wide.
Oh, wow. Bendinelli's got 10s in the big blind.
Way too high up in his range to not put Kowalski in for the rest.
$7.1 million. Guerrero folds, and it's all into call for Kowalski.
You don't call?
You didn't go in, eh? You need to.
Now he's all in. Kowalski at risk and way behind.
Bendinelli, a big, big favorite. You know what I love about Kowalski? I think that's mostly a real smile.
Kowalski now a 9-1 dog.
And that smile's mostly gone.
The Brazilian needs an 8 or running cards to make a straight. Turn card is a 4. Just 2 outs now for Kowalski. He needs an 8 on the river to survive. It's a 5. And Fabiano Kowalski is eliminated.
Somebody check on Fabiano's mom.
Fourth place finisher in the EPT Barcelona main event. Kowalski cashing for €565,280.
That's the roughest part. People winning and losing right now through no fault of their own. Hands just play themselves.
Meanwhile, Giuliano Bendinelli ladders up again. He is incredibly grateful for his support on the rail, especially from his mother Gabriella.
I have a special relationship with my mom. I love her, of course. She said to me, if you make final 6, I can come. I said, yeah, please come. And she comes with other friends from Genoa. So they take the planes from Genoa to Barcelona direct this morning at 8 o'clock, and when I woke up, they are here to support me. My mom, she never stopped to believe in me. will be amazing to win with that type of support. Like, you never forgot something like this for all your life.
Well, that support from his mother, all the more important as he sadly lost his father just 6 months ago. So we are down to 3 at this final table, and Giuliano Bendinelli now has the chip advantage over Jimmy Guerrero. Blind still 300, 600. Guerrero on the button. Folds. Blind v blind. King Queen for Bendinelli in the small.
I think we just saw this, only it was suited last time.
Bendinelli calls. Neville Costa in the big has King 10.
We really did just see this.
Costa checks his option.
Okay, this part's different.
And we go to the flop. Okay, so both players flop 2 pair, but Costa has got kicker problems.
This is very likely to end up the same way.
Bendinelli checks, Costa checks behind, turn card is the Jack of Diamonds. Bendinelli now a 77% favorite.
It ain't going check this time.
Into a pot of 1.8 million, Bendinelli bets $1 million.
Costa's got top pair, good kicker, let's go.
He calls. The river card is a 5, so Bendinelli's queen still playing.
And I think clubs would have played more aggressively from the start, so I don't think the third club will make a huge difference on this board.
Bendinelli goes small, 600,000.
Setting a trap with a piece of thinly sliced Genoa salami.
Well, I hope for Costa's sake he doesn't do anything other than just call here. Oh, he raises, and he raises big.
Wow, that is 7x.
Bendinelli calls and wins a huge pot.
Nice call, bro. Wow. No blocker, no blocker. Yeah.
Giuliano Bendinelli extends his chip lead, now playing more than 60 big blinds. And Neville Costa now really short.
You have 5 millions?
Yes. 5.6 behind.
Fewer than 10 big blinds.
That's Jimmy Guerrero just paying the big blind ante.
Okay.
Queen Jack on the button for Bendinelli.
Queen Jack again.
Raises to 1.2 million. Pocket nines for Neville Costa in the small blind.
Here we go again.
All in?
He shoves. Guerrero in the big blind folds. Back on Bendinelli.
Bendinelli's got to do it. He'll be behind some, he'll be live some, and he'll be flipping a lot.
He makes the call and we're off to the races.
Dama Jack off, 9-9.
Neville Costa needs nines to hold to survive. The flop is Ace-King 3. So far, so good for nines, but Bendinelli now has additional outs. The turn card is a queen. Bendinelli now a huge favorite. Costa needs a 9. 2 cards in the deck save him. And that's not one of them.
I feel really sad. I feel really sad for you because I really like you.
No, it's okay.
It's okay for you.
Let's drink a beer after.
It's okay for you. Yeah, give me a...
Good luck. Good luck. Good game.
That was excellent.
Neville Costa cashes out in third place, 734,470 euros. And Giuliano Bendinelli's dream of victory is now very much alive.
One big blind.
He and Jimmy Guerrero are going heads up here at EPT Barcelona. Okay, you may have seen this next hand before.
5-9? Yeah, I've seen 5-9.
This is probably one of the most famous poker hands in EPT history.
Jason Mercy raise and take it.
80,000. Anthony pass, small blind pass. Every calls, 80,000.
So Koskas defending his big blind with 10-3 offsuit, which bizarrely is currently the best hand.
2 players, Eric check in the dark.
Check's dark too, huh? All right, I like it.
Jack 6.
Jack 6-5, bottom pair for Mercier. He checks it back. Turn card is the 8 of clubs.
220.
220,000 bet from Eric.
Wow, an overbet on the turn from Koskas. And I actually like this bet from him, right? Jason Mercier checks back the flop. Koskas can easily have 7-9, 7-4, all the 2-pair combinations from the big blind.
With Koskas overbetting the pot, Jason quickly called. There was not a lot of consideration there.
Yeah, no, there really wasn't.
Total snap call.
And Koskas could still be bluffing with just a bare 7 in his hand, or as we can see here, as wide as 10-3, but it's still a pretty aggressive snap. Wow.
Yeah, board pairs, and Koskas announces all in.
The check dark, the fast bet on the flop, fast bet on the turn, fast bet on the river. It is a little suspect. You tend to think a little bit more about your value bets, right?
Right, and if he was betting with a jack on the turn, he really isn't going to like that 8. So it's unlikely that he shoves all in. You know, it's a card that can hit Mercier if he has a hand like 7-8, 8-9 that calls a turn, checks back flop. So a jack doesn't like the 8. Does an 8 overbet the turn? A lot of this doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I think one of the only hands he can really have, like a value hand, is a flop set that is now a boat. But again, I just think you put a little more thought into it.
Yeah,
how
and
to get the most
5-6
value.
is counterfeit as well, Joe. So that 2 pairs now dust. He wouldn't jam that. I guess he could still have 7-9, 7-4. But it's not too much in the way of value. You start adding in all those 7s, those missed flushes, some 9-10s, some queen-10 gut shots, and then 10-3. He's bluffing a lot.
I call. And call. Eric all in. Showdown.
Jason Mercier makes the call.
Eric shows.
Koskas shows the bluff. Mercier shows the 5. And that is the hand that announced Jason Mercier's arrival on the poker scene. Eric Koskas eliminated in 4th place, and Jason Mercier now chip leader with 3 players remaining at this final table.
Yes, sir. Cool hand. Cool call.
Congratulations.
Calls him with
Wonderful.
just a pair of 5s. Love to see it.
Koskas both impressed and also a little bit disgusted with the call.
Well, it's such a huge call to make anywhere, let alone here at the EPT final table, 4-handed as well. You've got to admire Koskas's heart, overbet the turn, ship the river.
100.
So now Mercier has pretty much all the chips. Minieri raising here with queens.
So Anthony called. Raised to 100,000 from Dario. Action is on Jason.
$340.
Raised to 340,000. Jason. Anthony pass.
Well, this is a situation that you'd expect Dario's reputation to pay off really well.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially now in a three-handed situation, even more so. You know, hand strength of most of his ace-4 is going to go through the roof once you remove 5 or 6 players from the table.
How much do you have behind?
What is 700,000?
I got 1.8. No, 1.9.
Okay.
1.920.
So here's the flop. Jason will be first to speak. Flop comes.
So that flop does not have an ace on it, but it does have 2 diamonds. And this is almost a coin flip.
400,000.
Dario bet 400,000.
And it's a huge flop for Mercier, especially when Minieri, obviously we can see he has the queens, but Minieri very capable of just getting here with, you know, some jack highs, queen highs. He jams, tries to make him fold, not getting the queens out of the way.
I don't know how you don't jam there against Dario.
Queens and ace, 4 of diamonds.
You get him to fold a slightly better hand, and if you get called, you can get there pretty easily. This is not a slightly better hand. This is a much better hand.
He's in the lead. Pocket queens. Jason has
There's still that option
if a diamond comes
of catching the diamond.
Or the ace.
We take the lead right now.
Or the ace. That's true.
Yeah, Mercier's still very close to a flip.
Diamond.
4 of hearts.
Okay.
Running 4s.
Is it
diamond?
Not flush to Jason. Dario Minieri finish in the third.
So Dario Minieri makes it to 3rd place, but is eliminated by Jason Mercier and cashes out for 287,600 euros. The Merce dog, woof, woof, looking unstoppable.
$95.
Raised to 95,000.
Given stack distribution, given we're heads up, wouldn't be surprised to see Lelouch make that re-raise.
Re-raise.
Yeah, why not? You get a pair, it's heads up. You get a huge chip disadvantage.
All in and call. Anthony, all in.
And it's flip time.
His hand is pair of 7s. And Jason shows king, queen.
You skipped the 2008 flip analogy for such a big moment here.
And if Mercier gets there, it's over.
King, queen for Jason. Good luck. Here is the flop. Flop comes, queen.
There's a queen on the flop.
Pair of queens.
Just destined for him, huh?
Anthony needs a 7 to survive.
Oh, 7.
Here is the turn.
Doesn't even have to worry about spades.
No help. 2 cards in the deck. The card is not a 7.
There's 2 outs once.
Of the EPT here in San Remo. And here is the river card. It's a deuce.
No 7. Jason Mercier wins EPT San Remo.
Good game, man. Good playing. Played well. Yes, sir.
Yeah!
Yes, sir.
So here we go with hand one of heads up. Blind still 300k, 600k.
So some blind 3, yeah? Yeah. No more time bank? For
No
me?
time bank, it's
I want,
another- it's
no,
an
no,
advance.
you don't need, only for me. Yeah? I need more,
yeah,
I need
you
more.
have 3, I have 0, so you have an advantage.
I need more.
Aces for Guerrero.
Okay.
And he just calls.
Didn't need much think time for that one.
Bendinelli with queen 4 offsuit. Checks his option. The flop. Sees Bendinelli pair his 4. Ace is obviously still way ahead.
So far, this is working out for Jimmy.
Check, check on the flop. And on the turn, Bendinelli improves to trips. He is now a 95% favorite.
Jimmy's getting outdrawn.
Bendinelli bets the turn, 1.2 million.
I don't think Giuliano would have folded to a pre-flop raise anyway, so maybe that limp will actually save Jimmy some money here.
He calls. We go to the river, which is the 3 of diamonds. There's 4.2 million in the pot.
And Bendinelli cannot check.
He is betting big, 6 million.
All right, so this is an overbet.
6 million.
6 million.
Even though Jimmy's got aces, he definitely can't raise. Giuliano's bluffs will fold, his value hands will not.
I need to save my time bank. I don't have too much.
At least you have some time bank cards. Giuliano doesn't have any.
Crazy.
Gonna have to make a crying call heads up with aces. Sad.
Giuliano, 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 Giuliano. Oh, oh, oh.
Wow, he gets away from aces.
What? That was nuts.
The Italians may be chanting, but they've no idea how much value Bendinelli missed out on there. Blinds are up to 500,000 and a million with a 1 million big blind ante. Queen 9 of diamonds for Bendinelli. He calls.
These two are playing kind of funny against each other.
Guerrero with Jack 4 of clubs checks. The flop is all Bendinelli. A pair and a flush draw, 92% equity. With the action check to him, he bets 1.5 million.
Should be an easy fold.
4.7. 4,700,000.
Oh dear, he's picked the wrong time to check raise.
It's never the wrong time for Guerrero tilt overdrive. Except maybe now.
Bendinelli calls the raise.
I assume Guerrero's got some kind of plan, and it's probably not going to work out for him.
Turn card is the 10 of clubs. Bendinelli now a 95% favorite.
And I think he's going to like that card.
Having check raised the flop, Guerrero set to barrel the turn. That is 6 million.
Well, this is starting to get serial. But it still feels kind of like a just call spot for Bendinelli.
Calls again. We go to the river with 24.4 million in the pot. It's the Queen of Hearts, so Bendinelli improves to queens and tens.
This is still all Bendinelli.
All in.
How much?
Wow, Guerrero is shoved. Now, after the count has been confirmed, the shot clock will start running. Bendinelli has 30 seconds to make a decision, and he is out of time bank cards. He cannot extend the clock.
We saw a situation just like this moments ago. It's a super polarizing spot where Guerrero is going to have nothing or he's going to have top pair crushed.
For the avoidance of doubt, on this occasion, he has nothing. Time is ticking down for Giuliano Bendinelli.
If he makes the call, this is over and he's the champ.
5 seconds to make a decision. He's out of time. His hand will be declared dead.
Du chaud, chaud. Du chaud, chaud. Du chaud, chaud. Allez là, papa, le bluff! Le bluff!
Oh, wow.
Le bluff! Allez là!
If he'd had more time, do you think he makes the call?
I truly do not know.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Oh boy.
Jimmy's just taken the chip lead.
Ouais, Giuliano. Sans call bluff, bro. Ragnarok.
You won the pot. There's no need to be Thor.
Oh. Oh, breath.
Another incredible twist. So much drama as this heads-up battle for the EPT Barcelona main event title continues. Guerrero with the chip advantage right now. 36.7 million placed, 32.1 million. Blind 600K, 1.2 million.
They're even in stacks-ish, but there's not a lot of play to be had in that number of big blinds.
6-5 off on the button for Guerrero.
2.7.
And he's raising. Jack 10 for Bendinelli in the big.
Can I change my raise?
What?
I want to make 2.8.
You said 2.7. You said 2.8?
Yeah, but I want to make 2.8.
No, you cannot.
He's got you there.
He's joking.
Bendinelli calls. And the Italian flops top two.
All Bendinelli again.
Check, check. And Bendinelli improves to a full house on the turn. He's going to bet 2 million. Well, Guerrero has 6 high. He is drawing dead.
Oh, Lord.
But he calls?
If Jimmy's calling here, it means he's going to do something crazy on the river.
4 of diamonds changes nothing. Bendinelli betting again. $3.5 million.
Any chips Jimmy puts into the pot here, he is not getting back.
He thinks better of it. He folds.
Dude has made some incredible reads so far.
So Bendinelli wins the pot. And he will regain the advantage. Could have been an even bigger advantage if Jimmy had got crazy with 6 high. As things stand, Giuliano's now playing a stack of 36.8 million. Jimmy Guerrero, 32 million. And it's Bendinelli first to act here. He's on the button in the small blind. With pocket 8s.
Absolute